Losing and winning, no mind. 终极修炼, intermediate cultivation. 写法. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Calm the mind. Everything is consumed in commotion, but is benefited from tranquility, and tranquility is the home of our spirit. Tranquility gives birth to wisdom, while commotion breeds fatuity. Without tranquility, it's hard to achieve much or go far. In the worldly realm, there are temptations of pleasing sounds, sensual pleasures, material wealth and profits, conflicts between self and others, seductions and misguidances, power struggles and deceptions, dangers lurking like sharp swords, turbulent and perilous situations, crises lurking everywhere, and countless forms and appearances. Only through the illumination of tranquility can we see clearly, like the sun shining brightly in the sky, sweeping away all haze, bringing clarity and peace. This is the path to seek harmony and well-being. How to calm the mind. Do not feel inferior, do not feel superior, do not be arrogant, do not make vows, do not get angry, do not give in to passions, do not owe heaven, do not owe people, do not owe earth, do not owe oneself, do not crave strange tastes, do not harbor strange behaviors, do not practice conspiracies, do not make strange gestures, do not insult gods and Buddhas, do not talk about others' faults, do not discuss worldly affairs, do not indulge in worldly sentiments, do not boast about one's abilities, have few desires, work moderately, speak cautiously, abstain from killing. Then you can calm your mind. Stop the mind. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and you find the shore. Life is finite, but desires are boundless. Desires are like food, never-ending. They are like demons that disturb your mind and confuse your Buddha nature. If you do not aim high here, you will fall into the demonic realm. Once you enter the demonic realm, you will be lost in the heavy fog, and it will be difficult to see the celestial scenery, wasting this life in vain. Therefore, you should stop when you should stop, and retreat bravely in the face of the torrent. Manage the mind. The divine spirit gives me life, and the heart brings my demise. The heart is the master of the body and the commander of the spirit. When the heart moves, the spirit becomes clouded. When the heart is still, the spirit becomes clear. When the heart races, the spirit is unsettled. A single movement of the heart invites all kinds of troubles. While there are remedies for 100 diseases, the disease of the heart is difficult to cure. Therefore, those who are good at nurturing life start by managing their hearts. If it is restless, calm it. If it is wicked, stop it. If it is desirous, let go and suppress it. If it is impure, purify and clarify it. Over time, things will not disturb the heart, and the spirit will be at peace within. A vibrant, clear, and peaceful spirit is the key to connecting with the negative universe and harnessing the energy of the negative universe. Rectifying the mind. Before one can manage the mind, it must first be rectified. If the mind is not upright, it will breed evil thoughts. The first step to rectify the mind is to read the Bible. Without reading the Bible, things remain unclear. The second step is to read the Buddhist scriptures. Without reading the Buddhist scriptures, the principles are not comprehended. The third step is to read the Quran. Without reading the Quran, sincerity of the heart is hard to achieve. The fourth step is to read the Tao Te Ching. Without reading the scripture, the path remains unclear. The fifth step is to learn science. Without understanding science, everything becomes chaotic. Being humble. Looking back over 5,000 years, there are few who are humble. People cling to their own biases, preconceptions, heresies, delusions, and narrow views, insisting on their own opinions, refusing to admit their mistakes, wasting several lifetimes in vain, and failing the patience of the greatest creator. As the saying goes, there is a way to heaven, but they do not take it. Hell has no door, but they insist on crashing into it, brewing bitter wine to drink, and still blaming the greatest creator for being unfair. Those who suffer hardships, difficulties, poverty, torments, and setbacks need humility the most, but the reality is just the opposite. The more one understands the principles, the higher one's wisdom, the humbler one is. The less one understands the principles, the more stubborn, obstinate, reactionary, and cruel one is, the further one is from the Tao. Not only can they not become celestials, but it is also difficult for them to become humans in the next life. Relatively speaking, those great scientists, some billionaires, and political leaders, those who have become presidents and emperors may not necessarily be political leaders, are humbler. Those hidden sages who are unknown to the world are humbler. How to be humble? First of all, you need to know that the capacity of the heart can vary greatly. It can be so small that not even a needle can penetrate, or so vast that it can encompass the entire universe. The more filled the heart is, the smaller its capacity. The humbler the heart is, the larger its capacity. It can be said that the universe is as big as your heart, but this heart must be humble. For the sake of an analogy, let's consider the heart as a room. If this room is empty, humble, then it is useful. This room can be a bedroom, a study, an office, a gym, a storage room, a prison, or even a toilet. Depending on the need, it can become any room. But if this room is already filled with all kinds of junk, then this room is almost a junkyard, and it can no longer fit more things, nor can it become a useful room. If you want to make it a useful room, you must move out the unnecessary things inside. No matter how precious or valuable these things are in your eyes, you must decisively clean them up and throw them away, even if the inside has been reinforced with steel and concrete. You must also make an effort to tear it down. The heart is like a room. The more prejudices and preconceptions you have, the less useful your heart is, and the smaller its capacity. Here I give 3 examples. I have a friend in the secular world who is knowledgeable and brave. However, when I bring up the formation of the universe and the origin of life, he immediately asserts, the universe was formed by the Big Bang, life originated in water, and species came about through evolution. He shows impatience to continue the discussion with me, leaving me speechless. For hundreds of years, these prejudices have been accepted by the world, binding the minds of millions of people. Why not use scientific methods and thinking to reason and verify step by step? If the Big Bang could form an orderly universe, why didn't the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima result in 2 more beautiful, orderly, and modern cities, but instead resulted in chaotic ruins? To refute the fallacy that life accidentally formed in water requires a lot of space. So I recommend reading the book Life, How Did It Get Here? By Evolution or by Creation. This book can be obtained by writing to 25 Columbia Heights, Brooklyn, New York, 11201, USA. It's worth noting that even Charles Darwin, a representative figure of the theory of evolution, admitted that life may have been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one. And Richard Dawkins, a representative figure of the theory that life accidentally originated in water, said in his book The Selfish Gene, this book should be read almost as though it were science fiction. Evolution only occurs within the same species of animals, plants, and microorganisms. One species will not evolve into another. In other words, rabbits will not evolve into horses, snails will not evolve into cattle, peach branches grafted onto willow trees will not grow peaches, and no matter how much monkeys evolve, they will not become humans. As for humans, due to the accumulation of knowledge and rich experience, they have continuously recognized and applied some laws existing in the material world, becoming smarter and more civilized. No matter how much they evolve, they will not grow eyes on the back of their heads or wings on their backs. As long as you have a bit of a scientific mind and follow the gene knowledge continuously explored by scientists led by the United States, you will know that the statement that species evolved is a fallacy. Mao Zedong said, "The spread of fallacies misleads people a lot." This is truly a profound statement. I have another friend whose wife, every time I urge this friend to study the Bible, immediately refutes with Marx's doctrine. Religion is the opium of the people. It should not be studied. What else can I say? You avoid the disease and fear the cure, mistaking the well rope for a snake, and even regard the book as a religion. This kind of prejudice is equivalent to closing a door to a beautiful life for yourself. As the saying goes, Medicine does not cure the incurable disease. Buddha saves those who are destined. Since you are not destined and not humble, no one can save you. I have a colleague. I once tried to guide him to understand how to have a carefree real life and a beautiful future life. He immediately asserted, as long as a person is kind and diligent, it is enough. I asked what kindness is. He said, helping the weak and poor is kindness. I continued to ask, suppose there is a middle-aged man with elderly parents above and several underage children who are waiting to be fed below. The family is very poor. You help him get 10 kilograms of heroin at a low price. Let him resell it and make a huge profit. From then on, this family has a good life. Is this kind of help called kindness? He thought for a while and said, this kind of help is not called kindness. It helps a family and harms dozens of families. I asked again, didn't you say that helping the weak and poor is kindness? Why do you say that this kind of help is not kindness? He corrected and said, what I mean is that it is kind to help the weak and poor in a proper way. I asked what the proper way is. He said, the proper way is a method that is harmless to society and others. I continued to ask, a poor child, smart and studious, is reading high school. You pity them. Find a way to find a job for this child who is in school, so that his family's economic situation has improved. This kind of help is harmless to society and harmless to others. Is it called kindness? He answered, it is kindness. I said, this child may go to college after graduating from high school, and he has a bright future. You found him a job, solved the urgent need, but ruined his bright future. Can this be called kindness? He thought for a while and said, the best help is not only harmless to society and others, but also considers the overall interests and long-term interests of the help object. But this is complicated. I said, all right, let's not delve too deep. Let's consider the simple. You just said that helping the weak and poor is kindness. So is helping the powerful and wealthy not considered kindness? He decisively said, it's not kindness. And he gave an example. Hitler was powerful. Helping him is evil. Capitalists get rich by exploiting the surplus value of workers. Helping them is not good. I said, during the Warring States period in China, wars were frequent, and people were living in dire straits. Some people helped the most powerful Qin state to unify China, thereby ending the wars, and the common people could rest and recuperate from then on. Can you say that helping the powerful is not an act of kindness? He thought for a while and said, if this powerful entity benefits the vast majority of people, helping it can also be said to be kind. I asked, the United States is the most powerful in the world today. If we help it to unify the globe, unify the currency, eliminate the military expenditures of various countries, freely exchange various cultures, freely come and go, and avoid many disputes, would you say this kind of help is considered kindness? He laughed heartily and answered, this is a political issue. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I continued to ask, does help also have a nature attribute? Is there political help, economic help, humanitarian help, cultural help, human rights help, military help? If divided by attributes, which kind of help is considered good? He immediately waved his hand and said, this is too complicated. I smiled and said, let's not talk about the complicated ones. You said that helping the rich is not good. Suppose there is a place in Africa where people have no shoes to wear. Someone helped a big capitalist in the UK to set up a shoe factory in this place. From then on, the products of this place have increased in value. Some local people have entered a relatively civilized factory to work, started to contact machines, learn language and text. This remote place has a road to other tribes. And more importantly, people have shoes to wear, gradually leaving the primitive way of life and moving towards civilization. Do you think this kind of help is not good? He thought for a long time before saying, this kind of help is colonial in nature, but from a long-term perspective, it is good for the development of Africa and the people of Africa, and it can also be said to be good. I laughed and asked, so you say helping the weak and poor is good, is the sentence correct? He suddenly woke up, punched me on the shoulder, and laughed and said, you deliberately beat around the bush to make me fall into your trap. After a pause, he sighed and muttered to himself, it is really difficult to define goodness clearly. The greatest benevolence appears indifferent. The greatest kinship shows no favoritism. The greatest goodness appears evil. The greatest evil appears good. After a moment, he suddenly stood up, faced me, and said decisively, "No matter what, killing is always evil and not kind." He looked as if he had finally found an invincible truth. I stared into his eyes and gave an example. There was a 9-person squad that was sent thousands of miles away to a place heavily surrounded by enemy forces to rescue people on a quiet night. Midway, they were discovered by the enemy. During the firefight, one of them was seriously injured and could no longer walk. The squad leader had no choice but to shoot this comrade to death. If he didn't kill him, the angry enemy would hack him to death. He would suffer torture and pain. If he couldn't stand the torture, he would reveal the action plan of this 9-person squad, and then the whole army would be wiped out. Do you say this kind of killing is not kind? For example, an old and frail person, suffering from a terminal illness, in unbearable pain, decided by relatives and doctors, was mercifully given a lethal injection. The old man peacefully closed his eyes and ended his life. Do you say this kind of killing is kind? I spoke slowly, and his face gradually changed from a happy look to a puzzled look. He suddenly sat down on the edge of the bed. I knew that if I asked again at this time, I would definitely provoke his anger. I quickly lay on the bed, turned my back, and casually picked up a reader published by Gansu Province, China, and started reading. I disrupted his good feelings and values, which was undoubtedly a blow to his head. At this time, I only heard him panting heavily. I knew that war was imminent. I held my breath and quietly read the book. Just then his younger brother brought a bowl of braised pork for us to eat. As soon as he saw the food, he came back to his senses and shouted, "Damn, eating meat should always be good." He casually picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. I lay still without moving and responded to him, "What about eating human flesh?" He probably choked or got something lodged in his throat, and he abruptly spat out the meat in his mouth, bellowing, "You're utterly inhumane." When we talk about eating meat, we're referring to the meat of birds and beasts. How can it involve eating human flesh? Humans are sentient beings that can think and feel pain and pleasure. The cruelest act is to consume human flesh. I turn to ask again, what about eating dog meat? Dogs also have a spiritual nature and can understand human emotions. They are loyal friends to humans. They guard homes, provide comfort to lonely elderly people, can herd and avenge their masters. Isn't it cruel to eat their meat? He was taken aback, seemingly enlightened, squinting his eyes, and whispered, "It's best not to eat dog meat." What about horse meat, beef, chicken, pork, etc.? I continued to ask. He pondered for a while and answered, "For other animal meats, the slaughterer is cruel, the eater is innocent." So are you saying that those who manufacture guns and missiles are cruel, but those who use these weapons to kill are kind? He waved his hand impatiently and said, forget it. I won't argue with you anymore. In any case, kindness and diligence are absolutely correct." I said, "Yes, ants are diligent, but too naive. Bees are diligent, but too foolish. Gold diggers are diligent, but they destroy vegetation and turn grasslands into deserts. Farmers are diligent, but after a heavy rain, they stand at the edge of the field, crying and shouting, heartbroken." I use the above 3 examples to illustrate that prejudice and preconception are misleading. We must often examine ourselves. Do not stick to what we think is correct. Be humble, and make it a space that can accommodate thousands of rivers, thousands of mountains, and all things. Only when we are in this state can we gain wisdom. Know that there are indeed the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. Find the way to the high-level space of life. Know that if seeking to be celestial, one will fulfill his wish so as to appreciate the infinite scenery of the fairyland. 6. Stabilizing the mind. Stability is achieved when the mind remains calm and undisturbed. Once you comprehend the journey of transcending time and space as described in Life of Chanyuan, you should concentrate with an unwavering mind. Even when dealing with a myriad of mundane affairs, one should simply adapt to the circumstances. When the wind blows through the bamboo does not retain the sound after the wind has passed. When the wild geese fly over the cold, deep pool, the pool does not retain the shadow of the geese after they have flown past. When events arise, the mind responds. And when events pass, the mind returns to its original state of emptiness. Emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, sadness, fear, surprise, and thought do not disturb the mind. Concepts of right and wrong, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, good and bad do not confuse the mind. Temptation, coercion, deception, and fraud do not shake the mind. Success and failure, gain and loss, disaster and blessing, merit and demerit do not unsettle the mind. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, hatred, disease, and death do not bewilder the mind. Sensations of cold and warmth, pain and itch, sour and sweet, bitter and spicy do not bother the mind. Feelings of loneliness, solitude, depression, and worry do not entangle the mind. Entities like gods, monsters, Buddhas, demons, ghosts, and spirits do not bind the mind. Laws, precepts, orders, and contracts do not constrain the mind. Personal identities such as I, you, he, she, ancestors, and descendants do not preoccupy the mind. Worldly desires like fame, wealth, status, beauty, and treasure do not ensnare the mind. Concepts of reality and illusion, existence and non-existence, clarity and turbidity, purity and impurity do not obstruct the mind. If one can stabilize the mind, one enters a state of meditation. During meditation, one is close to Buddha, can attain supernatural powers, can achieve transformation, and has prepared the Dharma body. In this state, one can ascend to the 9 heavens to grasp the moon. One can descend to the 5 oceans to catch turtles. 7. Purifying the mind. Water has a source, trees have roots, humans have hearts, hearts have spirits, spirits have gods, gods have masters, and masters have an origin. In the positive and negative universe, there is no water without a source, no tree without roots, no human without a heart, no heart without a spirit, no spirit without a god, no god without a master, and no master without an origin. If the source is turbid, the water will be muddy. If the root is rotten, the tree will wither. If the heart is polluted, the person will be lost. The heart originates from the spirit, with the heart and spirit resonating and vibrating at the same frequency. A single thought of the heart-spirit can connect everything. The spirit is like a large broadcasting machine, constantly sending information from the divine to every space and corner of the universe. The heart is like a small receiving machine, ceaselessly receiving information sent from the universal spirit. However, if the heart is impure and tainted, it is like a rusty receiving machine, unable to receive instructions from the spirit. Even if it can receive a little, it will be intermittent and filled with static, too much noise, and incomplete instructions. Then you will be at a loss, leading to an unpredictable life. What I mean by fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and consciousness flows freely when your heart is at peace. No diseases will bother you when your heart and body are clean, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings, is exactly this. Factors leading to impurity of the heart. Blasphemy against God makes the heart impure. Evil thoughts make the heart impure. Delusions make the heart impure. Unrestrained greed makes the heart impure. Desiring for undue advantages makes the heart impure. Deception and trickery make the heart impure. Nonsense makes the heart impure. Insulting gods and Buddhas makes the heart impure. Disrespecting parents makes the heart impure. Fighting and robbing make the heart impure. Ambiguous thoughts make the heart impure. An unclean body makes the heart impure. Cheating and defrauding make the heart impure. A heart lacking kindness makes the heart impure. Ignorance makes the heart impure. If the heart is impure, it is hard for the heart to be calm. If the heart is not calm, it is hard for one to become a celestial being. 8. Ending the heart's worries. The divine spirit gives me life, and the heart brings about my demise. When the heart arises, the true nature perishes. When the heart perishes, the true nature manifests. Ending the heart's worries is based on doing your best to reach a state of no mind. Although the body exists in the world, the heart remains untainted by a speck of dust, thereby achieving the state of no form of self, others, living beings, or lifespan. This transcends the realm of desire and the realm of form, entering the formless realm, laying the foundation for advanced cultivation of refining one's nature. To achieve the end of the heart's worries and the state of no mind, Taoism offers a poem, Song of No Mind, which can lend a hand. Song of No Mind, translated by Thomas Cleary. How laughable my mind, like a stubborn fool. Restlessly it rises and falls, allowing things to be settled by chance. It neither understands cultivation, nor commits sin. It never benefits others, nor benefits itself. It neither observes discipline, nor adheres to taboos. It neither knows propriety and music, nor practices benevolence and righteousness. When asked what it can do, it knows nothing at all. When hungry, it eats. When thirsty, it drinks. When tired, it sleeps. When awake, it walks. When hot, it wears light clothes. When cold, it covers with a quilt. It has no thoughts, no worries. No joy, no sorrow. It has no regrets, no schemes, no intentions, no ideas. Life and death, honor and disgrace, are but travelers' inns. Trees and birds can also be like this, coming without hindrance, going without restraint. It neither avoids nor seeks, neither praises nor blames. It neither hates ugliness, nor admire beauty. It neither seeks quiet places, nor avoid noisy ones. It does not talk of others' wrongs, nor boast of its own right. It neither respects the noble, nor despises the humble. It treats love and hatred, big and small, inside and outside, joy and sorrow, gain and loss, respect and insult, with equal simplicity and ease. Its mind does not see dualities. It is even and calm. It neither seeks fortune, nor causes misfortune. It responds only when stimulated. It acts only when compelled. It fears no sharp blades, nor dreads tigers and rhinoceroses. It calls things by their names. It does not cling to labels. Its eyes do not follow colors. Its ears do not chase sounds. All that appears is false and illusory. The forms and sounds of men and women are not fixed entities. The mind has no form. It is unstained and unhindered, free and at ease. Nothing can bind it. Its wondrous illumination shines through inside and out, encompassing the six extremes. There is no near or far. Light, yet not light, like the moon in water, difficult to grasp. What can it be compared to? Understanding this subtle function, one transcends beyond. If asked what it adheres to, this is all there is. 高级修炼, advanced cultivation. 学风. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Advanced cultivation is the practice that begins after one has attained the status of a celestial being. As long as concepts such as parents, children, family, ethnicity, and nation still exist in your heart, as long as you have not yet experienced all the hardships and tasted all the bitter and sweet experiences of human society, as long as you have not yet read the Bible, the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching, you cannot engage in this cultivation. At present, there are no such individuals in human society, so I find it unnecessary to elaborate further. 晨经, 午经, 晚经, 夜经, Morning Sutra, Noon Sutra, Evening Sutra, Night Sutra. 学风. Translation edited by Qin Yu. To assist with self-improvement and cultivation, I have compiled a set of short scriptures that can help calm your restless mind and spirit. The text is as follows. 晨经, Morning Sutra. The vast, distant heavens know my heart. The myriad gods in the darkness know my name. The operation of the sun and moon is aware of my deeds. The mysteries of the universe are infinite and endless. Divine calculations hinge on a single heart. What the heart desires, so shall things be accomplished. Life is finite, but the operation of the Tao is infinite. Break through the three dimensions, elevate the spirit. In the wonderful fairyland, I roam freely. I act. I act in accordance with heavenly principles. Follow the natural course. Water flows and forms a stream. Diligent every day, trees grow into a forest. Not arrogant, not impatient. The mind and spirit are tranquil, not anxious, not angry, following the mandate of heaven and fate. Not seizing, not competing, enjoying peace. Do not yearn for or plot for glory and wealth. Do not judge or fixate on merits and faults. Stars follow their trajectory. I follow the Tao in my actions. Today I am ordinary. Tomorrow I am mediocre. 10 years of cold and heat, transforming stone into gold. After 50 years old, walking with the gods. There is hierarchy in heaven, and there is nobility and lowliness on earth. This is not determined by fate, but depends entirely on self-cultivation. Near the mountains, you recognize bird sounds. Near the water, you know fish nature. Worship Buddha to attain Buddha nature. Seek celestial and illusions become reality. The sky does not drop pies. Trees do not bear gold. To walk the road of happiness, you must be diligent every day. Among the myriad affairs of life, reading is the most important. Reading clarifies principles. Doing things naturally succeeds. Next, seek good friends. Good friends are confidants. They help you find your way back when lost, turning loneliness into fairyland. Fame and fortune confuse human nature. Success and failure mix truth and falsehood. Right and wrong are not for me to judge. Good and evil are discerned by divine. Busy hustle does not equate to diligence. Pursuing desires makes it hard to understand life. Using cunning does not count as cleverness. Striving for victory wastes time. Heaven above, please see my heart. Today my heart is like a clear mirror, unstained by dust and impure emotions. Let birth, aging, sickness, and death take their course. Merits and faults do not weigh on my heart. I do not commit acts against heaven and reason. I despise deceit and trickery. Even if I live a life of poverty, with a clear mind and calm spirit, I will ultimately realize my wish. Wu-Ting, Noon Sutra, Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Under the blazing sun, I toil in the fields, sweating profusely. It's not survival that compels me, but the pursuit of a beautiful life. I do not desire unexpected wealth, nor am I bothered by other splendor. You busy yourself with delicacies, while I find comfort in simple meals that warm my heart. I do not seek physical beauty, unafraid of having a dark complexion or being slender. You indulge in elegance and charm, while I find health in simplicity and grace. I do not court high-profile guests, but find joy in gathering with neighbors over fragrant tea. You create storms and waves, while a single good friend brings comfort to my heart. I do not yearn for promotion or wealth, leading a simple life without worry. You rush around everywhere, while I diligently tend to my own patch of land. I cannot command the winds and rains, but I can raise pigs and sheep. You flaunt your power over others, but for me, peace at home brings happiness. The sun rises in the east, and it rains in the west. Spring thrives and autumn fades. The young do not realize the sorrow of old age, exhausting themselves daily without rest. The mountains and rivers remain unchanged, but people are always in a hurry. What truth can they find in the end? 100 years pass swiftly, and the sun and moon mock my foolishness. The great river surges with magnificent momentum, while the small stream flows joyfully. The Kuanping soars high, its wings brushing the low-hanging clouds, while the oriole sings sweetly nestled in the forest. Everyone has their own life story. Why compare it with mine? You have your strategies to reach the heavens, while I have my little nocturnes. Gold is produced in the southern mountains, silver in the north. Why resent the heavens for unfairness? Whether riding horses or in carriages, one should act according to their station and not blame parents for lack of cultivation. Children's success depends on their nature. Why scold them for not being bright? Neighbors and friends all have their own sufferings. Do not resent them for lacking true feelings. Wolves eat meat, sheep eat grass, mice hoard food in their storage, snakes and scorpions are busy. All these are heavenly arrangements. Why foolishly get angry? Half the day has passed. I ask my heart, have I harmed heaven, earth, or man? Revitalized, I continue my journey, and my life renews itself every day. Wanting, Evening Sutra, Siefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. As night falls, people become weary, both body and mind exhausted, as if struggling. The numerous worries of the day, each one tormenting and hastening the graying of hair. In the evening, one should relax the body and mind, but the TV and phone keep ringing nonstop. Neighbors come over or call out for something, all our worldly disturbances scratching at the heart. Karaoke bars, dance halls, mahjong, pai gao, and night markets flourish. Even casually picking up a magazine can incite and arouse emotions. Busy with worldly matters, families become strangers. Though under the same roof, your heart and mind remain unknown to each other. Supporting a family is truly not easy, and upholding the family honor is even more arduous. When asked why life is so full of suffering, Buddha smiles and answers, the root of all sufferings lies within the heart. The sea of suffering is boundless, and if the heart is confusing, it is because of the impurity of the six senses. When priorities are misplaced, both body and mind grow weary, and time slips away in ambiguity. Life is not about this. Being confused by appearances is meaningless. Bodhidharma traveled 1,000 miles to the east, bearing the true, holy intent of the ancestor of Buddha. In the face of emotions such as hate or love, one must relinquish what needs to be relinquished. Embracing tranquility, indifference, and non-attachment, one advances in the Buddha's realm during daily activities. The Buddha's land is not an illusory realm. Its true forms reveal in the 33-dimensional space. Enlightening the mind and seeing one's nature is a daily practice. The journey to enlightenment and the true path of Bodhi begins. The supreme ruler of the universe, the greatest creator, is the same as the ancestor of Buddha and Allah. The Bible, Buddhist scriptures, and the Quran all lead to the same ultimate truth. Faith is not an empty feeling. It's like a lamp in the night. With devoted cultivation and sincere seeking, salvation comes when you least expect it. The great form has no shape. Great talent takes time to develop. Sowing a seed in spring, reaping in autumn. Great wisdom seems foolish. Its voice is rare. The supreme Tao is hidden without a name. A 9-story tower starts from a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A towering tree grows from tiny sprouts. Trickling streams become rivers. Every thought, every idea, every action, every small influence has an effect. Every second, every minute, every moment, each moment is golden. A slight deviation can lead to a great error. Light a heart lamp and you won't be lost. A clear mind and quiet heart lead to the path of heaven. A chaotic mind and restless heart lead to the gates of hell. Buddha's compassion guides the way, transforming me from within. Suddenly, the dark alley opens into a bright village. And now, I start anew, step by step. Yiti, Night Sutra, Siefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In the stillness of the deep night, the birds are silent. The stars twinkle and the moon shines brightly. Occasionally, dogs bark and cuckoos cry. This is the time to ponder profound truths. The countless stars have their own orbits. The moon waxes and wanes on schedule. Rivers surge along their courses. The rooster crows at dawn as expected. Flowers bloom and wither in their seasons. The rolling dust of the mortal world leaves traces. Changes in the world follow the flow of circumstances. Winds rise and waves surge with cause. The five elements mutually generate and overcome each other. Great prosperity cannot last long. It has its limits. Comets come and go, as do geese. Without coming and going, all would cease to exist. Joy and sorrow, partings and reunions depend on fate. Misfortune and poverty have their origins. Collapsing walls, falling houses, and car accidents are not mere bad luck. Illness and disaster come from my own wrongdoings. When things go wrong and wishes are unfulfilled, do not blame heaven or people. The vast world is fair. A beautiful life depends on cultivation. You reap what you sow. Harm heaven and reason, and your life will be in vain. If jealousy becomes a habit and you seek revenge, how can you find peace and happiness? If you still desire an umbrella after getting a raincoat, how can you be saved from your overwhelming greed? If you lack faith and guidance, how can the gods grant wisdom? Always competing and comparing, you bring unrest to the whole family. An uneasy heart leads to an unclear path. Even if you live to 100, you remain a confused soul. Selfishness turns you into a worldly person, with all your efforts amounting to nothing. A simple life, an ordinary person, a plain living, and a calm heart all start from simplicity. Simplicity and plainness are the true essence. Life has 18 ranks, from ignorant and worldly to mortal, sages, and saints. The universe is divided into 36 dimensions, with spiritual light connecting them all. The physical body has life and death, but the spiritual body is eternal. Heaven and earth are closely linked, and so are the human world and hell. Ascending to heaven or descending to hell is determined by me, based on my spiritual nature. This nature is composed of material nature, animal nature, human nature, and Buddha nature. By elevating spiritual nature, one becomes a celestial being, entering the wonderful fairyland. This way, one escapes the sufferings of human life, reaching the other shore and manifesting divine powers. Transcending the realms of desire, form, and formlessness, liberation is not confined within the five elements. Reciting scriptures daily, without interruption, with the aid of gods and Buddhas, I soar through the 9 heavens. 奥修的静心法不行. Osho's meditation method doesn't work. Xiefeng. March 27th, 2012. Translation edited by Jiejing. Without a doubt, Osho is a great enlightener of thought. His ideas are like a bomb, shattering the mental cages that have confined us for centuries, allowing us to see beyond those confines. Osho is a liberator. He frees our minds, enabling us to face facts with greater clarity and reason, no longer confused or deceived, thus freeing our thoughts. However, Osho does not understand the principles and mysteries of life, nor does he comprehend what time and space are. Therefore, he can only enlighten people, but not guide. He knows where the problems lie, but does not know the ways and methods to solve them. None of the methods he advocates are ultimate or final. If someone follows his methods completely, it will inevitably be futile. Osho's meditation methods are just scratching the surface and indulging in unrealistic fantasies. Despite there being thousands of groups practicing meditation according to Osho's methods with claimed good results, in my view, it's a form of ostrich psychology, self-deception, and deceiving others. Whether it's awareness, observation, breathing, etc., they're all illusions and fundamentally cannot solve the problem. Osho's definition of meditation as surpassing the mind and entering unknown dimensions is itself erroneous and ambiguous. Meditation methods built on such a flawed and ambiguous foundation are inevitably disorderly and chaotic, making it increasingly difficult to achieve tranquility through practice. So, what is tranquility? Tranquility is when the mind dwells nowhere, not bound by form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma, reaching the state of no sensation, thought, or consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or phenomena. No realm of sight, no realm of consciousness. No ignorance, and also no end of ignorance, no old age and death, and also no end of old age and death. No suffering, origination, cessation, path, no wisdom, and also no attainment. Zhuge Liang is the embodiment of wisdom. He believed that nothing can go far without tranquility. I can add that without tranquility, there can be no health, no order, no efficiency, no harmony, and no elevation. Tranquility is having a calm mind. So, how does one achieve tranquility? Start by solving problems. When your stomach is growling from hunger, first find something to eat and satisfy your hunger. Otherwise, any meditation techniques will struggle to calm your mind. If there's a gas leak at home, resolve that issue first. It's impossible to meditate with a leaking gas. If your child is crying nearby, soothe and make them happy first, resolving their crying issue. Otherwise, it's impossible to get tranquility. If you have a pile of worries and unfinished tasks, even if you go to a remote cave in the mountains to meditate, your mind will never settle. Therefore, solve real-life problems first. Face them directly to find peace. Otherwise, attempts at peace are just deceiving yourself. When there's a pile of troubles, how can you get tranquility? Troubles in your mind follow you everywhere. Can you really escape them? If troubles cannot be avoided, can you achieve peace of mind? Some people try to achieve peace through meditation, sitting quietly, or retreating into solitude. But this approach is ineffective if the fundamental issues of the mind remain unresolved. How can the mind be calm when its core issues are not addressed? Any semblance of calmness achieved in such a state is artificial self-deception. Injecting oneself with morphine or heroin may induce temporary tranquility, but once the effects wear off, the mind remains tangled and disturbed. Therefore, the essence of tranquility lies in having a mind free from worries. When the mind dwells nowhere, free from afflictions, attachments, concerns, sorrow, and fear. Even in the midst of activity, the mind can remain tranquil. Without addressing the fundamental issues of life such as sustenance, shelter, health, aging, sickness, and death, all attempts at achieving tranquility are merely scratching the surface. Of course, there is also a more profound method of achieving tranquility, which is to attain a state of no mind. Laozi teaches, favor and disgrace are like alarming dangers. Wealth and status are like great calamities. What does it mean that favor and disgrace are like alarming dangers? Favor is degrading. One is alarmed at gaining it, alarmed at losing it. This is what is meant by favor and disgrace are like alarming dangers. What does it mean that wealth and status are like great calamities? Why do I have such great calamities? Because I have a self. If I no longer had a self, what calamities would I have? The reason there are great calamities is because there is a self. If there were no self, what calamities could there be? Tranquility arises because there is a mind. If there were no mind, where would the need for tranquility come from? So, how can one achieve a state of no mind? By reading Chanyuan Corpus and Siefeng Corpus, and living in the second home community established by Life of Chanyuan, one can achieve no mind. 在爱里升华复活. Transcendence and Resurrection in Love. Dayform Buddha. May 10, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Seeds germinate in the soil. Eggs hatch at the appropriate temperature. Vinegar turns sour through fermentation. Particles generate energy in collisions. Thunder and lightning resonate throughout the universe through cloud collisions. Coal and oil are born under high temperature and pressure. Tsunamis are triggered by intense crustal movements, and exceptional talents are forged through life's trials. All transformations require suitable conditions. Without them, raw iron cannot become steel. Artists can transform ordinary tree roots into masterpieces. Gardeners can shape ordinary grass into classical forms. Scientists can send humans into space. And spiritual scholars can transcend time and space to encompass scenes billions of light years away. Conditions are not pre-existing. They require wisdom to create. The world of right and wrong is full of contentious people. Unhappy families or environments are created by unhappy individuals. Each person's current state is shaped by their own consciousness. To achieve freedom, joy, and happiness, one must first have a consciousness of freedom, joy, and happiness, and then seek environments that foster these qualities. A country bumpkin who studies in a big city for 4 years will undergo a significant change in appearance. An ordinary girl, after 4 years of immersion in the arts, will develop an elegant demeanor. The environment can transform a person. Having explained the principles, let us now consider how to ascend to higher realms of life. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. Life at Chanuan is a place for achieving celestial beings. There are two essential conditions. One is having a guide, and the second is the atmosphere created by Chanyuan Celestial's collective efforts. Without these basic conditions, even if you have great potential, even if you are a swan egg or a seed of a towering tree, you will eventually perish without suitable temperature and soil, drying out under the sun. The core of life lies in its non-material structure. The quality of life is determined by the structure. To give an imperfect analogy, the United States, China, and Zimbabwe are three countries with varying levels of economic development. This difference is not due to history or people, but is caused by the management structures of these countries. Different management structures determine the prosperity of a country. Similarly, the quality of a person's life is determined by their life structure. For Zimbabwe to become a developed country, it must first improve its national management structure. Likewise, for a mortal to become a celestial being, a Buddha, or a god, he must improve their life structure. So, what is a structure composed of? The structure of life is primarily composed of consciousness. Much like a country's management structure is ultimately shaped by its culture. Thus, to become a celestial being, we must cultivate consciousness. The core component of advanced life consciousness is love. The higher the life form, the higher the content of love in its consciousness. The lower the life form, the lower the content of love. This can be verified by observing those around us. Conduct a survey comparing an unhappy family with a happy one, and you will likely conclude that all members of an unhappy family lack love, while all members of a happy family are filled with love. Since the essence of life lies in its structure, and the main component of structure is consciousness, with the amount of love in consciousness determining the level of existence, our advanced practice should start with love. How to start with love? First, we need to recognize and understand love, grasp its essence and extension, and then practice in love. How to practice? Life at Chanuan itself is a paradise of love, an ocean of love. I set an example with my words and actions. I encourage everyone to actively participate in the construction of Life at Chanuan. Your involvement in this process is your process of practice and cultivation and process of love. I do not focus on the results of Life at Chanuan's construction. Whether there are results is not very important. What matters is the process, as practicing love lies in the process, not in the result. Without the process, there will be no result. Therefore, practicing love means participating in the construction of Life at Chanuan, but it can also be practiced in daily work, study, and life. The problem is that in the environment of the secular world, where love is scarce, it is difficult to express one's love. Thus, practicing love in Life at Chanuan is the most effective way to cultivate love. Let us transcend and resurrect in love. Note: the content of advanced practice is generally not made public. However, today, inspired by Tongxin Celestial and considering that the three sisters, Tongxin, Songlong, and Ailian, have arrived at Life at Chanuan at the same time, reflecting their love, I am making this advanced practice content public to thank them for their love towards Life at Chanuan. This content will undoubtedly illuminate countless people who are lost on the path of practice and cultivation, helping them gain clarity on their goals and direction. This piece is dedicated to the three sisters of Songlong and their parents. 在爱里升华, Transcendence in Love. Tao 1. May 13th, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Water sublimate under the sun. Temperature causes water to decompose. transitioning from solid ice to liquid water to gaseous vapor, eventually rising from the lowlands to become white clouds soaring in the blue sky, appreciating the boundless beauty of nature. Without temperature, solid ice would remain frozen in the wilderness forever. Life sublimate in love. Love melts and purifies the impurities in the structure of life, enabling a barbaric, restless, and violent person to learn civility, tolerance, gratitude, creativity, and giving. This transforms an ignorant person into a worldly individual, a worldly person into a mortal into a sage, and a sage into a celestial being. Without the nurturing and baptism of love, a person remains in their most primitive state, forever unaware of the mysteries of the heavenly realm. Among all methods of cultivation and practice, the practice and cultivation of love is the core content for elevating the quality of life and is the most direct path. Without practicing love, even if a person achieves supernatural powers through diligent practice, they cannot become an angel, a celestial being, or a Buddha, but may instead become a demon. This is because the essence of life lies in its structure, in the symmetry, harmonious proportion, and perfection of that structure. A life without love is inherently imperfect, as can be seen from water crystallization experiments and the colors of light emitted by the human physiological field. To achieve the quality of a celestial being, one must undergo the nurturing and baptism of love. Impurities in the life structure must be purified through love. Anyone who refuses to accept and release love is rejecting the elevation of life. An elevated life lives in light, peace, tranquility, and freedom, while a life with many impurities lives in darkness, turmoil, restlessness, and fear. In fact, not only are the differences between life and hell, on earth, and in heaven vast, but by observing the people around us, we can discern the amount of love present in their life structures. Those lacking love in their life structure have large tempers, erratic behaviors, restlessness, are unreasonable, difficult to please, arrogant, rude, deceitful, untrustworthy, opportunistic, perpetually dissatisfied, and emotionally cold, as if someone owes them a bushel of sorghum. They are constantly calculating and distrusting others, with a dark heart and disbelief in the true affection existing in the world. In contrast, people with high levels of love in their life structure exude hope, kindness, harmony, calmness, joy, and happiness. They do not calculate or guard against others. Their demeanor is gentle, like a clear stream, a beautiful and fragrant flower, a refreshing breeze, or a brilliant sunrise. Being around them feels reassuring, relaxed, comfortable, and natural, providing a superior spiritual and mental experience. To transcend in love, one must learn to accept and release love. Those unwilling to accept love are narrow-minded, have distorted personalities, and exhibit unhealthy psychological states. Their inner world is like a closed room that never allows sunlight or fresh air in, filled with self-perceived precious hatred, resentment, selfishness, and bitterness. Therefore, it is crucial to stay away from those who refuse to accept love, as they are not only selfish but also very dangerous. We must accept love and also release it. Merely accepting without releasing will lead to inflation and explosion. Those who commit suicide for love are essentially those who have received too much and released too little, ultimately leading to an explosion. I would like to note that the more affectionate a person is, the kinder, wiser, and more understanding he is, and the more love he has. The more emotionally dedicated one is, the more extreme, troubled, selfish, and dangerous he can become, and the less love he has. We love the sun because it unselfishly spreads warmth and light to the entire world. We love flowers because they bring beauty and fragrance to everyone. We cannot love a flashlight because it only illuminates one person. We cannot praise a beauty who wraps herself tightly because her beauty does not benefit the public. In fact, her tight wrapping indicates that she is very unattractive. Seeds germinate and grow in the soil, and life sublimates and resurrects in love. Without soil, seeds remain seeds. Without love, humans remain humans, unable to transcend into celestial beings. Many people have been hurt by love, injured by love, choked by love, or dragged down by love. I want to say that this is self-inflicted. The fault lies with you. Please do not make excuses. True love does not hurt you, injure you, choke you, or drag you down. If this happens, it is because your love is selfish. Love does not cause harm, but brings spiritual fullness and beauty to the soul. If you feel that love has mistreated you, it is because you seek to monopolize love. Love is an art, a resonance of the soul. Love must have beauty. Without beauty and artistry, love loses its sanctity and mystery. Wildness on the streets is not love because it lacks beauty. Embracing and kissing a cobra is not a harmonious resonance. The cobra might think you are trying to eat it. Humanity has never truly felt the joy that love brings because humanity has never created an environment for love. No matter how delicious the food is, it is hard to taste it properly while squatting in a toilet. No matter how affectionate you are, if surrounded by inanimate objects, it is difficult to convey emotions. The lambs of love should live among the flock of love, not among wolves. Therefore, to transcend in love, it is best to practice and cultivate in life a genuine. 在爱中复活. Resurrection in Love. Tao 1. May 14th, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. To die and then come back to life is called resurrection. Everything is moving towards death. This is a program, a law. But every law has exceptions, and that too is a program and a law. Life is like a software program with self-repair functions and ongoing repair capabilities. To repair aging and damage, new energy needs to be injected, and it must be spiritual energy. Just a call is enough to awaken someone deeply asleep and traveling in dreams. Just by calling with love, a person in a vegetative state can awaken. Love is the most immense energy for healing life. It can awaken the sleeping person. When someone dreaming is awakened, his consciousness returns from the dream to reality. This is resurrection. When someone traveling in the human realm is awakened by people, his consciousness returns to heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium world. This is resurrection. I am here to resurrect you, and the method I use is love. Please accept my love, feel my love, and resonate with it spiritually. As you align with my love, you will gradually awaken, and your consciousness will return to heaven. Once you are fully awakened, you will have returned to heaven. I am here to find those who have descended from heaven to the human world throughout history, not to teach people. This is my mission, to use love to resurrect those celestial beings who have descended from the heavenly realm to the human world, but whose consciousness remains asleep. Those who are lightly asleep will respond immediately to the love I emit, with love at first sight and eternal fidelity. Those who are deeply asleep need my constant calling, and those who are profoundly asleep need me to shake them. Those who are not the ones I seek are indifferent to the love I emit. It is because their souls are out of sync. They have never experienced life in heaven, so their consciousness lacks this information. Hence, I cannot awaken them, and there is no question of awakening or resurrection. The higher the level of life, the more perfect the life structure. Their structure is mainly composed of love. Therefore, to resurrect them, only love can be used. By inputting powerful energy of love, their original life structure can be resurrected. This is one of the aspects of advanced cultivation. Please resurrect in love, and let me bring you back to heaven. This is not your home. Your home is in heaven, which is made of love. Dear ones, wake up! 自我控制死亡的证据. Evidence of self-directed death. Dayform Buddha. June 15, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. I have shared with several Chanyuan celestials that humans have the ability to control their own life and death. If necessary, death can be completed through the power of the mind. However, before death, one must be clear about where to go afterward. When you thoroughly understand the heavenly realm you should reach and have repaid all debts of the human world, after resolving all earthly attachments, you can decide the time to leave the human world at any moment. This may sound incomprehensible and incredible, but it is indeed true. As for how to control death, it involves the secrets of life genuine and will not be disclosed now, but you can gain insight from the facts below. Older Chanyuan celestials should contemplate this issue carefully, read this article seriously, and seek a perfect conclusion in their practice and cultivation. The selected article below includes a story about a white mouse, illustrating that life only holds hope when a direction is determined. Life Genuine has clearly pointed out the direction of life and revealed the principles of understanding one's destination after death and how to reach the ideal shore through the 8 levels of thinking and the 8 major mysteries of life. This should be deeply contemplated. Evidence from science. Where does the human mind come from? Can the mind be naturally produced within the human body? For a long time, people believed that the mind was naturally produced by the brain. To answer how the human mind differs from that of animals, it was necessary to find the fundamental differences between the human brain and animal brains. Many scientists devoted their lives to seeking evidence, but later scientific research proved that much of this evidence was flawed. The average weight of the human brain is about 1,300 grams, but this does not signify much. Larger animals have proportionally larger brains. For example, an elephant's brain weighs about 4,000 grams, and a whale's brain weighs about 7,000 grams. Later, people invented the method of comparing brain volume to body weight to explain the origin of the mind. However, this method proved to be ineffective. Look at the data. Humans are 138, whales are 1:2500, elephants are 1:500, and gorillas are 1:100. Humans seem to have an advantage, yet a white mouse is 126, a gibbon is 128, and a sparrow is 134, all superior to humans in this aspect, but they do not possess a mind. With the further development of brain science, it seemed that humans had finally discovered the source of the mind, the many convolutions of the human brain, causing the mind to flow like spring water from mountain valleys. The surface area of the human brain's hemispheres is about 2,250 square centimeters, equivalent to the size of a large newspaper, while the surfaces of mouse and rabbit brains are relatively flat. This seems reasonable. However, scientists soon discovered that dolphins in the ocean have brain convolutions that are no less than humans, and even more. If we judge the richness of the mind based on brain convolutions alone, the result would likely not favor humans, but rather an unexpected animal. Some people believe that the number of brain cells in humans exceeds that of other animals, which is why humans can generate a mind. Unfortunately, the facts do not support this. If we use the number of brain cells per 0.0001 cubic millimeter as a standard, we find humans have 10.5, whales 6.8, cats 30.8, and mice 105.0. The smaller the animal, the higher the density of brain cells. Evolutionary biologists have pointed out that the human frontal lobe is much larger than that of other primates, suggesting it to be the source of our creative thinking and language abilities. However, scholars at the University of Iowa believe that the size of the human frontal lobe is not significantly different from that of other primates. Researchers Marsh and Semendeferi at Iowa scanned some primates, including humans, using magnetic resonance imaging and measured the size of each brain part. They found that the human frontal lobe is not markedly different from that of primates. Gorillas have 31.7%, chimpanzees 36.1%, and humans 36.8%. Chimpanzees have 5.4% more than gorillas, but are not significantly smarter. Humans only have 0.7% more than chimpanzees, but are much smarter. Thus, the size of the frontal lobe does not explain much. Scientific discoveries indicate that the brain, as a natural information processing system, exhibits consciousness that, in terms of its physiological mechanisms, differs from that of other animals only in complexity, not in essence. Both are manifestations of a common biological, electrical, and biochemical process. In a hospital in Virginia, USA, A peculiar baby was born whose entire cranial cavity was essentially a cyst filled with water, making the baby effectively brainless. Doctors predicted that this brainless baby would not have any mental activity, would never laugh, and would be very lucky to survive a few weeks. However, contrary to the prediction, the baby exhibited some human-like awareness, enjoyed watching TV, and would laugh at interesting TV programs. It lived for a full 5 years. Where did this baby's consciousness come from? Surely, it cannot come from water. Modern science has proven that the brain will die completely within a few minutes in the absence of oxygen. In former East Germany, an experiment was conducted where a head was severed from a body after a car accident, in which the body had been shattered, but the head remained intact. The severed head survived without oxygen for 146 hours. Electronic instruments continuously tracked the electronic signals from the head. For 76 hours, the head functioned normally and could communicate by blinking. After that, it gradually declined, and brainwaves disappeared after 146 hours. This is an unconventional example of the existence of consciousness that is difficult to explain with modern brain science. At the University of Sheffield in northern England, there was a student in the mathematics department with consistently high intelligence. He excelled in all exams and was well-liked by his peers and professors. However, during a physical examination, Professor John Lorber, a neurology expert at the University of Sheffield, made a surprising discovery while performing a CT scan on the student. Despite the student's high IQ, he had almost no brain. His cerebral cortex was only 0.3 millimeters thick, whereas a normal person's cortex is about 4.5 millimeters thick. Beneath his cortex was cerebrospinal fluid. The professor was astonished and could not understand where the student's high intelligence came from. In modern life, with the increasing maturity of neurosurgery, more and more people survive after having half their brains removed. In Kunming, a patient had half his brain removed in 1960 due to illness, but functioned almost normally and was able to perform his job effectively after starting work in 1973. All evidence seems to suggest that the human mind likely exists independently of the physical body. The mind exists as an independent entity apart from the body. If this hypothesis holds, then all early human theories about the soul should be reconsidered. An American psychologist conducted a psychological experiment in which a subject was brought into an empty room while screams could be heard from an adjacent room. The psychologist told the subject that the experiment was to test the limits of human pain endurance. The window was open to show the entire process. A person was tied tightly to a chair, and nearby a furnace glowed with red-hot coals. A doctor used tongs to take out a red-hot coin from the furnace and placed it on the person's arm. There was a hissing sound. The arm began to smoke, and a scream of excruciating pain followed. After the experiment, the person stumbled down from the chair, clutching their burn arm, with a coin-sized burn scar clearly visible on their arm. The psychologist showed several similar experiments to the subject. Afterward, the subject was taken to the experiment room and tied tightly to a chair. A red-hot coin was taken from the furnace, and the psychologist said, "I am now going to place this coin on your arm." The subject suddenly felt a hot object on their arm, followed by intense, piercing pain, and screamed loudly. The doctors found that the subject had developed a third-degree burn scar the size of a coin on his arm. In fact, all the experiments were fake. The burns and screams were simulated. The true experiment subject was the last one. The coin placed on the subject's arm was only slightly warmed, just above body temperature, and could not cause burns. Therefore, where did this third-degree burn scar come from? Since there were no external factors, it must be attributed to consciousness and mind causing the body to burn, because the mind believed the body should burn under such conditions. In this experiment, the possibility of the body causing its own burns was eliminated because the body can only passively react to external stimuli. This experiment proves that the mind has absolute control over the body, allowing the body to react in unimaginable ways under certain conditions. The body is merely a slave or tool of the mind. This conclusion from scientific experiments is similar to various religious views on the soul. For example, Taoism believes that the body is merely a furnace for cultivation, where one refines their three treasures to achieve spiritual evolution. Buddhism also believes that Buddha nature can control the body. The American journal Biopsychology published an example of a psychological experiment by psychologist Kratz, which originated from a legal case involving a death. At a university in the United States, a group of college students orchestrated a prank. Late one night, they suddenly put an unsuspecting friend into a bag. Without saying a word, they carried the bag to a train station, chose a long-abandoned railway track, and placed their poor friend on it. Then they squatted nearby to watch. At that moment, the sound of a train leaving the station echoed from a distance, and the ground began to tremble slightly. The friend lying on the track started to struggle, unaware that the railway track he was on had been abandoned and that the approaching train would pass by on another track. As the train got closer, the pranksters noticed that when the train was still about 100 meters away, their poor friend stopped moving. The roaring train passed with an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. However, when the pranksters went to their friend's side after the train had passed, they found that their friend was dead. In the subsequent autopsy, the coroner found no signs of damage to any internal organs. So, how did this person die? Was it homicide or suicide? How should the law rule on this case? This incident became a hot topic of discussion. Psychologists did not partake in the idle chatter. Instead, they conducted a series of psychological experiments to unravel this mystery. Among the many psychological experiments, one was conducted by Kratz, and it went like this. They placed a small white mouse into a large pool to observe its behavior under dangerous circumstances. It is well known that mice generally have strong swimming abilities, and the pool, although large, was within the swimming range of the mouse. When the mouse fell into the water, it did not swim immediately, but circled around, squeaking. It was assessing its location, using its whiskers as sensors to detect its surroundings. The mouse's squeaks would bounce off the pool's edges and reflect back, allowing the whiskers to detect the size, direction, and distance of the target. After squeaking and circling a few times, the mouse swam energetically in a chosen direction and soon reached the shore. This happened repeatedly in the experiments. The psychologists then selected another mouse, this time cutting off all its whiskers before placing it in the center of the pool. The mouse circled around, squeaking, but without its whiskers, it could not determine its location. It continued circling and squeaking anxiously, but to no avail. Soon, this mouse drowned at the bottom of the pool. Psychologists explained the mouse's death as follows. Because the mouse's whiskers were cut, it could not accurately determine its location. In its mind, it was surrounded by water and believed there was no way to escape. In such a situation, the mouse stopped all efforts and forcibly ended its own life. In reality, the mouse had died before it sank to the bottom, effectively killing itself. Psychologists concluded that all animals, when confronted with utterly hopeless situations, would forcibly end their own lives. This is known as mental suicide. When the person on the railway track heard the train approaching and felt the track vibrating, he struggled to escape the danger. But, tied in a bag, he knew he couldn't escape. To avoid the agony of being dismembered by the train, he ended his life when the train was still about 100 meters away. Therefore, he died by suicide. So, what is the mechanism behind his suicide? In this case, we once again see the role of the independent spiritual life separate from the physical body. In fact, there are countless examples supporting this argument. In deep hypnosis psychological experiments, we are often baffled by phenomena such as unexplained increases in blood sugar levels. These experiments all point to one conclusion. The mind is independent of the body and can control the body. Ancient religious beliefs held this view, as do rigorous traditional Chinese medicine and scientifically inclined Taoist theories. Modern scientific experiments have also proven this point. This series of clues convinces us that this conclusion is correct. In fact, there are numerous examples in the history of human scientific development that can prove our point, though these experiments were previously overlooked. In 1934, in New Delhi, the capital of India, several psychologists sought to conduct an unusual psychological experiment, but finding subjects proved challenging. After much effort, They found a criminal who was about to be executed with the help of the police and the courts. One day, the police brought the criminal to a laboratory and told him, "Because of your heinous crimes, we have decided to drain your blood to death." They then tied the criminal to a bed, stretched out his arm, and fixed it. The criminal's line of sight was blocked. A doctor held a gleaming scalpel in front of the criminal and said, "I will use this scalpel to cut your artery." He lightly cut the artery, causing minimal bleeding that soon stopped. However, psychologists placed a metal basin with good echo properties under his arm and used a drip to drop water into the basin. The dripping water made a ticking sound as it struck the metal basin. The room was silent, and everyone held their breath to observe the criminal's expression. Occasionally, the disguised psychologist would say things like, 300 milliliters already, or almost half a basin. As the ticking sound continued, the criminal's face turned pale, as if he had really lost blood. After a while, his breathing weakened, and he eventually died, his face deathly pale. After the experiment, psychologists were left puzzled. How did this criminal die? Was it a case of homicide or suicide? Modern psychological therapy often uncovers strange phenomena of life. Let us examine two real psychological experiments. In a hypnosis test, the doctor casually picked up a cup of plain water and told the subject, "This is a cup of water filled with a lot of sugar. It's very sweet, and you will feel very comfortable after drinking it." The subject, under deep hypnosis, drank the plain water. As we know, when we drink a sugary beverage, the sugar is absorbed into the blood through the digestive system, increasing the blood sugar concentration. Strangely, after the subject drank the plain water, they were immediately awakened, and blood tests were conducted to check the subject's blood sugar concentration. The result was unexpected. Despite the digestive system not absorbing any sugar, the subject's blood sugar concentration was significantly higher, as if they had drunk a very sweet beverage. Where did this mysterious sugar come from? Who produced this sugar? In another hypnosis test, a person was deeply hypnotized, and the doctor told him, "When you wake up and see me pick up the cup, you will throw this pen out of the window." The subject was then awakened. After a considerable amount of time, when the doctor picked up the cup, the subject actually grabbed the pen from the table and threw it out of the window. Later, when asked why he threw the pen out of the window, the subject had no idea why they did it. This is a thought-provoking result. The separation of mind and body is also evidenced by other scientific experiments. In 1966, when doctors opened one skull and stimulated a specific area of the brain with tiny electrodes, they found a delay of 0.5 seconds between the start of the stimulation and the corresponding reaction of the body. If consciousness were a function of the brain, the stimulation and reaction should be simultaneous. This situation suggests only one possibility. Consciousness and the brain are not one entity. Consciousness is independent of the brain. In 1978, Nobel Prize winner and neurophysiologist Eccles summarized his years of research and proposed a shocking new viewpoint. Brain excitation is not equivalent to mind and consciousness. He believed that humans have a self-aware mind independent of the brain, and the brain is merely its material tool. He said, "Each of us has had non-material thinking and self-awareness capabilities during some period of embryonic development or early childhood. This soul endows us with human characteristics: consciousness, thought, love, hate, fear, etc." He speculated that the non-material self continues to exist after the material brain dies. What Eccles referred to as self-aware mind is not the type of consciousness typically derived from brain function, but something similar to the soul in religious and mythological contexts. The issue has come full circle and returned to its original starting point. We have spent hundreds of years realizing that the viewpoint of mind-body separation may not be mere absurd religious superstition. This article is excerpted from the book Humanity Was Once Destroyed by Li Weidong. 明道体超因缘 获益于乾坤草大师智慧. Perceiving the substance of Tao, transcending karma. Gaining from the wisdom of Master Qian Celestial. Dayform Buddha. July 25, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Master Qian Chao in his work Ali Yeshi and Transforming Consciousness, informs us that Tao possesses three attributes: substance T, form Sheng, and function Yung. Substance, form, and function are the characteristics of Tao. The entirety of Tao encompasses these three parts. For instance, an apple we see is its form. Its flesh can be eaten by humans or other animals, which is its function, but the substance of the apple is invisible. Its substance resides in the genetic structure of the apple tree, which is part of the natural system, and in turn exists within the macrostructural system of the Tao substance. The pursuit of Tao involves transforming consciousness, altering awareness, to comprehend the substance of Tao through its form and function. By understanding the substance of Tao, one can attain clarity, liberation from all constraints, and achieve effortless ease. Master Chinkoan Celestial states, if a seeker of Tao can understand how the form and function of Tao operate and gradually comprehend the principles that all is created by the mind, they can progressively see through the form and function of Tao and ultimately understand its substance. This is the method of exhaustively exploring principles and nature. When the principles are exhausted, the nature is perceived. Thus, by fully integrating and comprehending the substance, form, and function of Tao, and realizing the principle that one is all and all is one attains enlightenment, great liberation, and complete understanding. A genuine practitioner, cultivator, and seeker of Tao does not seek magical powers or special abilities, does not aim to make a name for themselves or dominate the world during their lifetime, nor do they seek to gain anything. Instead, they seek enlightenment and liberation, to be free and enjoy the joy of life in any space and time. Transcending the three realms, not confined within the five elements. Once the essence of Tao is understood, one can transcend the constraints of form and function and the cycle of rebirth caused by karmic conditions, heading straight to the ultimate blissful world of life. The Buddha said that giving without form surpasses the giving of 7 treasures as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Master Chinkuan Celestial stated, a single sentence of transformed speech is more valuable than 10 measures of relics. In fact, Master Chinkuan Celestial's words have already cleared the clouds for us, and the merit is immeasurable. Reading 100 books is not as valuable as understanding a few words taught by Master Chinkuan Celestial. The state attained in this life determines the world of the next life. The fruit of this life becomes the seed of the next life. Regardless of whether you possess unique abilities, myriad magical powers, exceptional intelligence, extensive knowledge, or whether you are a king, a minister, or wealthy enough to rival a nation, if you cannot transform your consciousness, you will not be able to access the wisdom of the Buddha. All phenomena are mind-made. Everything flows from the Dharma realm, and everything returns to the Dharma realm. It is a whole. The whole is in constant change and transformation. What was true yesterday has become false today. Seeking Tao in this manner will never lead to Tao. The light in a room comes from the sun, from the form and function of light. One can infer the existence of the sun's substance. Substance, form, and function are the characteristics of Tao. The entirety of Tao includes substance, form, and function. The substance of Tao is invisible and beyond sensory perception. The greatest creator is formless. What can be seen and perceived are the form and function of Tao. The substance cannot be seen or proven by scientific means. Only the form and function of Tao can be seen and proven. Everything seen is the form and function of Tao. Everyone lives within the form and function of Tao. All things are without self-nature, transforming in the interplay of conditions. Humans, like donkeys turning a millstone, revolve around forms without understanding self-nature and cannot transform consciousness. Everything is already clear. We just need to deeply understand the meaning of these words. The world one goes to in the next life is determined by the state attained just before death. If one attains the state of super-celestial beings, he will go to the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. If one attains the state of Buddhas, he will go to the pure land of Buddhahood. If one attains the state of celestial being, He will go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world. If one attains the state of deity, celestial being, he will wander through all time and space. The fruit stages and Jingwa spoken of in Buddhism are essentially states of realization. Of course, if one continually fails to transform consciousness and remains fixated on the form and function of Tao, the best outcome is reincarnation into the human world. Many people do not understand reincarnation. Think carefully. Without reincarnation, would this world still exist? Water recycles, the atmosphere recycles, plants recycle, animals recycle, growth, aging, death, and then growth again. Birth is the function of death, and death is the substance of birth. Birth and death are a form of reincarnation. Everything is in continuous cycle. How could humans not reincarnate? To sum up, I hope everyone resonates, finds joy, and does not leave life a genuine. The treasure is in one's own land. There is no need to wander aimlessly. The wisdom of the masters in life a genuine is not inferior to that of masters outside the walls. Continue the collective journey without delay. 生命轮回概要. Summary of Reincarnation. Dayform Buddha. September 1st, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Without external forces, a moving object would continue in a straight line at a constant speed along its initial direction forever. However, this is merely theoretical. In reality, no object is free from external forces. All objects are subjected to varying degrees of external forces that influence and constrain their movement. Once the magnitude and direction of these external forces are determined, the object's motion forms a fixed trajectory, which represents its destiny. Before one's spiritual perception is awakened, one's destiny follows a fixed trajectory, similar to how an astronomer can accurately predict a planet's orbit. A wise fortune teller can predict a person's future life path with high accuracy. Once spiritual perception is awakened, destiny is entirely in one's own hands. Even the greatest fortune teller cannot predict the course of a person's life, as those with awakened spiritual perception can change at any moment and transform in myriad ways. Our practice and cultivation are about awakening this spiritual perception. Enlightenment is essentially the activation of one's own spiritual perception. How will life reincarnate? Here is a summary standard and guidance for practitioners to refer to. People with the greatest love will become super celestial beings. People with the utmost benevolence will become Buddhas. People with the greatest happiness will become deity, celestial beings. People with the greatest health will become land, celestial beings. People with the greatest kindness will become human, celestial beings. People with the greatest loyalty will ascend to nobility. People who are filial to their parents will return with great blessings. People with impartial minds will return to the human world. People who have built up their virtues will be wealthy. People with muddle-headed, confused minds will fall to the animal world. People with indifference will be reincarnated to the plant world. People with wicked intentions will sink into the ghost world. People who have lorded over and bullied others will degrade to the frozen layer. People who are intentionally evil will fall into the inflamed layer. Please verify these standards with those who have awakened spiritual perception. 修行者的路. The Path of the Practitioner. Dayform Buddha. September 3rd, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The path of the practitioner leads to the sacred homeland. Practitioners are saints. Their hearts are pure, crystal clear, perfect, luminous, untainted by a speck of dust, undistracted, meticulous, and filled with an awe-inspiring spirit. They embody the essence of the sun and moon, accumulating the grand righteousness of a millennium, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and reading the knowledge of countless centuries. They view life as a brief journey, to be appreciated wholeheartedly, but without attachment. They take the changes of the world as a matter of course, not halting their sacred journey from mundane affairs. They are always striving towards the highest realms of life and life, moving towards light, auspiciousness, eternity, and freedom. The path of the practitioner leads to the heavenly paradise, where time and space are limitless. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world are splendidly beautiful. The practitioner's thinking transcends all constraints and barriers, with their consciousness often soaring and exploring in the boundless realms of celestial and Buddha lands. The illusions of the present cannot obstruct their infinite vision. Mundane human emotions cannot shake their firm belief, and the clamor of the world cannot block the divine call from the non-material world. The allure of fame and fortune cannot taint their longing for the heavenly paradise. Following the path laid out by sages, they face the twilight and steadily advance towards the horizon of blissful realms. The path of the practitioner leads to a tranquil and elegant heavenly paradise, with winding paths that lead to secluded and often hidden realms. Human footprints are rare, and the path is abundant with the sounds of birds and the scent of flowers, but few people have heard of it. Only gods and Buddhas make their presence known. Celestial beings accompany, sages follow, and kindred spirits hold hands. Along the way, cranes fly, and divine music lingers. The landscape is peaceful and harmonious, exuding serene beauty. As the mundane concerns of the dusty world do not enter the realm of colorful clouds, the clamor of the secular world cannot tarnish the path of cultivation. Mountains upon mountains, water after water, there are often surprises waiting around the corner. Wind chases wind, cloud upon cloud. It is always a fine and sunny day. The practitioner constantly experiences wonderful feelings, inexplicably excited, as if riding clouds and driving fog, enjoying boundless freedom and comfort. The path of the practitioner transcends the ordinary and leads directly to celestial realms. Practitioners do not hold consciousness of nations, ethnicities, religions, political parties, or families. They do not distinguish between good and bad, virtuous and evil people. They only aspire to beauty, avoid falling into cliches, see only the fairyland, and remain indifferent to worldly affairs. The blooming and withering of flowers do not concern them, and the coming and going of wind and rain hardly stirs their hearts. Even though death is omnipresent, they see through the vanity of the world and smile radiantly. They are detached from the material world, remain calm in the face of collapsing mountains, find joy in the journey, and naturally follow the path of Tao. They face fierce beasts without fear, maintain a tranquil heart in adverse circumstances, confront death without batting an eye, and they achieve the state where there is no self, no others, and no dharma. The path of the practitioner is lively and dynamic, not bound by trivialities. There are no spells, no precepts, and even less so, constitutions and laws. Their inner self possesses its own moral conscience, a court of balance within. They walk the path of truth, follow the nature of nature, without fixed forms, disregarding worldly doctrines. My heart moves with me, I move with the nature moves with the spirit moves with the Tao. They traverse in an instant, soaring beyond the ninth heaven, following in the footsteps of the 8 celestials crossing the sea, as free and unrestrained as a celestial steed soaring across the sky, transcending the constraints of time and space to express love, never forsaking a moment of blissful enjoyment. Just as the wind passes through the bamboo without leaving a sound, the geese pass over the pond without leaving a shadow, they carry their knapsack without delaying the journey. The path of the practitioner is not lonely or solitary. Loneliness is the patent of those with narrow hearts. Solitude is the label of the arrogant and conceited. Opening the windows of the soul, thousands of living beings share joy and journey with me. Gazing at the beauty of the distant mountains, ancient Buddhas and sages join me in appreciating the scenery. Looking left and right, there is no shortage of kindred spirits resonating with my soul. Looking forward and backward, angels and celestials echo me from afar. I wander in the sea of Dharma where hundreds of boats are sailing, and roam leisurely in the mountains and waters where the sounds of nature ring. Birds sing and dance in unison. 1,000 flowers release their fragrance to send me off, Kindred spirits of the soul accompany me, and lovers accompany me, talking and laughing, free and easy. The path of the practitioner is deep in affection and heavy in righteousness, full of friendship along the way. Heartlessness is the behavior of demons. Heartlessness is the path to hell for those who are obsessed and do not repent. Heartlessness is a portrayal of the psychological state of jealousy and hatred of demons and monsters. Heartlessness is the natural enemy of kindness, compassion, and mercy. Practitioners are full of love for the world, have affection for heaven and earth, have affection for gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints, have affection for mountains, rivers, earth, plants, and insects, have affection for parents, children, siblings, have affection for lovers, confidants, friends, have affection for fellow celestial friends who resonate with the soul. The heartless are not pitted by heaven. The affectionate are blessed and cared for by gods, Buddhas, and celestials. The path of the practitioner is full of obstacles and dangers. If you go with the flow, you are ordinary. If you go against the flow, you become celestial. Going downstream leads to the bitter ocean. Going upstream reaches the clear source. Climbing the mountain is step by step difficult. Going down the mountain is a roll to the bottom. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Celestial beings are born from bitter cultivation. The ignorant care often does not cease in the ears. The selfish care often makes the heart upset. The worldly temptation is like a cliff. The short-lived love of the world often makes people difficult to walk. Sometimes there is a strong wind blowing. Sometimes there is a heavy rain pouring. Sometimes there are tigers and wolves blocking the road. Sometimes there are interests entangled. Only to light the divine lamp in the heart, the fog dissipates, and the path to the kingdom of heaven is clear. 修炼者的心, the heart of the cultivator. Dayform Buddha, September 5th, 2006. Translation edited by Yu. The heart of the cultivator aligns with the hearts of the common people. They constantly hold the well-being of all people in their hearts. The happiness of the masses is their happiness, and the sorrow of the masses is their sorrow. As long as there is even one kind, honest, trustworthy, and hard-working person enduring hardship, the cultivator will not enjoy personal joy. They see the world's parents as their own parents, the world's children as their own children, the world's women as their own sisters, and the world's men as their own brothers. If the neighbors cry, the cultivator cannot laugh. If their family members cry, the cultivator cannot laugh. They bear the world's sorrows on their shoulders and work to relieve the world's suffering. The heart of the cultivator aligns with the heart of all things. The universe is trustworthy, and all things are sentient. Trees, flowers, plants, insects, and animals exist for me, and they all contribute to my nourishment. Mountains, rivers, and vast lands support my existence, serving as the carrier of my life and the vessel for crossing the river. I take what I need without letting greed drive me to harm any living being. When all things cry, my heart cannot find peace. When the mountains and rivers are shattered, I cannot be whole. Let the grass and trees grow. Let the butterflies flutter. Let the streams flow clear. Let the beasts and birds run and fly freely. My heart merges with all things, and all things live within my heart. The heart of the cultivator aligns with the heart of the universe. The vast sky understands my heart. The expansive universe travels with me. The universe is the cradle of my consciousness and the home of my thinking. As long as the universe exists, so do I. If the universe ceases, so do I. The twinkling stars send me greetings and blessings. The sun and moon move to care for, love, protect, and bless me. In the 36-dimensional spaces and 36 worlds, traversing the vast oceans and touring the myriad realms, my heart melts into the universe, and the universe is filled with my heart. The heart of the cultivator aligns with the heart of gods and Buddhas. We revere Jesus as a god and Shakyamuni as a Buddha, seeing Jesus as our Father and Buddha as our teacher. We are the children of Jesus and disciples of Buddha. What Jesus desires is our desire, and Buddha's teachings are our actions. Our consciousness merges with gods and Buddha, and our emotions blend with gods and Buddha. Clad in Jesus' armor and wielding Shakyamuni's staff, we become embodiments of Jesus and Buddha. We follow where Jesus points and go where Buddha leads. The heart of the cultivator aligns with a heart of compassion. Our hearts are delicate and tender, like the tender shoots in early spring. This is true for all living beings. Our hearts should be as caring as if we were nurturing a newborn baby, and as merciful as witnessing the crystal morning dew on branches disappearing in an instant. Care is shown in the fleeting moment of flint light, and mercy is dedicated even in a small space like a snail's horn. We sense genuine emotions in an instant and appreciate the fleeting beauty of a blooming flower. We dispel brutality and cruelty, drive away unkindness, and embrace all beings with wholehearted care, protecting them with great care as if they were in the palm of our hand. The heart of the cultivator aligns with the state of Wuji, the infinite. Transcending the bonds of life and death, we fulfill our duties without regrets, striving to liberate our hearts from further attachments. Unaffected by honor or disgrace, unconstrained by life or death, we let our hearts die in the present moment, valuing this transcendence above all else. We neither rejoice in life nor grieve for death. We allow our souls to drift away from the physical body and the current world at any time, merging into the essence of the Tao and the origin of the spirit. We transform in the boundless horizon of Wuji and exist eternally in the infinite space. We find our true selves in the realm of selflessness, maintaining serenity amidst turbulence. We dream within this dreamlike world. Upon awakening, we break free from the cycle of rebirth, transcend the three realms, and return to our true home. The heart of the cultivator aligns with a heart of harmony. The beauty of symmetry and proportion resides in harmony, and the interplay of yin and yang brings about the beauty of transformation. The contrast between black and white reveals colors, and the clash between good and evil gives birth to sainthood. By discarding the highest and lowest scores, we find joy in the beauty of moderation. Unperturbed by the drizzling rain, the rolling waves of the vast sea, the changing clouds, the blooming and wilting of flowers, the comings and goings of comets, and the migration of wild geese, one should be constantly in a state of being in order to contemplate the subtlety of the universe, and one should be constantly in a state of non-being in order to contemplate the limit of the universe. The Tao moves in its own way. The principles of nature are ever present, and we play in the game of life, unrestrained. The heart of the cultivator aligns with a heart of emptiness. All conditioned dharmas are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dewdrops and a lightning flash. Contemplate them thus. Having a heart is the source of suffering, and the heart gives birth to desire, which attracts demons and disturbances. We let the mind remain unaffected by external conditions, not allowing the heart to be swayed by circumstances. With each thought, we transcend the mundane, and with each intention, we aim for a lofty and distant view. A million years is but a second, and a second is a million years. We hold tightly onto the hand of the greatest creator, entrusting our life to the arrangement of the Tao. The greatest creator is our spirit, and the nature of the Tao is our heart. We take things as they are, associate with others by following natural come-and-go relations, act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. 自我尽是心旷神怡, totally lose the self, attain a state of blissful openness. Dayform Buddha, September 15th, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Totally lose the self, attain a state of blissful openness, is a phrase that emerged from a spontaneous insight of Chan Yuan, celestial Yuan, during a visit to Niagara Falls in Canada. This spontaneous realization encapsulates the pinnacle of attainment for cultivators. Why does Buddha Shakyamuni advocate for the abandonment of the self? Why does Jesus Christ implore us to relinquish ourselves? Why does Laozi, the sage, champion the principles of indifference, stuffy, non-action, and the sage holds on to the one and thus becomes a model for the world? All these teachings converge on the idea of losing the self. And what is the outcome of losing the self? It results in a state of blissful openness. In a flash of spiritual insight, you and your celestial experience the state of ultimate bliss. When we lose the self and achieve unity with heaven and humanity, our mind and spirit ascend to the realm of supreme bliss. To attain a state of blissful openness, one must lose the self. The inability to reach ultimate bliss stems from the existence of the self. The self serves as an impediment, a devil, that obstructs our journey to bliss. The more potent the self, the further we drift from heaven. Let us consider this. When others are wealthier, have higher status, more fame, better looks, or more talent than we do, we may feel inexplicable jealousy and unease, which leads to suffering. At such times, if we abandon ourselves and transform ourselves into nothingness in our consciousness, we can free ourselves from suffering and achieve a state of blissful openness. When our ideals are hard to realize and we feel frustrated because we cannot reach our goals, if we abandon ourselves and take a step back, preferably retreating to a point where we cannot find ourselves, we will see how laughable it all is, and the frustration will disappear. When others misunderstand us or even mock and insult us, we may feel angry. At such times, abandoning the self changes the situation entirely. When your spouse becomes emotionally attached to someone else, it causes you inner turmoil. Abandoning the self and observing from a heavenly perspective can lead to understanding and even amusement. If you worry all day about the safety and future of your children, or the well-being and health of your parents, abandoning the self and considering yourself as non-existent will bring instant relief. If you are concerned about the future of your country, or dedicate yourself to your ethnicity, political party, religion, or family, feeling that you bear responsibility for the rise and fall of the world, abandoning the self and viewing yourself as someone who never existed on Earth will suddenly reveal how absurd your actions are, akin to playing childish games. Everyone has fears and anxieties, such as fear of starving, freezing, being beaten, being crushed, illness, or shame. If you can abandon yourself, death will become a pleasure. By mentally placing yourself in a state of death, you can calmly face various forms of death. Selflessness is a wonderful state, free, ethereal, serene, and joyful. When the self is lost, one can immediately experience the state of blissful openness. Give it a try. 新心灵思维意识 Heart, Mind, Thinking, and Consciousness. Dayform Buddha. October 9th, 2006. Translation edited by Yu. Heart. The heart is the space for thinking, much like a person's bedroom or a factory's workshop. Mind. The mind is the information that moves in and out of the thinking space, akin to the furnishings and the owner of a bedroom, or the facilities, machinery, and workers in a factory. Thinking. Thinking is the process of analyzing, synthesizing, judging, reasoning, and inducting based on phenomena and concepts. It is similar to the living habits and lifestyle of the bedroom owner, or the decision-making activities of the factory owner and management, as well as the work methods of other employees. Consciousness. Consciousness is a relatively stable, dynamic, non-material structure of the mind and is the result of thinking. It is like the bedroom, its furnishings, the owner, and the lifestyle reflected in the bedroom. The heart is a natural creation. The entire human body is the heart, and the entire universe is the heart. The heart is essentially empty. Only when the spirit enters the heart does it become alive. The longevity of the heart depends on whether the spirit still resides within it. The size of the heart is determined by the energy of the spirit entering and leaving it. When the spirit of an ignorant person resides in the heart, it is driven by basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and bodily functions that are driven by instinct. When the spirit of an ignorant person resides in the heart, it is driven by basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and bodily functions that are driven by instinct. The heart and the spirit are often combined. When the spirit departs from the heart, a person becomes a vegetable. If the spirit that resides in the heart is of low level and energy, the person is often rigid and inflexible. When a person is described as lifeless, it means they lack spirituality. What is spiritual beauty? Observing and comparing 100 private bedrooms would help understand what spiritual beauty means. Some bedrooms are clean, simple, and unadorned. Others are luxurious and elegant. Some are chaotic and disordered, and others are filled with foul air, eerie and terrifying. The state of a person's mind is similar. The state of the mind determines the basic essence of a person's life. This essence manifests through a person's temperament, speech, and habits. The state of the mind is determined by consciousness, which is mainly influenced by thinking. Therefore, fundamentally, the non-material structure of life depends on thinking. If thinking does not reach the necessary level, the corresponding consciousness structure cannot form. And if consciousness does not change, the non-material structure of life remains unchanged. To summarize, the computer network system is like the heart. All information in the network system, including articles, images, music, etc., represents the spirit. A website is like a heart, and the content of the website is like the spirit. The heart and spirit together constitute the spiritual essence of the website. If the content is disordered and chaotic, the website's consciousness is messy. If a certain program is set up to analyze, synthesize, judge, and organize the content in an orderly manner, the website will be aesthetically pleasing and well-organized, indicating that the website's consciousness, its intention, and extension are beautiful. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality, and the core of this non-material structure is consciousness, as pointed out by Nanji Buddha, Nanji Celestial. The key to forming consciousness is thinking, as revealed by the Taiji Buddha, Taiji Celestial. What states different structures manifest have been clearly discussed by Foshan Buddha. For insights into how to think, the substance, form, and function explanation by Chinquan Buddha provides the best revelation. Minds change at any time. The state of the mind changes with time, space, and objects showing different appearances. Children appear spiritually beautiful in their parents' eyes. Subordinates show humble spiritual beauty in front of their superiors. Beauty in the eyes of the lover, devil in the eyes of the enemy. Our practice and cultivation should focus on thinking. When thinking aligns with the way of the greatest creator, the mind will inevitably be beautiful. If thinking becomes fixed, consciousness cannot change, and the mind, like morning or evening clouds, cannot maintain lasting splendor. 给大家出3道成仙游戏题玩玩. 3 Celestial Cultivation Games for everyone. Dayform Buddha. October 23rd, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. 1. Find a flower pot and fill it with the best soil you can find. Then, locate a dried twig or flower stem about 1/3 the length of a chopstick. Ensure that the twig or flower stem has bark and is definitively dead, incapable of sprouting or growing roots. Insert the dried twig or flower stem into the flower pot, water it, and then try every possible method to make the dried twig or flower stem grow roots and sprout. The mystery of life lies within this task. Once the dried twig or flower stem has rooted, sprouted, and grown robustly, you will have become a celestial. 2. Suddenly, the sun and moon lose their light, and all power sources are cut off. Candles, flashlights, and car lights no longer work, plunging everything into darkness. Houses have collapsed due to an earthquake. All communication devices are non-functional. There is no water, food is hard to find, and you can't contact any distant relatives or friends. People are crying out in despair, and the weather is exceptionally cold. What would you do? 3. You suddenly find yourself standing alone in an endless grassland, surrounded by thousands of hungry wolves eyeing you menacingly and closing in. Don't think anyone will come to rescue you. It is impossible. Now, how would you escape the wolves? According to the principles of unconventional thinking from Life of Chanyuan, there is nothing impossible in the universe. only things that thinking has not yet achieved. So, let's play these thinking games. 佛学修行181条 181 Guidelines for Buddhist Practice, Part 1. Author unknown. Translation edited by Qin Yu. I put these 181 pieces of wisdom from Buddhist into the self-improvement section of the chapter of self-improvement and self-cultivation to express gratitude to the anonymous author for his supreme merit of compiling them. The reason for suffering lies in the pursuit of the wrong things. Rather than blaming others for your suffering, it is better to acknowledge your own lack of cultivation. If you don't trouble yourself, others will never be able to trouble you. Your own inner self is the obstacle. Focus on disciplining yourself rather than trying to control others. Not forgiving others and not being lenient causes suffering for yourself. Instead of being dissatisfied with others, you should reflect on yourself. Dissatisfaction with others causes suffering to yourself. All evil deeds are illusions. Do not belittle yourself. All good deeds are also illusions. Do not be arrogant. Those lacking in blessings often hear gossip and complaints. Those with sufficient blessings rarely hear such things. Cultivation requires constant, gradual effort. One cannot achieve enlightenment through favorable conditions alone. Always be grateful to those who bring you adversity. Accept your fate at all times because you are human. Always forgive others, no matter how bad they are or how much they have hurt you. Only by letting go can you find true happiness. Learning Buddhism is a matter of conscience, not for others to see. When you are happy, remember that this happiness is not eternal. When you are in pain, remember that this pain is also not eternal. To change others, you must first understand, subdue, and change yourself. Today's attachment will lead to tomorrow's regret. You can have love, but do not be attached to it, as separation is inevitable. Do not waste your life on things you will inevitably regret. Whenever you let go, you will be free of trouble. True asceticism is achieved when the mind is free of distinctions. The first principle of learning Buddhism is to never focus on others' faults. By focusing on others' faults, you only pollute yourself and hinder your own practice. If you notice others' mistakes and grievances every day, you should quickly repent. This is practice. Those with deep karmic obstacles spend their days focusing on others' faults and flaws. True practitioners never focus on others' mistakes and defects. Every wound is a form of maturation. It is not pitiable to be confused. It is most pitiable to be unaware of your own confusion. Arrogant people can be saved, but those who are self-deprecating cannot. Do not pity others too much. Pity yourself more. How much do you understand life despite your practice? The world is inherently full of suffering, with no exceptions. When you are troubled, remind yourself that everything is an illusion. What are you troubled about? Before learning Buddhism, nothing seems right. After learning Buddhism, everything seems to fall into place. Tolerate those with differing opinions. It makes life easier. If you constantly try to change them, you will suffer. Learn to endure and accept them. Acknowledging your own greatness is the same as acknowledging your ignorance. Practice is about correcting one's erroneous perceptions. A doctor cannot cure someone who is destined to die, just as the Buddha cannot save those without karmic connection. If you cannot forgive others from the heart, you will never find peace of mind. A person who is filled with their own views and thoughts will never hear the voice of others. Destroying a person can be done with a single word, but nurturing a person requires 1,000 words. Please be gentle with your words. When advising others, if you disregard their self-esteem, even the best advice will be ineffective. Do not mix arrogance with your wisdom. Do not let your humility lack wisdom. There is no need to turn back to see who is cursing you. If a mad dog bites you, are you going to stoop down and bite it back? Envying others does not bring any benefit to yourself, nor does it diminish others' achievements. Never waste a single moment thinking about people you dislike. Many people, when leaving this world, utter the same lament. How helpless and desolate this world is. Falling in love is not a charity that can be given away casually. Emotions have no formulas, no principles, and no logic to follow. Yet, people persist and pursue it until their last breath. Speak your dissatisfaction and grievances with compassion and a gentle attitude, making it easier for others to accept. Those who create opportunities are brave. Those who wait for opportunities are foolish. Being able to speak but not act is not true wisdom. Pay more attention to how others speak and refrain from rushing to express your own views. Why fill a bottle with poison when it can hold something beneficial? Similarly, why let your mind be filled with troubles when it can be filled with positivity? What we cannot obtain always seems beautiful, but once we deeply understand it, we often find it is not as wonderful as we imagined. In this world, there is only diplomacy, not perfection. Practice requires patience, contentment with simplicity, and finding joy in solitude. Living another day is a blessing and should be cherished. When I cried for not having shoes, I realized some people do not even have feet. Paying more attention to others means less attention for self-reflection. Do you understand? Don't always keep your eyes so wide open. Let me ask you, 100 years from now, what will be yours? To understand worldly conflicts and calamities, listen to the sound of the butcher's door at midnight. Do not just complain about your own illnesses and disasters. Also observe how many lives have perished under your blade. Resentment towards others is a significant loss for yourself. Everyone has life, but not everyone understands or cherishes it. For those who do not understand life, it is a form of punishment. Those who think they possess wealth are actually possessed by wealth. Attachment to emotions is the source of suffering. Letting go of attachments will bring freedom. Taking things as they are is not about being passive or complacent, but about doing what you can and accepting what you cannot control. Do not be overly certain of your own views, as this will reduce regret. When you are honest with yourself, no one in the world can deceive you. Using means that harm others to cover up your own flaws is shameful. People in the world must be accountable to the law. Practitioners must be accountable to the law of cause and effect. When you are poor, offer your physical efforts in service, such as cleaning, watering, or moving things. This is also a form of giving. A person who is full of jealousy, lacks honesty, and speaks unkindly cannot be considered a person with a proper appearance. Quietly caring for and blessing others is a form of intangible giving. Tell more jokes and approach life with humor. This will make life easier. The way to interact with others is through boundless tolerance. Do not attempt to guess others' thoughts without wisdom and experience. It often leads to mistakes. To understand a person, simply check if their starting point and destination are the same. This reveals their sincerity. The truth of life is hidden in the mundane and flavorless. Not bathing and applying perfume will not make you smell good. Reputation and honor come from genuine talent and virtue. True virtue naturally emits fragrance. Instead of rejecting established facts, it is better to accept them. This is called accepting fate. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas only bless those who are willing to help themselves. Adversity is a necessary process for growth. Those who bravely face adversity will see their lives flourish. Be grateful to those who point out your faults. Those who consider others will never feel lonely. If you can identify your own faults with the same accuracy as you see others' faults, your life will be extraordinary. Forgiving others is like creating space in your heart for reflection and growth. Time will pass, so let time carry away your troubles. If you insist on taking simple matters seriously, you will suffer. Those who constantly twist the goodwill of others are beyond redemption. People are not inherently bad. They just have habits. Everyone has habits, some deeper than others. If someone genuinely seeks the Tao, forgive them. Do not label them as bad people. Telling one lie requires concocting 10 more to cover it up. Why go through such trouble? In reality, those who love beauty are simply in love with themselves. No one is immune from slander, and no one is forever praised. When you speak too much, people will criticize you. When you speak little, people will criticize you. Even when you are silent, people will criticize you. In this world, no one escapes criticism. Those who merely praise and admire us are not true teachers. The real wise ones are those who can point out our mistakes, guide us in the right direction, and help us improve. It is through them that we can truly progress. What you currently have will become someone else's upon your death. So why not give it to those who truly need it now? Practicing for the sake of praise is like a flower trampled underfoot. Living a day in vain, doing nothing, is like committing theft. Being able to humble oneself is true nobility. Making many connections means not hurting anyone. Silence is the best response to slander. Respecting others is a way to dignify yourself. Having a selfless heart means having everything. Hatred can never resolve hatred. Only compassion can resolve hatred. This is an eternal truth. Accepting fate is better than complaining. 4 unchangeable facts. Accepting fate is the best solution. Do not let the delusion of others trouble you, and do not let their ignorance cause you suffering. If others speak ill of you, do not get angry or upset. If they speak well of you, do not be overly pleased. There is good within the bad and bad within the good. It depends on how you use it. Even if you are clearly in the right, yet others adamantly claim you are wrong, you should still seek their forgiveness. The essence of practice lies in enduring all things and advancing in spite of apparent unfairness. Even when you are undeniably correct, seeking forgiveness from others is a part of the practice. When your mistakes are revealed, do not lose your temper. Arguing or complaining will not hide or overcome your flaws. Do not always feel unfortunate. There are many more suffering people in the world than you. The foolish person always wants others to understand him. The wise person works hard to understand himself. If you always consider others to be right and yourself wrong, you will have fewer worries. Coming into this world is incidental, but leaving is inevitable. Therefore, you must remain constant in the face of change and adapt to change while remaining constant. Compassion is your best weapon. Only by facing reality can you transcend reality. Conscience is the most impartial judge. You can deceive others, but you can never deceive your own conscience. Those who do not know how to love themselves cannot love others. Studying Buddhism is essentially learning how to be a person. When a virtuous person practices wrong methods, the wrong methods become correct. When a wicked person practices correct methods, the correct methods become wicked. Everything is created by the mind. Sometimes we need to calmly ask ourselves what we are pursuing and why we are living. Do not distance yourself from close friends over minor disputes, nor forget great kindnesses over minor grievances. Being brave and accepting others' criticism helps adjust your own shortcomings. Be grateful for what you have and for what you do not have. Compassion is to always consider others' perspectives and to act for their benefit. Learning Buddhism is not about seeking solace in death, but about living freely and transcending in the present moment. The Buddha never forces others to do what they dislike. He only teaches what is good and what is bad. Good and evil are for oneself to choose, and life is for oneself to manage. Letting go means removing your discriminative mind, sense of right and wrong, gain and loss, and attachment. Speak without hostility or harm. Do not boast about your own abilities, and do not broadcast the faults of others. This will naturally turn enemies into friends. Those who frequently point out others' faults are often not good themselves, as they do not take the time to reflect on their own behavior. Disputes arise every day. If you don't listen, they naturally disappear. Disputes arise every day. Even if you don't listen, they still exist. Disputes arise every day. What will you do about it? True giving is to let go of your worries, anxieties, discriminations, and attachments. If you truly love someone, you must tolerate their flaws. To overcome the fear of death, you must accept the concept that everyone in the world will eventually die. Of all the patients, doctors find it hardest to treat themselves. Of all sentient beings, those who are self-righteous are the hardest to save. A donkey will never become a fine horse, no matter how good the grass it eats. Similarly, practicing with attachment and discrimination, no matter how diligent, will not lead to enlightenment. Those who understand the eternal truth will not grieve over birth and death, as these are inevitable. Even though you may dislike someone, if you can still recognize their strengths and virtues, such a person with such cultivation is truly rare in this world. If you can let everything be as it is, you are truly free in this world. Always tell yourself, I am the happiest person because I have encountered the Dharma. There is no other happiness besides this. If you can repeat, I do not need to worry about this small matter 21 times each day, you will find an incredible strength within yourself. Try it, it is very effective. Face your inner conflicts and stains honestly, and do not deceive yourself. Cause and effect have never owed us anything, so do not complain. We indeed have virtues, but it is also necessary to keep some of them hidden. This is called self-restraint. Do not engage in idle chatter when there is nothing to do, as disputes often arise from idle talk. Most people spend their lives doing three things: deceiving themselves, deceiving others, and being deceived by others. Those who overly admire themselves will not appreciate others' virtues. Living for others' applause indicates a person who cannot withstand challenges. The heart is the greatest deceiver. Others can deceive you temporarily, but it will deceive you for a lifetime. Bad children cause more worry for their parents. Therefore, for beings with deep karmic debts, we should extend more forgiveness and compassion rather than abandoning or distancing ourselves from them. As long as you are consciously at peace, all directions, east, west, south, north, are good. If there is one person not yet enlightened, do not escape yourself. Live life with an ordinary mind. Treat people and handle affairs with a sense of shame, and align the Buddha's heart with a Bodhi mind. When you cling to something, you only hold on to that. If you are willing to let go, you have the opportunity to choose something else. If the mind is stubbornly fixed on its own views and unwilling to let go, then its wisdom will only reach a certain level. If others fear you, it is not a blessing. If others harm you, it is not an insult. It's not someone else that bothers me, but I bother myself with someone else's words and actions. Do not deliberately misinterpret others' goodwill. You should think in positive terms. It is natural for things in the world to not go as you wish. My wealth does not come from having a lot, but from requiring very little. Eating means you must eventually excrete. A person must learn to let go of attachments, or else face constipation. Those who often think others are paying attention to them, or hope for others' attention, tend to live with more troubles. I can cook for you, but I cannot eat for you. Each person eats their own food and faces their own life and death. It's easy to belittle others, but it's difficult to find balance within oneself. Humanity's greatest error lies in not daring to assume the heart of a saint. You just live your, and do not need to mind others' distortions and right or wrong. If you are preparing to get married, here is a very important philosophical saying for you. You must tolerate your partner's shortcomings. There is no absolutely happy and perfect marriage. Happiness comes from infinite tolerance and mutual respect. If you can safely get through a day, that is a kind of blessing. How many people today will not see tomorrow's sun? How many people today have become disabled? How many people today have lost their freedom? How many people today have lost their families? Right and wrong, gain and loss can only be judged at the end. You don't have to argue with cause and effect. Cause and effect never mislead people. You don't have to argue with fate. Fate is the fairest judge. You have your view of life. I have mine. I won't interfere with you. As long as I can, I will influence you. If I can't, then I will accept my fate. If you wish to grasp eternity, you must control the present. Never let harsh words come from your mouth, no matter how bad or evil someone is. The more you curse them, the more you pollute your own heart. You should regard them as your wise teacher. Tomorrow, when you start your day, if someone argues with you, let them win. Winning or losing is just a matter of perspective. When you let the other person win, you do not lose anything. What does winning actually bring? What does losing actually cost you? Most of our lives are wasted on grappling with words and language. Do not often feel that you are being wronged. Instead, think that their treatment of you is already quite good. This is the essence of cultivation. Others may violate cause and effect, harm us, hit us, or slander us. However, we must not harbor hatred towards them. Why? We must maintain our original nature and a pure heart. When interacting with anyone, always ask yourself, what can I do that is useful to them, to benefit them? If I cannot benefit others with my personal morality, knowledge, and practice, it's as if I owe a debt. Becoming a monk is a lifelong commitment, while practicing Buddhism spans multiple lives and calamities. Believing in Buddha, learning from Buddha, is not for oneself, but for all sentient beings in the sea of suffering. Buddha does not save those without a karmic connection. Those who cannot be saved, we regard them as bodhisattvas. If a person does not feel suffering, it is not easy for him to sympathize with others. If you want to learn the spirit of saving others from suffering and difficulty, you must first suffer. When ordinary people endure in situations where the other party has more power, wealth, or strength, and they have no choice but to tolerate it, what kind of endurance is that? True endurance is when, even if someone bullies you or wrongs you, and they are in no way superior to you, and you have the strength to retaliate, you still choose to tolerate them. You understand that their nature is the same as yours, and they're merely confused for a moment or influenced by a harsh environment. There is no need to hold grudges against them. Being able to endure under such circumstances and with such a mindset is the true meaning of endurance. If we look at it from the perspective of many lives and calamities, then among all sentient beings, who has not been my parent, brother, sister, or relative, who has not been my enemy? If we talk about grace, everyone has grace with me. If we talk about grudges, everyone has grudges with me. In this way, do we still have any difference between grace and grudge, kinship and estrangement? Considering wisdom and foolishness, everyone has smart times and also foolish times. Smart people may become foolish, and foolish people may also become smart. The worst person has also done many good things and will not always be bad. Good people have also done many bad things and may not always be good in the future. By reflecting on this repeatedly, the so-called grudges, kinship, wisdom, and foolishness, these many different concepts will naturally fade away. This is definitely not chaos, nor is it ignorance of right and wrong, but rather to replace our biased views since the beginningless time with the concept of equality. The world was never yours to begin with, so you don't need to abandon it. What needs to be abandoned is all attachment. Everything is for my use, but not for my possession. It's better to forgive others yourself. Don't let others forgive you. When you face things with a troubled mind, you will feel that everything is an obstacle, and the world will become ugly and hateful. If you want to be the dragon and elephant of all Buddhas, first be the horse and ox of all sentient beings. Although we cannot change the world around us, we can only change ourselves, facing everything with a compassionate heart and a wise heart. 进入他人的思维，高级修炼一 Entering others' minds, Advanced Cultivation 1. Dayform Buddha. November 29th, 2006. Translation edited by Chin Yu. Cliff Baxter, a polygraph expert from the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, discovered the following secrets through experiments with plants. When water is poured onto the roots of plants, the plants exhibit emotional curves similar to those seen in humans when they are happy. When a threatening action is contemplated against a plant, the plant has already sensed it and shows signs of intense fear. When pretending to burn a plant's leaves, the plant shows no reaction. Plants also possess the ability to distinguish between true and false intentions. When live shrimp are thrown into boiling water in front of a plant immediately experiences extreme stress. This suggests that plants can communicate with each other and with other living beings. Plants have the capability to remember. Plants are capable of perceiving human psychological activities. This means plants have mental activities, they think, and perceive various human emotions. Soviet scientist Viktor Pushkin conducted an experiment where he noted that when he talked about pleasant things, the plant's leaves would stand up and its petals would dance. When describing the cold of winter, the plant's leaves would shiver. When the mood shifted to sadness, the plant's leaves would droop. Experts have also found that plants can detect subtle psychological activities in humans. An electronics expert from West Paterson, New Jersey, named Pierre-Paul Suvin, discovered that plants react most strongly to cell death in their surrounding environment, showing continuous responses to human cell death. He also found that during his various experiments, he could send the simplest signals to plants and receive strong reactions. American scientist Marcel Vogel conducted numerous experiments on the telepathic communication between humans and plants. Vogel pointed out that, by human standards, plants are blind, deaf, and mute. However, humans can and do communicate emotionally with plants. Plants are living entities with consciousness and occupy space. Many biologists have revealed numerous mysteries about plant life, confirming that plants have consciousness, thinking, and a range of emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as well as supersensory abilities beyond human perception. Additionally, scientists' research subjects are not limited to plants. Many researchers have conducted similar experiments with eggs, vegetables, peas, and peanuts, achieving success in these experiments as well. By presenting these scientific findings, I want to illustrate that communication is possible between humans, plants, and animals. Extending this idea, humans can communicate with mountains, rivers, and insects. I have successfully communicated with insects myself. Furthermore, communication can occur with ancient people, people from the future, and if our consciousness can detect beings on other planets or in non-material worlds, we can communicate with them as well. We can communicate with gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, ghosts, and spirits. This is not alarmist or mystical. It is a fact. Did Jesus, Siddhartha Gautama, Muhammad, or Lao Tzu die? No, they are still there, and we can communicate with them. Many people's grandparents, parents, and relatives who have passed away are still present, and you can continue to communicate with them. It is merely a matter of time and space. Consciousness and thinking can transcend time and space. There is no such thing as death and life. I see them living well. We only need to shift our perception to understand this. I can express many things that Jesus and Sakyamuni did not say because I can fully enter their consciousness. If we face a stranger, we don't understand them, but as long as we communicate, we will gradually understand them, become familiar with them. If our thinking ability surpasses theirs, then we can clearly know what they are thinking in their heart, what they want to do. In the special abilities, there is a function called the power of knowing the minds of others, which seems very mysterious, but in fact, it's very simple. Once you enter the thoughts of others, you will know all the activities in their hearts. Communicating with insects is the easiest, followed by plants. You can try this yourself. It's very easy, and they will respond to your commands. Try entering the mind of someone close to you and ask them to perform some actions according to your thoughts. They will do it. When your thoughts are connected, your thinking becomes their thinking, and your consciousness becomes their consciousness. They will inevitably comply. One point to remember is that you must be sincere. You must genuinely care for them, love them as yourself, and love all life as yourself. 学习神通变化，高级修炼2 Learning the Transformation of Divine Powers, Advanced Cultivation 2. Dayform Buddha. December 2nd, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. All things arise from consciousness. To seek the attainment of celestial being, one must learn self-transformation. The principles are subtle and mysterious, and profoundly inscrutable. An outstanding actor can portray 100 different lives, accurately embodying whatever role they play. This is the result of consciousness. Though they cannot directly change their physical form, the actor's expressions and mannerisms align perfectly with the character they portray. There is a story in the Lizi, Yellow Emperor chapter. A mystical sorcerer from Qi came to reside in Zheng, named Ji Xian. He could predict people's life and death, existence and extinction, fortune and misfortune, and longevity with divine accuracy by years, months, tens of days, and days. The people of Zheng avoided him out of fear. Lizi was fascinated and reported this to Huchiozi, saying, I once thought your teachings were the highest, but now I see there is someone even higher. Huchiozi replied, We have discussed these matters in writing, but you have not grasped their practical reality. How could one understand Taoist skills? If there are only female animals and no males, how could they produce eggs? You insist on using your little tricks to deal with people in the world. You are bound to reveal your true face. So it's easy for people to see through you and read your fortune. Try to invite him over and let him read my fortune. The next day, Lizi brought Ji Xian to meet Huchiozi. After Ji Xian left, he told Lizi, your teacher is about to die. He cannot live, not more than 10 days. I saw his appearance was strange, like wet ash. Lizi entered, crying so much that his clothes were wet, and reported this to Huchiozi. Huchiozi said, I showed him the aspect of the earth. In a state of stillness and non-movement, he saw my life forces blocked. Invite him again. The next day, Ji Xian came with Lizi again. After Ji Xian left, he told Lizi, Your teacher is fortunate to have met me. He is recovering. There is vitality in his whole body, and I see the blocked life force starting to stir. Lizi informed Huchiozi. Huchiozi said, What I showed him was the junction of heaven and earth, where neither empty fame nor tangible benefits enter the heart, yet the life force has already started to stir at my heels. This is the awakening of the blocked life force. Therefore, he saw my life force improving. Invite him again. The next day, Ji Xian came with Lizi once more. After Ji Xian left, he told Lizi, Your teacher was sitting there with a distracted mind. I could not read his fortune. Wait until his mind is settled. Then I will read his fortune. Lizi informed Huchiozi. Huchiozi said, I showed him the aspect of great emptiness with no discernible signs. Therefore, he saw my chaotic, balanced life force. The place where a whale circles becomes a deep abyss, where water accumulates becomes a deep abyss, where water flows becomes a deep abyss, where water gushes becomes a deep abyss, where water falls becomes a deep abyss, where water breaches becomes a deep abyss, where water returns becomes a deep abyss, where water enters a marsh becomes a deep abyss, where water converges becomes a deep abyss. These are the 9 kinds of abysses. Invite him again. The next day, Lizi brought Ji Xian again. Before Ji Xian could stand still, he fled in panic. Huchiozi said, Chase him. Lizi chased after him but could not catch him and reported to Huchiozi. He has disappeared. I could not catch him. Huchiozi said, What I showed him did not leave my original appearance. I was without attachment, changing with him. He could not discern who I was. Thus, I followed him like grass, shifting like water, so he fled. What Huchiozi demonstrated was the transformation of divine powers. Consider the following 2 stories. In Luodai village, Lingqi County, there was a man named Hao Er, known for a curious story about an old man. He spent his life practicing medicine and divination, and villagers from near and far sought his services, never giving him a moment of rest. There was a painting in his shop depicting Master Sun and a red tiger. As the man grew older, he spent his days gazing intently at the tiger in the painting, never tiring. If he did not see the tiger for a day, he would be unhappy. His grandson would sell beans and wheat in the city to buy salt and other supplies. If the supplies did not meet his expectations, he would become angry and scold others, even striking them with a cane. If he saw the tiger in the painting, he would forget all his unhappiness. When asked to see patients, if there was a tiger painting in their home, he would stare at it for a long time. Relatives would only give him tiger paintings as gifts. Over time, his house was filled with tiger paintings. His brother found this obsession strange and asked him, Why are you so fond of tigers? He replied, I often feel distressed, and seeing the tiger makes me feel better. His brother said, There is a live tiger in the city drugstore. Have you seen it? He answered, No. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, begging his elder brother to take him to see the real tiger. Upon seeing the live tiger, he became so captivated that he forgot to eat or sleep, and it took over 10 days to get him to return home. From then on, he visited the city multiple times a month to see the tiger. After some time, he developed a preference for eating meat and began to find cooked meat unappetizing, preferring raw meat. He enjoyed eating raw pig heads and legs with great pleasure. His family became frightened, but he continued with his habits. When he went to the city to see the tiger, if his family found him, he would beat them back with his cane. One night, he suddenly opened the door and left quietly, leaving no trace. Later, it was reported that a tiger had jumped into the city at night, and when the city gate was closed, soldiers shot the tiger and distributed its meat. After that, the old man was never heard from again. The family believed that their grandfather was the tiger shot by the soldiers and obtained some tiger bones from those who ate the meat and buried them. In the late Song and early Yuan dynasties, Zhao Ziang was the most famous painter, skilled in both landscapes and horse paintings. Once, he devoted himself to painting 100 horses, studying their forms, movements, and expressions daily. Due to his intense focus, his soul left his body in sleep and turned into a horse. When his wife, exhausted, wanted to rest, she lifted the curtain and was horrified to see a huge beast on the bed, fainting immediately. Zhao Zong, awakened by the sound of his wife falling, quickly helped her recover. When she opened her eyes, she kept exclaiming, "There is a horse on the bed." Zhao Xiang looked at the bed and thought, "Where on the bed is there a horse? I was clearly sleeping there." Upon reflection, he realized that because he thought about horses every day, and as all phenomena are created by the mind, he had turned himself into a horse. The profound truth lies within these stories. May you also possess the power of transformation. Sun Wukong had 72 transformations. I hope you can surpass Sun Wukong and possess the ability to transform in countless ways. 闭着眼睛看世界，高级修炼3. Seeing the world with closed eyes. Advanced Cultivation 3. Dayform Buddha. December 4th, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Conventional thinking has bound us for too long, leading us to believe that we see nothing when we close our eyes. In reality, closing our eyes allows us to see even more and more vividly. When we dream, our eyes are closed, but we still see everything in the dream. As people approach death, their life departs from the physical body. Although their physical eyes are closed, they can still see everything clearly. Material eyes can only see everything in the material world, while closing our eyes allows us to see the non-material world. Those who have seen three-dimensional and four-dimensional images know that when we truly perceive the four-dimensional scenes hidden behind the three-dimensional world, everything becomes clearer and more three-dimensional. It's like observing through a space telescope that is free from the blurriness caused by dust, allowing us to see everything around us with clarity. Seeing the world with closed eyes is no longer a mystery. I believe many people have experienced it to some extent. Seeing the world with closed eyes often happens when consciousness is slightly blurred, in a state between sleep and wakefulness. The first time I saw the non-material world was after practicing and lying in bed with my eyes closed and my head covered with a sheet. The scene was so beautiful and clear that it was breathtakingly beautiful. Readers of my unconventional thinking know that what conventional thinking considers impossible can become possible with unconventional thinking. There is nothing truly impossible, only things beyond our current mental capacity. Conventional thinking believes that humans cannot fly due to Earth's gravity. However, those who have flown in dreams know that flying is very easy. In dreams, we might see many people standing on the ground who cannot fly, while we fly above them, sometimes over treetops, sometimes over mountain peaks, sometimes above clouds. Flying is so pleasant and delightful, even more so than walking on the ground. Do not set up a chasm between the front and the back. Do not think that life is only real in the material world. Life in the non-material world is actually more real and reliable. The discussions in Life Changyuan began with the Mobius strip. Those who understand the Mobius strip principle should know that the universe is holographic, with no distinct boundaries. The Buddha's repeated emphasis on concepts like not dharma, not non-dharma, and this is called the world, non the world, not non-world, etc., are forms of holographic understanding. I cannot tell you how to see the world with closed eyes. This is something you need to explore, accumulate perception, and find the trick yourself. However, a few points can help. First is tranquility. Second is not letting thoughts become chaotic. Third is maintaining childlike wonder. And fourth is awareness of transformation. May everyone be able to see the world with closed eyes. Once you achieve this, your worldview, values, and perspective on life will undergo a profound change, and your true life will begin. 隐遁高级修炼4 Concealment Advanced Cultivation 4 Dayform Buddha December 9th, 2006 Translation edited by Chin Yu. As a child, I learned the meaning of invisibility from the story of the magic gourd told by my elementary school teacher. Later, I gained more insights into concealment and escape from works like Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. The nature of thinking is truly marvelous. Extraordinary abilities lie not in physical practice or posture, but in the practice of thought. I have successfully become invisible and escaped, so I know some secrets, though not within the material world. Invisibility is very easy. It's just a fleeting thought. The key to concealment and escape lies in mastering holographic thinking. A person's ability is determined by their thinking. As long as one's thinking is superior, the difference between individuals is as vast as the sky and the earth. Why do I seem arrogant? It's because I know what others are thinking, what they're going to do, and the boundaries of their thoughts, while others cannot know what I am thinking, what I am going to do, or the boundaries of my thoughts. Let's review my classification of thinking. Material thinking, imaginal thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, visualized thinking, taiji thinking, formless thinking, and holographic thinking. This is a ladder of thinking, each level higher and more profound than the last. A person can compress themselves into a single cell and complete this in an instant. In the same limited space, the greater the energy, the more formless it becomes. The smaller the energy, the more tangible it is. A mountain is a mountain, but if the energy of a mountain is compressed into a matchbox, the mountain becomes invisible. To become invisible, one can either compress themselves into a cell or absorb the energy of the entire earth. Is it difficult? Not really. The key lies in the transformation of thinking. This game is actually quite fun. If you have some free time, it's worth playing around with. 畅游思维怪圈高级修炼5 Navigating the Paradoxes of Thinking Advanced Cultivation 5 Dayform Buddha December 15th, 2006 Translation edited by Chin Yu. The highest form of game is the game of thinking. There are many paradoxes in thinking, and only the wise can navigate these mazes. I will present and discuss some advanced practices for Chanyuan Celestials. Where are the starting and ending points of a circle? How does the Earth move? If humans could travel through time and space, then if you traveled to your great-grandmother's time and killed her, would you still be born? If you are not born, then your great-grandmother would live, and thus you would be born. If you are born and kill your great-grandmother, then you could not be born. How is this paradox resolved? The trajectory of a plane flying in a straight line is actually a curve, correct? If this is true, then a straight line equals a curve. The statement, "We don't use foul language." Where is the problem in this sentence? The statement, "There is no absolute truth in the world." Is this statement an absolute truth? Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Since it is not the eternal Tao, how can it be told? If it is the eternal Tao, then how can it not be told? I did not tell the truth. I am lying. Am I telling the truth or lying? An egg has no feathers, right? Then where do the feathers on a chick come from? The wise do not speak, and those who speak do not know. Are Jesus, Sakyamuni, Laozi, etc. wise or ignorant? A red flag waves. According to Huaning's logic, it is neither the flag that moves nor the wind that moves, but the mind of the observer that moves. My question is If the observer's mind does not move, does the red flag stop waving? A philosopher said, I think, therefore I am. Does this mean you do not exist when you are not thinking? Where did you go? Question. Does time exist? Answer yes. Question. Please prove it. Answer. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Question. If the sun and moon were removed, would yesterday, today, and tomorrow still exist? Answer no. Question. Since yesterday, today, and tomorrow would no longer exist, time does not exist. Answer. Plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus equals 1. Who can say this is incorrect? Who can say it is correct? Russell's paradox. In Seville village, a barber hangs out a sign saying, I only shave those who do not shave themselves. Someone asks him, do you shave yourself? The barber is immediately at a loss for words. This is a paradoxical reasoning. If the barber does not shave himself, he falls into the category described on the sign and should shave himself. Conversely, if the barber shaves himself, according to the sign, he only shaves those who do not shave themselves, so he cannot shave himself. Therefore, regardless of how the barber answers, he cannot avoid the inherent contradiction. Socrates' paradox. I know one thing, that I know nothing. When Socrates says no, yet also says know nothing, does he know or not know? Achilles' paradox. The slowest moving object will never be overtaken by the fastest moving object. Since the pursuer must first reach the point where the pursued started, the pursued will have already moved forward by some distance. Therefore, the pursued is always ahead of the pursuer. A human cannot outrun a tortoise. In a race where the tortoise's starting point is advanced by n meters, where n is finite, and both start at the same time, when the human reaches the tortoise's starting point, the tortoise has already moved to point A. When the human reaches point A, the tortoise has moved to point B, and so on. The human can only infinitely approach the tortoise but never overtake it. Zeno's paradox. For an object to travel a distance d, it must first cover half of d, then a quarter, an eighth, a 16th, and so on, infinitely. Therefore, the object can never reach d. It is practically possible to reach d, but theoretically impossible. Where is the problem? The arrow paradox. A flying arrow is motionless. At each moment, the arrow has a fixed position and thus is stationary. Therefore, the arrow cannot be in motion. Zeno proposed that because the arrow has a temporary position at every instant of its flight, there is no difference between being in that position and being motionless. Zeno asked his students, is a flying arrow in motion or at rest? Of course, it is in motion. Indeed, it appears to be in motion to everyone. But does the arrow have a position at each instant? Yes, teacher. At this instant, does it occupy a space equal to its volume? Yes, it occupies a space equal to its volume. Then, at this instant, is the arrow in motion or at rest? At rest, teacher. This instant is at rest. What about other instants? They're also at rest, teacher. So, is the arrow shot in motion or at rest? The robber's dilemma. A robber robs a merchant and ties him to a tree, preparing to kill him. To tease the merchant, the robber says, guess how I will deal with you. If you guess correctly, I will release you and never go back on my word. If you guess wrong, I will kill you, so don't blame me. The merchant thinks carefully and says, I guess you will kill me. The robber is unsure what to do, because if he kills the merchant, it proves the merchant guessed correctly, so he should release him. But if he releases the merchant, it proves the merchant guessed wrong, so he should kill him. What would you do if you were the robber? The paradox of God. Question. Is God omnipotent? Answer yes. Further question. Does omnipotence mean being able to do anything? Answer yes. Then, can God create a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it? The white horse is not a horse. Paradox. It is said that Gongsun Long once rode a horse through a pass, and the gatekeeper said, the law states that horses are not allowed through. Gongsun Long replied, I am riding a white horse. A white horse is not a horse. These are two different things. Is a white horse a horse? The two-sentence paradox. The sentence below is true. The sentence above is false. Which of the two sentences is true? The prophet's daughter paradox. The prophet's daughter writes a line on a piece of paper and places it under a crystal ball, saying to her father, "What is written on the paper may or may not happen. If you predict it will happen, write yes. Otherwise, write no." The prophet writes his prediction as yes. When the daughter takes out the paper from under the crystal ball, it reads, "You will write no." The prophet is wrong. In fact, if the prophet wrote no, he would still be wrong because the prediction would have happened. How could it be no? Socrates' dilemma. Socrates took on a student to teach him logic. The student would pay half the fee up front, and the rest would be paid after mastering the subject, with no payment required if the subject was not mastered. This could be called a gentleman's agreement. However, after the student finished the course, he disappeared without paying the remaining fee. Socrates found the student and said, "The remaining fee must be paid. Otherwise, we'll see each other in court." The student was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Socrates explained, "If you win in court, it will mean you have mastered logic, and according to the agreement, you should pay the remaining fee. If you lose, the judge will still order you to pay. Either way, you have to pay. Why avoid it?" The student laughed and said, "No, that's not right. If you win, it means I have not mastered logic, so I won't pay. If you lose, the judge will order me not to pay. In either case, I do not have to pay." The above are some thinking games I have created and searched for everyone's enjoyment. 玩五行游戏高级修炼6 Playing the 5 Elements game, Advanced Cultivation 6. Dayform Buddha. December 27th, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The universe is filled with energy, but the total sum of energy is 0. This is the principle behind one yin, one yang constitutes the Tao, extreme yin and extreme yang constitute disease. Thus, the state of 0 is a perfect state and one that can change in myriad ways in an instant. This is the nature of the universe. Chinkuan Buddha has opened up the Pandora's box for us. After peeling back layers, we discover that the core of Pandora's box is nature. All things and phenomena derived from Pandora's box originate from nature. Only then do we understand the deepest meaning of with an enlightened consciousness nature is perceived. Seeing nature and becoming enlightened, we see the Tathagata and also see the ancestral Buddha Tathagata, the greatest creator. Whoever understands the meaning of the above paragraph stands at the peak of human wisdom. When a carp leaps over the dragon gate, it becomes a dragon. When impurities are removed, one becomes a spirit. Upon perceiving the nature of the universe, one becomes a Buddha. From a logical perspective, a gazelle cannot catch up with a tortoise. However, in terms of methods, all things can leap beyond logical constraints. As long as there is a trigger, mechanisms can be activated. Similarly, as long as there is a detonator, an atomic bomb can be detonated. The saying, "grasp the main points, and everything falls into place," is absolutely correct. Once you perceive nature, everything becomes simple and turns into a fun game. Besides playing games, there is nothing else to do. Realizing this makes you a celestial being, not just a human or a land celestial, but a deity celestial and a super celestial. However, proceed with caution. Games have very strict rules. Understanding the rules allows one to act according to one's wishes without exceeding limits and handle tasks with ease. Not understanding the rules will lead to aimless confusion and repeated failures. Chinkuan Buddha once taught us that to play a card game, you must not only know how many cards are in a deck and understand the value and meaning of each card, but also be familiar with the rules and combinations of the game. Without this understanding, how do you play? You simply cannot play. Life is a game. The question is, how do you play? What do you play? I have been deeply immersed in the theories of yin-yang, the Bagua, and the 5 elements. It can be said that the theories of yin-yang, Bagua, and the 5 elements are the lifeblood of Chinese culture and mark the watershed that differentiates Chinese culture from others. The essence of Chinese culture is not the Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist teachings, but rather the theories of yin-yang, Bagua, and the 5 elements. There are countless games, but playing the Yin-Yang game and the Bagua game can be complex, while playing the five elements game is simpler and more interesting. The theory of the five elements has been around since the time of the Great Yu's flood control, about 4,300 years ago. The five elements are simple: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, playing these five cards well is not easy. The five elements interact in both generative and destructive cycles, with the rules being: generative cycle. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, and earth generates metal. Destructive cycle. Fire destroys metal, metal destroys wood, wood destroys earth, earth destroys water, and water destroys fire. Let's use an example to illustrate. Zhang Sen was born on August 16, 1976, at 8 a.m. His four pillars of destiny, Bazi, are Bing Chun, Bing Shun, Gung Zi, Gung Chun, which correspond to the five elements: fire, earth, fire, metal, metal, water, metal, earth. First, let's analyze Zhang San's five elements. His destiny is earth, specifically Yang Earth. His chart has three metals, two fires, two earths, and one water but lacks wood. Metal is too abundant, water is too scarce, and there is a deficiency of wood. The total energy in the universe is zero, which is the optimal state. In other words, only when the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are in relative balance can one achieve the zero state. If any element is excessive or deficient, balance is disrupted, leading to instability and a risk of premature death. To avoid extremes and disasters, Zhang San's chart must be managed as follows. Firstly, the most significant task in Zhang San's life is to find wood. Since his chart lacks wood, his life would be unsettled without it. Where to find wood? The east represents wood. Zhang San should spend his life in the east, heading towards the east. Whether it's the direction of his house, his bed, or his office desk, it should all face east. Additionally, he should associate with people who have a lot of wood in their charts to mitigate some disasters. Furthermore, Zhang San's strong lungs often lead to lung disease, and his large intestine also has issues from time to time. What should be done? He should strengthen his liver and gallbladder because his liver and gallbladder are too weak. We can also infer that Zhang San's sense of smell, though often problematic, is very sensitive, while his vision is poor. Additionally, Zhang San should prefer colors like cyan and green and avoid white and gold. His house should ideally be made of wood, avoiding metal structures. Zhang San should primarily avoid traveling west and avoid marrying or forming close ties with people who have a lot of metal in their charts. Zhang San's destiny is earth, and his zodiac sign is dragon. According to traditional practices, since wood destroys earth, Zhang San should avoid wood and not marry people with the zodiac signs of tiger or rabbit, as they represent wood, especially those born in the years of Gang Yin or Xian Mao. However, considering his chart's 8 characters, Zhang San needs wood to counterbalance the excess metal. Thus, marrying people with wood elements can benefit him, though this approach is somewhat selfish as it may not benefit the other person. Conversely, if the partner's chart is too much wood, metal should be used to counteract it, which might actually be advantageous. Therefore, when playing the 5 elements game, all factors must be considered to find the best solution for oneself, while also considering the impact on others. Otherwise, it becomes unethical. Chinese people have been playing this game for a long time, but there aren't many experts. Usually, it's a case of treating the symptoms rather than the root cause, inevitably addressing one problem while neglecting another. Mastering this game can mobilize the entire universe, allowing a butterfly's flapping wings in Alaska to trigger storms at the Cape of Good Hope. Playing the 5 elements game can lead to the unification of heaven and man. From Zhang San's chart, one can further derive a more extensive system, such as how to address the lack of water in his chart, how to supplement the yin for his yang earth, and the traditional belief that dragons and dogs are incompatible, so Zhang San should avoid those born under the dog sign. Additionally, Zhang San's excess metal should be countered with fire, but why advise Zhang San to seek wood instead of fire, and so forth. These issues can all be resolved perfectly. You cannot achieve much or go very far without peace of mind. Without tranquility, the spirit will not stay. As an advanced cultivation, those who have completed elementary and intermediate cultivation should play this game during their leisure time after being well fed in content. Don't become a fortune teller. 冲出形式，高级修行。2. Breaking through form, advanced practice, part 2. Day Form Buddha. December 14th, 2006. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Spinning oneself into a cocoon and then breaking out is a metaphor for spiritual practice. The cocoon is created for protection, and breaking out of it symbolizes transformation into a celestial being. Elementary practice is like spinning the cocoon. Intermediate practice involves nurturing new life within the cocoon, and advanced practice is about breaking out of the cocoon to achieve spiritual transcendence. All forms are like cocoons. In the beginning of learning, the cocoon provides protection, but after mastering the practice, one must break through the form. This is advanced practice, and it's worth trying to see if you can break through. Forget the Constitution and laws. Forget all regulations and rules. Forget all precepts and moral standards. In your heart, besides the concept of the greatest creator, everything else ceases to exist. No nations or ethnicities, no political parties or groups, no religious organizations, no family, no parents, no spouse, no children, no mentors or teachers, no guides, no masters, no enemies, no friends, no rivals, no relatives. The universe also ceases to exist. Time is gone, space is gone, you are gone, and the material world has disappeared. Virtue, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust are no longer needed. Let your consciousness return to the original holograph. When you reach this stage in practice, you are a celestial being. If you do not break free from these constraints, you cannot unite with the Tao, act freely from the heart, or become a celestial being. A teacher assigns homework to students, and the students must complete it, but the teacher does not because they have already done it. Therefore, we must strive to become a teacher who no longer needs to do homework. A master gives disciples a series of requirements, precepts, discipline, and practice approaches, but the master is no longer bound by these requirements, rules, or approaches because they have transcended them. We must become the master of the master. The purpose of speaking and writing is to convey thoughts, feelings, and ideas. As long as the meaning is accurately expressed, the form can be varied. If one insists on using a rigid 8-part essay format, a lot of time and energy will be wasted on form, which is putting the cart before the horse. Practice and cultivation are meant to achieve a perfect life structure. As long as this goal is reached, any method is valid. If one focuses solely on forms like sit in meditation, reciting mantras, adjusting breathing, or meditation, it is like picking sesame seeds while ignoring watermelons. The purpose of affectionate love and sexual love is to experience happiness and joy. If it brings happiness and joy, any means can be used. If one insists on exploring reasons and methods, considering this, and that it falls into the trap of form, such as falling into the trap of marriage, can one not enjoy affectionate love and sexual love without marriage? The purpose of wearing clothes and eating is to sustain the physical body. As long as the goal of maintaining life is achieved, any method is correct. If one insists on being meticulous about appearance or nutrition, it is wasting effort on trivialities. Is a woman considered a proper lady only if she has bound feet? Is a man considered a good citizen only if he has long hair? Is it only filial to decorate one's parents' grave elaborately? Is attending church the only way to be a Christian? Is shaving the head and burning dots on the head is the only way to show devotion to Buddhism? Is remaining faithful to one's spouse the only way to be a good wife? Is placing scriptures on one's head the only way to show respect for saints? Is kneeling and calling the emperor's name the only way to show loyalty? Is keeping a canary in a golden cage the only way to show affection for the bird? Any form is meant to constrain the ordinary people, not the true seekers of the Tao. Seekers cannot be concerned with forms or explore them. Once trapped by forms, one will be bound by them. Dharma sets no rules, no dharma is dharma. Form has no set shape, non-form is form. Only by breaking free from the constraints of forms can one move freely and act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature. At an advanced stage of practice, one must discard all scriptures, reject the teachings of masters, step on guides, and treat worldly regulations and rules as worthless. Only then will a new world reveal itself, and one will enter formless thinking, enter holographic thinking, and be able to see the greatest creator clearly. One can then roam freely and become a super celestial being. Only by reaching such a state can one distinguish truth, goodness, and beauty from falsehood, wickedness, and ugliness, make significant contributions to humanity, and understand the full meaning of life at Chanyuan. 修行修炼到底修什么? What is the ultimate goal of cultivation and practice? Dayform Buddha, January 4th, 2007. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Confucianism practices the cultivation of humanity. Taoism focuses on cultivating celestial beings. Buddhism is dedicated to becoming Buddhas, and Christianity emphasizes love. So, what are we cultivating? We are cultivating reverence for the greatest creator, reverence for life, reverence for nature, following the way of the greatest creator, and ultimately achieving the fruition of a super celestial being. Where is the way? When Shinkoan Buddha opened Pandora's box and peeled back layer after layer, calculating every possibility, what was left in the end was nature, which is the Tathagata. More and more practitioners are discovering that the greatest creator is love. As long as there is love in one's heart, one has merged with the greatest creator. We often speak of seeking the Tao. The purpose of cultivation and practice is to enter the Tao, attain the Tao, and become a celestial being. In the end, the essence of cultivation and practice boils down to three words: nature, love, Tao. Nature, love, and Tao are seamlessly integrated with no essential difference. Or rather, nature is love, love is Tao, and Tao is nature. Any method, sect, or individual that revolves around nature, love, Tao in their practice is correct. The question is how to practice? With countless methods available, where are the shortcuts? The method of life at Chanyuan is enhancing understanding, transforming thinking, perfecting consciousness, and perfecting the non-material structure of life. Enhancing understanding means fully grasping the connotations and extensions of nature, love, Tao. Without correct understanding, everything else is mere talk and aimless confusion. Transforming thinking means thoroughly correcting the erroneous worldviews, life views, and values accumulated over thousands of years. Organizing chaotic thoughts into a structured program, and focusing energy on the way of the greatest creator. Perfecting consciousness means cleansing the impurities of the soul, purifying our consciousness, and unifying consciousness with nature, love, Tao. Perfecting the non-material structure of life means continuously elevating life, removing animalistic genes, demonic and devilish genes, and humanistic genes from the life structure, aligning the nature of life with that of celestial qualities, and ultimately becoming a celestial being and ascending to higher realms of existence. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. We already know that the purpose of creating the universe is for life. And the purpose of creating life is to play and enjoy. Without life, what is the use of the universe? If not for joy and play, why have life? All human activities, such as working, farming, raising sheep and flowers, running businesses, and so on, ultimately serve what purpose? Making money? And why make money? For survival? And what is the purpose of survival? For the next life? And what is the meaning of the next life? For love? For obtaining a PhD? For bringing honor to one's ancestors? For leaving a lasting legacy? For human peace? What are these purposes ultimately for? When traced back to the root, we find that the ultimate goal of all human activities is to attain happiness and joy. Now we understand that the core of nature, love, Tao, is the enjoyment of life. This is the way of the greatest creator. With direction and goals, everything else becomes simple. That is why I have always worked to create an atmosphere of joy and playfulness in life at Chanuan, aiming for the perfect structure of life and the ultimate goal of life. To make life joyful and to sustain, enhance, and extend this characteristic is the ultimate goal. Ni shu cheng zheng guo. You have achieved the ultimate fruit. Xiefeng. June 20th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. If the non-material structure of your life has become that of a celestial or a Buddha, you have achieved the ultimate fruit. The specific manifestations are as follows. You are completely unselfish. You are completely selfless. You have achieved the state of having nothing yet possessing everything. You handle all matters in the mundane world by taking things as they are, associating with others by following natural come-and-go relations, acting in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, and taking advantage of opportunities as they arise, without any ego attachment. You not only have no fear of death, but even have a slight longing for it. You perceive everything happening in the world as perfectly appropriate, just and fair. All your activities have turned into spontaneous games and entertainment. You have no worldly attachments or obstacles, and are able to depart at any time, ready to leave whenever. If you have reached the above state, it proves that you have achieved the ultimate fruit, and going to the heavenly kingdom is a certainty. 无我无私无执的内涵. The connotations of selflessness, unselfishness, and non-attachment. Xiefeng. June 21st, 2024. Selflessness. There is inherently no self in the universe. Everything is merely a manifestation of the consciousness of the greatest creator. In a computer game, there are countless characters, and those characters believe they have a self. But in reality, they are just manifestations of the game designer's consciousness. 100 years ago, I did not exist. 100 years from now, I will not exist either. The so-called self is just an illusion and delusion of human perception. With the notion of self, one becomes deeply entangled in the roles and plots designed by the game designer. Without the notion of self, one transcends these roles and simply plays along with circumstances and destiny. Who is the self? One cannot decide one's own birth, nor can one determine one's departure. One cannot correct yesterday's mistakes or predict tomorrow's events. We can't even grow an eye on the back of our head or control our tears when cutting onions. So, where is the self? Who am I? Looking down on the world, who is troubled, suffering, anxious, or worried? Who argues, attacks, fights, or schemes against others? Who dances on waves or sobs in prison? Who shines on the red carpet or wanders in the bitter rain? It is the self. Because everyone has a self, the world is formed. Due to the absence of self, paradise appears. Unselfishness. There is inherently no selfishness in the universe. Form is emptiness, and everything we see is illusory. Under the wide heaven, all is the king's land. Within the sea boundaries of the land, all are the king's servants. This king is not a human king, but the creator of all things in heaven and earth. What is mine, yours, or his? People don't even know their own life trajectories and can't control their lives, let alone grasp external things. Which emperor can hold onto his kingdom firmly? Which billionaire can take his wealth with him? Day in and day out, earning money in the wind and rain is absurd. In the end, it's all for someone else. Looking down on the world, observe the people around you. Who lives the hardest life? Those with the heaviest selfishness live the hardest. Who is the most troublesome? Those with the heaviest selfishness are the most troublesome. Who is the most heartless? Those with the heaviest selfishness are the most heartless. Who is the most insidious and cunning? Those with the heaviest selfishness are the most insidious and cunning. Hell is overcrowded because people's selfishness is too heavy. How do you feel working and living with selfless people? Does it feel like living in heaven? Why? Because heaven is composed of selfless people. Do you still dare to be selfish? Non-attachment. The universe inherently has no words. Mountains and rivers inherently have no attachment, and all things transform according to their own nature and find their own peace. Cabbages and radishes each have their own beauty, and there are no identical things in the world. Each person has their own face. Each person has their own heart. Each has their own path, and each has their own destination. Let those who love bread eat bread, and let those who love beer drink beer. Do not interfere. Do not force. See everything as pleasing. Hear everything as reasonable. This is non-attachment. Who can turn a cabbage into a radish? Who can turn a cat into a dog? It is impossible. If you think you are right, that is fine. But making others pee or cook according to your idea of rightness is attachment. In a group, whoever is responsible or bears the responsibility should have the final say. If you insist on making the person in charge listen to you, that is self-attachment. Always wanting to correct others or make others act according to your intentions is self-attachment. Worldly people and mortals can never see eye to eye. Mortals and virtuous people can never understand each other. Virtuous people and celestial beings can never reach any agreement. There are always higher mountains and greater heavens. If you value interests, you are a worldly person. If you value feelings, you are a mortal. If you value logic, you are a virtuous person. If you value spirituality, you are a celestial being. First, clarify your own coordinate system and point, and you will get along with everyone peacefully. If a worldly person wants to correct a mortal wants to correct a virtuous person, and a virtuous person wants to correct a celestial being, it is like a hen trying to teach a phoenix how to fly, ignorant of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Without attachment, the world is peaceful and life is satisfactory. With attachment, storms arise and chaos ensues. 无我是生命的高级状态. Selflessness is the advanced state of life. Xiefeng. June 23rd, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. With the self completely lost, the heart is open and the spirit is free. This state of being open-hearted and free-spirited is the state of celestial being, the blooming of divinity, the Elysium world, and the peak experience of life. The true self is found in selflessness. Hence, only through selflessness can the self be achieved. The best way to verify this insight is through the experience of sexual climax. Once one transcends the peak of conventional sensation and enters a state of spiritual awareness, the physical scene vanishes, entering the non-material world or the spiritual world. Anyone who has entered this state can recall that at the time, there was only an experience of infinite beauty, and the sense of self had long been forgotten. This is the state of selflessness. Yet there is an experience of infinite beauty. Who is experiencing this? It is the true self experiencing it. Phenomena tell us that to find the true self, one must let go of the self. The most exquisite swordsmanship is without a sword. The most exquisite mental method is without a mind. The most exquisite management is no management. The most exquisite self is selflessness. The most exquisite possession is non-possession. The most exquisite communication is Zen. I am thinking of any Nobel Prize winner in the world. During a certain period, they must have been in a state of selflessness. Only in a state of selflessness can one enter the spiritual light and discover some of the mysteries of the vast world. In fact, anyone who has achieved brilliant results must have been in a state of selflessness at some point in their life. The most supreme guidance of Shakyamuni Buddha is no form of self. The thought and state of no self are extremely wonderful, the highest subtle method to enter the Elysium world. Everyone can try and see the results. If you work with an extremely selfish person and you calculate your own gains and losses, it will be very difficult to get along with this selfish person with a lot of vexing things, and you will be infuriated. The reason is that you are also selfish. You have a self. If you achieve selflessness, cooperation becomes very easy and pleasant. Satisfy the selfish person's every desire and give all benefits to him. The atmosphere will be harmonious. If you take care of a patient for a long time, and this patient is not only unable to take care of himself, but also unreasonable, if you have a self, you won't be able to bear it for 3 days. If you are in a state of selflessness, you won't feel annoyed and will appreciate a different kind of scenery in this world. By investing yourself in any task or career with a state of self-forgetfulness, you will find endless joy and achieve remarkable results. With a sense of self, even eating and sleeping become burdens, and lying flat is also suffering. Would you clean toilets every day? Would you dare to use the water from a clean toilet to wash your face and brush your teeth? In fact, there is no essential difference between cleaning a toilet and sweeping the emperor's seat. The so-called difference lies in whether you have a self or not. The water in a clean toilet is exactly the same as the water flowing from the tap. The reason it feels different is not due to the water quality, but because of the presence of the self. Having form is due to having a self. With a self, life is a cruel competition and battle. Without a self, life is an interesting journey. With a self, one tends toward the lower realms of life. Without a self, one moves toward the higher realms of life. With a self, everything appears as a struggle for profit. Without a self, everything appears as a fun game. With a self, there are thorns and traps everywhere, with constant danger. Without a self, there are clear skies and bright prospects everywhere. With a self, one looks up at the world. Without a self, one looks down on the world. 无知是走向潇洒自由的一道法门. Non-attachment is a path to being unrestrained and free. Xiefeng, June 23rd, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Non-attachment means not clinging to the notion that you are right and others are wrong, not believing that others are wrong and you are right, and not attempting to make others speak or act according to your wishes. Clinging to one's own knowledge, views, and opinions is a sea of suffering on the journey of life, a difficult barrier to overcome. It is the fuse for conflicts between people, people and society, and people and nature. It is one of the roots of personal troubles and pains, and the yeast for the birth of tragedies. No one in this world is wrong, and no phenomenon is wrong. We cannot say that mice digging holes and stealing grain is wrong, nor can we say that wolves eating sheep is wrong. Everyone has their own origins and destinations. If they didn't speak or act that way, they wouldn't be themselves. Most people spend their lives mainly to earn money and acquire wealth. They're not wrong. They say, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. They are right. Judging them from the standpoint of mortals, sages, or celestial beings is like commenting on a cat's consciousness and behavior from a dog's perspective. It's impossible to reach a correct conclusion. There are no eternal interests, only eternal affection. Is this view correct? There is no eternal affection, only eternal karmic debt. Is this view correct? There is no eternal karmic debt, only eternal reincarnation. Is this view correct? Without standing in others' shoes, you will never understand why they must act as they do. Looking at global history and modern marital relationships, at a smaller scale, 95% of marital relationships are not harmonious. Why? One of the reasons is attachment. Husbands want their wives to listen to them, and wives want their husbands to listen to them. They spend their lives arguing over trivial matters, each sticking to their own views. And where does harmony come from? Painful facts tell us that trying to change or transform others is not only futile, but also a great tragedy in life. Trying to turn a cabbage into a radish is not only making things difficult for the cabbage, but also the ignorance, stupidity, and barbarity of the transformer. Thus, we discover a way to be unrestrained and free. Let others live their own lives. Walking with a snail, you must go slow. Traveling with a swan, you must fly. Living with a lion, you must eat meat. Living with a cow, you must eat grass. Living with parents, you must be obedient. Living with children, you must be easygoing. Living with a husband or wife, you must often say, "You are right." Living with siblings, friends, and classmates, you must often say, "You are amazing." If you know others are wrong, what should you do? The problem is, they think they are right. Ordinary people think that worldly people are short-sighted and petty, while worldly people think ordinary people are unrealistic and ambitious. Who is right and who is wrong? Sages think that celestial beings are illogical, irrational, too casual, and too willful, while celestial beings think that sages are rigid, dogmatic, inflexible, and lack spiritual insight. Who is right and who is wrong? Which way of living is the best? Speak human language with people, speak ghost language with ghosts, speak celestial language with celestial beings, and speak divine language with gods. Of course, if you are a celestial being, it is best not to speak with people, ghosts, or gods. Living with people who resonate on the same frequency is the most ideal and comfortable way to live. In conclusion, do not cling to anything. Strive to live your own life and let others live theirs. When the most difficult situation arises, if you always feel that you are being controlled by others, by parents, spouses, children, friends, bosses, masters, colleagues, or presidents, and you have to comply with their demands against your will, and it causes you great distress, how do you break free? When it comes to matters of principle that concern your future, never compromise. Compromise will drag you down, resulting in one false step bringing everlasting grief. If you face unreasonable demands from presidents, parents, bosses, masters, or teachers that you cannot resist, it's easy to handle. Whoever is in charge, whoever gives orders, bears all the consequences. Push all the responsibility onto them. But when it comes to matters of principle, be flexible. You can lift the muzzle of the gun by an inch. If you miss the target, it's my lack of skill, not my refusal to shoot. If you fail to catch a counter-revolutionary, it's not that you didn't want to catch them, but that they were too cunning and escaped. For trivial matters that don't hurt or itch, if you don't want to break relationships, just play along and make the other person happy and satisfied. Let those who want to go to heaven go to heaven. Let those who want to go to hell go to hell. Let those who want to reincarnate to the animal world go there. And let those who want to continue being human keep being human. If people don't seek my help, I won't assist them, so everyone will be happy. What if you see your parents or children heading to hell, and you are anxious to save them, but they don't listen? For loved ones and those whom you care about, do your best to express your views clearly. Whether they listen or not is up to them. Everyone has their own life and destiny. Do not be attached, do not force. Do what you should do, and how others act is their business, not mine. 修行修炼篇，完美人性的标准 Standards of Escape the array of affection, Siefeng, of the 36 8-diagram arrays. The most difficult one to escape from is that of affection. Everything has affection. All beings have affection, and affection is the rainbow and the best condiment of life. If the sky is affectionate, then the weather will be favorable. If the earth is affectionate, then the grain will be abundant. If people are affectionate, then life will be auspicious and warm. If things are affectionate, then spring forest will abound. Affection is like salt in food. With too little, it will taste dull. In excess, it will be too salty. But if in moderation, then and only then, its flavor will shine. Happy lives are not unfeeling, but must not be trapped in affection. To be unfeeling is worse than to be a beast, but to be trapped in affection is worse than death. Affection can nourish people, but it can also torture them. Once people are poisoned by affection, they will become perverted. They will act like neither humans nor ghosts, but will be unreasonable, hysterical, and maybe even lose their minds eventually. Sort out your mood as you lie in bed. What is the most worrying thing in your life? What has tormented you the most recently? What is the hardest thing for you to give up? What depresses you the most? What concerns you most deeply? What do you want to maintain the most? What do you want to end the most, but are unable to? The answers are always affection. The affection between immediate family members, lovers, friends, classmates, masters and apprentices, teachers and students, comrades in arms, and so forth. Any special relationship that you establish with anyone else will entangle you and might make you worry for your whole lifetime. It will wrap you tightly within it and make you restless for your entire lifetime. This is the array of affection. Can you escape from this array? The array of affection is also the net of affection. Look at fishing nets. People cast their nets into the water, and any fish that enter it and cannot escape will be yanked out of the water and become meals on people's plates. Standing in heaven and watching the world, everyone looks like fish in nets. Those who cannot escape from their nets will become delicacies on the devil's dining table. Do you want to escape from this net of affection? It is hard to do so on your own. To do this, you must rely on the power of authority and the guidance of gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints, especially the divine powers of Jesus Christ and Buddha Shakyamuni, and the roadmap of the guide. There is very little chance of escaping from it if you try your own way blindly. The most difficult nets to escape are the parents' and children's nets. Who can abandon parents' and children's affection, and are they not monsters if they do? Would they still be human? So, if you do not rely on the power of authority, then you cannot and you will not escape. The second most difficult net is the one of couples' affection. Now, more and more people are not marrying, which means that they can escape from the nets of couples' affection. Many people escape from nets of couples' affection by divorcing. More couples who are sticking to it want to escape but are reluctant to leave or find it hard to escape. In this case, they need the roadmap of the guide even more. The next most difficult one are the lovers' nets between boyfriends and girlfriends, which are also nets of affection that make people enjoy each other so much as to not want to leave each other and be willing to go through fire and water and hurl themselves into flames willingly. Life's joys, sorrows, bitters, and sweets are induced fully in this net of affection, like raging fires moving the earth and frightening heaven. In these nets of affection, most people are unwilling to escape. They will even risk their lives, go to hell, and fight for victory in a flash moment. Even with their heads broken and bleeding, their livers and gallbladders smashed, they will fly desperately like moths into flames. As long as there are people with whom we care about, with whom we miss, and with whom we want to maintain our relationships, we are in an array of affection. Until the day when we have nothing to care or worry about, with our minds abiding nowhere, our affection filling mountains and rivers, when we always long for the celestial islands, take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with our natures, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise, then we will not have escaped from our net of affection. How will you feel after escaping from your array of affection? It will feel like a frog crawling out from the bottom of a well into a pond, a wild horse stuck in silt returning to a prairie, a bird flying out of a cage into an idyllic forest, or a pig jumping out a pig pen and becoming human. The easiest, most direct, effective, and thorough way to escape from an array of affection is to become a Chanyuan celestial and live in the new oasis for life. From then on, you will no longer establish any special relationship with anyone else, especially by establishing a special love relationship with a member of the opposite sex. From then on, you will follow what is predestined, be open, leave things to fate, be free and unfettered, and enjoy life whatever it brings. When the wind blows through a clump of scattered bamboo, it makes a swishing sound, but as soon as it passes, no sound is left behind and silence reigns itself once more among the bamboo plants. When geese fly over ponds in winter, their reflections are seen on the water, but as soon as they move on, their reflections vanish. Do not be nostalgic for that illusion and do not miss the passing clouds, but fix your eyes on the celestial islands of the Elysium world. Trek and climb. Enjoy the scenery all the way. Never stay and be obsessed with any beautiful scenery. Never let anyone impede your pace forward. Everything will work itself out and you will ascend to the fairy world as it happens. 8 diagram arrays. The array of affection. Xiefeng. What in the world is affection? That it inspires beings to vow to accompany each other in life and death. Travelers flying together from south to north, their old wings enduring the cold and heat. Joy and sorrow, parting is painful. Among them, there are even more infatuated men and women. You should have something to say. Over 10,000 miles of layered clouds, 1,000 mountains with evening snow. For whom does the lone shadow depart? Yuan Haowin, Moyuer, Goose Mound lyrics. First verse. What is affection? The weaver girl descends to the mortal world to marry the cowherd. The white snake transforms into Lady White to marry Su Xian. Meng Jiangnu travels thousands of miles to search for her husband and weeps at the Great Wall. Du Shenyang angrily sinks a treasure chest. Romeo willingly drinks poison. Zhu Yingtai willingly jumps into a grave. The stories depicted in books are just the tip of the iceberg. For thousands of years, the world has witnessed countless tragic stories of affection, where affection is so deep, it's like a cliff of broken hearts, and longing consumes the jade-like skin. In the end, the soul is shattered at the end of the world. Secret affairs, elopements to distant lands, sacrificing one's life for affection, dueling for affection, accumulating debts for affection, committing murder for affection. All these lead to chaos, destruction of homes, and the demise of people. What's the point of such fervent affection? Brilliance fades, regrets last a lifetime. Speechless before the heavens, only hatred and shame remain. Besides romantic affection between lovers and spouses, there is also affection between father and son, mother and daughter, father and daughter, mother and son, siblings, confidants, friends, comrades, classmates, masters and disciples, teachers and students, hometowns, etc. These constitute the web of human affections, the sea of affections, and the array of affections. Many people live and die for affection. Once affection is lost, people feel lost and aimless, wandering souls on the verge of collapse. What exactly is affection? That people vow to each other in life and death, suffer insomnia from lovesickness, persevere through countless hardships out of deep affection, spend their entire lives without regret, risk their lives in desperation, or engage in illegal activities. Affection is a kind of non-material energy that is embedded in the non-material structure of life to maintain harmony in family, society, fairyland, and humanity. Life must have affection. Without affection, life will perish. The greatest creators have affection. Celestial beings have affection. Birds and beasts have affection. Trees have affection. And even demons and monsters have affection. The more abundant and richer the affection, the closer it is to heaven. The more impoverished and barren the affection, the closer it is to hell. The broader the affection, the closer it is to heaven. The narrower the affection, the closer it is to hell. Affection is a series of 8 diagram arrays, with gods having divine affection, demons having demonic affection, celestials having celestial affection, humans having human affection, monsters having monster affection, ghosts having ghostly affection, beasts having beastly affection, birds having bird affection, trees having tree affection, grass having grass affection, and flowers having flower affection. Thus, It forms the levels and steps of life, the heavenly net and the heavenly array, binding each level of life to thrive and flourish in their respective spaces, orderly and disciplined. Consciousness, structure, and energy are the three elements that constitute the universe. Nature, love, and Tao are the three great treasures of life. Nature is the characteristic of structure, love is the characteristic of energy, and Tao is the characteristic of consciousness. So, what about affection? Affection embodies all three characteristics of consciousness, structure, and energy. Affection not only has the components of consciousness and structure, but also contains the essence of energy. In other words, affection is the need of consciousness and structure, but its essence is a kind of energy, an essential non-material energy needed by consciousness and structure. Therefore, affection is closely related to nature, love, and Tao. As long as there is nature, there is affection. As long as there is love, there is affection. As long as there is Tao, there is affection. Conversely, without nature, there is no affection. Without love, there is no affection. Without Tao, there is no affection. For human life, affection is like salt. If affection is too weak, life is tasteless. If affection is too strong, life is bitter. To elevate oneself to celestial being, one must escape from the human affection array. Without escaping human affection, one cannot enter divine affection. Without entering divine affection, one cannot become a celestial being. How does one escape the human 8-diagram array? In short, abandon human affection and seek divine affection. Specifically, diminish parental affection, deepen the affection for the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Diminish the affection for siblings, friends, deepen the affection for the universe, all things in nature. Diminish the monogamous affection between men and women, deepen the predestined ethereal affection of the fairyland. Diminish the affection between master and disciple, teacher and student, deepen the affection for Tao, the truth. Theoretically, the richer and broader the affection, the more divine it is. The poorer and narrower the affection, the more human it is. In practice, the more relatives, the more divine affection. The more lovers, the more divine affection. The more beloved ones, the more divine affection. The more one loves mountains, rivers, and nature, the more divine affection. The more one cherishes all life, the more divine affection. The more one enjoys playing and having fun, the more divine affection. What is affection in the world? At this point, the answer is deeply affectionate, earnestly heartfelt. Mountains, rivers, and all things are loved by me. Heaven and earth merge with affection. Yin and yang unite, and the fairyland is born. Unending affection, not obsessed with affection. My affection pervades all. When my work is done, I will be fulfilled naturally. Beautiful ideals turn into reality. 36 8-diagram array. The array of belonging. Xiefeng. Statements like, I am British, I belong to the Yamato people, I am a Christian, I am a member of the Nationalist Party, I work at Carrefour, I am of Asian descent, my family has 5 members, I belong to the Tiger zodiac sign, and so on express a sense of belonging for someone. Common characteristics of origin, similar distinguishing features, shared cultural traits, similar beliefs, identical pursuit of ideals, and resonant emotional features divide people into categories such as ethnic groups, nationalities, religious denominations, political parties, and social circles. People always seek a sense of belonging to something, feeling secure and grounded spiritually and psychologically. Everyone wants a home, a sense of belonging to a group. Otherwise, they feel unsettled, like lost souls adrift in the world, aimless like clouds drifting in the sky. Placing someone within a certain group, a particular circle, allows them to float within it unknowingly, forming what is called a belonging array. Nations, ethnicities, races, political parties, religions, groups, companies, homes, families, and more constitute the belonging array. Every person, whether willingly or not, is part of the belonging array. Humans inherently belong to the global citizenry. If we see the Earth as a ship drifting in the Milky Way galaxy, then regardless of who we are, we're all on the same ship and should cooperate. But due to the belonging array, people engage in conflicts, killings, and struggles, turning life into a bloody drama, disrupting the harmony of existence. Once people enter the belonging array, they become selfish. For their country, they are willing to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. For their ethnicity, they are prepared to lay down their lives. For their religion, they are ready to embark on crusades. For their political party, they engage in verbal and physical battles. For their group, they manipulate and monopolize resources in the shadows. For their family, they crush human nature. For their home, they take risks and break laws. For their species, they mistreat and slaughter others. People always seek a sense of belonging, willingly defending the interests of their country, ethnicity, political party, religion, group, family, and home. For this reason, they always look for a circle, establish families, create networks of relationships, and form social organizations, even if it means joining beggar gangs, criminal syndicates, or theft rings, just to belong to some group. This is the belonging array. The vast majority of human beings float and sink within it throughout their lives, unable to escape this 8-diagram array. This is a game in the human world, a game that makes people oblivious to the script, maintaining and upholding the existence, value, and function of the transit station in the hierarchical space of humanity. Otherwise, if everyone awakened and became divine, the evolutionary chain of life would form a fracture, and the entire dynamic balance of the universe's life would be disrupted. Creating a sense of belonging can make people short-sighted, narrow-minded, selfish, and keep them trapped in the human world. Otherwise, if everyone were to awaken and ascend to divinity, the evolutionary levels of life would form a fault line, a fracture zone. This would disrupt the ability to implement corresponding punishments for higher-level life forms and appropriate rewards for lower-level life forms. Escaping from the bondages of the 3 realms and 5 elements. To escape the human world and enter heaven, one must escape the belonging array, or else they cannot reach heaven. How can one escape the belonging array? View oneself as a citizen of the earth, not belonging to any country, ethnicity, political party, religion, group, or family. Don't engage in the small family life program. Instead, serve the entire earth and humanity, rather than serving any one country, political party, religion, ethnicity, family, or group. In this way, our mind will expand, life will ascend, our soul will gradually perfect, and our consciousness will become pure and orderly. In this way, the frequency of our minds will resonate with the frequency of the minds of the celestial beings of the 1,000-year world. Imagine the 1,000-year world, which is 10 times larger than Earth, with 200 million celestial beings living there. There are no countries, political parties, religions, families, or interest groups. Everyone enjoys resources equally, without any fighting, killing, snatching, grabbing, oppression, exploitation, or conflicts. Everyone is happy, joyful, free, and blissful because there is no belonging array there. 6-8-diagram array. The array of thinking. Xiefeng. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Can 1 plus 1 equal 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? This is a matter of thinking, or rather, a matter of cognitive ability. What is the relationship between an elephant and a stone? In the usual sense, there isn't much of a relationship between an elephant and a stone. However, in the well-known story, Chao Chong weighs an elephant. Chow Chow's 7-year-old son established a corresponding relationship between an elephant's weight and a stone using a boat as a medium, easily solving the problem of the elephant's weight. This is thinking. The method by which the ancient Greek philosopher, mathematician, and physicist Archimedes determined whether a crown was counterfeit is also a good example of understanding and exploring thinking. How can an ant freely climb from one surface to the other side of the same surface without going through a hole or climbing over an edge? Conventional thinking cannot find a solution. Only unconventional thinking with a Mobius strip can achieve this. The level of a person's intelligence is mainly reflected in their ability to think. It can be said that with stronger thinking ability comes a higher level of life. With weaker thinking ability comes a lower level of life. The stronger the thinking ability, the closer it is to a higher level of life. The weaker the thinking ability, the closer it is to a lower level of life. Clearly, the thinking ability of plants is lower than that of animals. The thinking ability of animals is lower than that of humans. The thinking ability of humans is lower than that of celestials and Buddhas. The thinking ability of celestials and Buddhas is lower than that of gods, and the thinking ability of gods is lower than that of the greatest creator. Therefore, I summarize thinking ability into 8 levels: material thinking, image thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, visualized thinking, Tai Chi thinking, formless thinking, and holographic thinking, with each level higher than the last. So, what is thinking? Thinking is the dimension and process of thought, pondering, and contemplation. The broader and deeper the dimension of thought, the stronger the ability to analyze, summarize, synthesize, reason, judge, infer, and find solutions to problems. Thinking is related to dimensionality. The thinking of a caterpillar is limited to the two-dimensional world, so its thinking ability is low. The thinking of plants is limited to the static three-dimensional world, so their thinking ability is lower than that of animals whose thinking is limited to the dynamic three-dimensional world. Birds live in four-dimensional space-time, so they are freer than land animals. Humans exist in the three-dimensional world, but because of their rich imagination, they can extend sensory knowledge into the realm of reason, so their thinking ability is stronger than that of birds. Celestials live in a world of 4 dimensions or more, so they are higher life forms than humans. Buddhas and gods traverse the 36-dimensional spaces, and their thinking ability is unimaginable. The greatest creator lives in holography, and his thinking ability is beyond imagination. It is inscrutable. When thinking ability is low, one can appear very foolish and stupid. When humans observe animals, they often perceive them as incredibly stupid. Similarly, when celestials observe humans, they also find them to be incredibly foolish. For instance, humans have been struggling within the confines of the institution of marriage and family for thousands of years. Why not change their way of life? Humans can indeed seem incredibly stupid. Human suffering and distress stem from consciousness, with thinking being a primary component of consciousness. To alleviate the suffering and distress rooted in consciousness, one must diligently work on their thinking. This involves transforming the way we think, expanding the scope of our thinking, and breaking free from the constraints of conventional thinking to think creatively. Otherwise, suffering and distress will persist endlessly, confining all levels, types, and layers of life within certain dimensions, such that their thinking cannot transcend the space-time of their existence, thereby presenting the wonderful diversity and maintaining the orderly hierarchy of life, is what constitutes the array of thinking. In order to elevate the quality of life, to venture into higher dimensional spaces of life and live freely, it is essential to break free from the constraints of original thinking, not to adhere rigidly to established rules, and to understand that nothing is impossible. There are only things that are beyond imagination and beyond the reach of one's thinking ability. The miracles presented by Jesus are beyond our imagination, beyond our ability of thinking. This is the difference in thinking between humans and gods. The super-celestial beings of the Elysium Celestial Islands continent are capable of performing 64 kinds of divine abilities and can transform all things at will. This is something that we, with our limited thinking abilities, cannot fully comprehend. So, how does one break free from the array of thinking? The answer is that it's impossible to completely escape the array of thinking. The only solution is to elevate our lower-level thinking to a higher level. As humans, if we think, ponder, and contemplate with the thinking of celestials, discard our human thinking, then we can escape the thinking array granted to human and enter the world of celestials. Then the pain and troubles associated with being human will disappear. The following 8 points can help people escape from the array of thinking for human and enter the thinking realm of celestial and Buddha. Thoroughly understand the principles and reincarnation mysteries of life, and realize that life is not extinguished, only transformed. So do not fear death. Instead, consider it the greatest good. Escape from the time array, find the true self, and view the self who acts as an actor in the script as a play, a dream. Frequently let consciousness enter the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, imitating and emulating the way of life and thinking of celestials. Strengthen visualized thinking, frequently and freely imagining beautiful things, scenes, and people. Escape from the heart array, desire array, affection array, ethical relation array, belonging array, and wisdom array. live by one's nature. Do not take one's kind as the reference object. Do not always consider oneself as human in consciousness. Do not believe there are no solutions to difficult problems. Do not think in terms of conventional thinking when considering problems. Do not be afraid to think freely as bound by traditional moral preaching and scientific knowledge. Do not be influenced and restricted by one's appearance, gender, race, physique, culture, environment, etc., and dare not enter the micro and macro worlds. Do not think that without wings one cannot fly. Do not think that without eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, one cannot eat, drink, excrete, sleep. Fully understand and comprehend that all phenomena are illusory. Emptiness is not different from form, and form is not different from emptiness. Consciousness creates reality, and time and space cannot block consciousness. Act according to one's nature. Here, nature refers to the nature of the Tathagata. 8 diagram arrays. The array of desire. Jeffing. The more you eat, the more you crave. The more you sleep, the lazier you become. The more you steal, the itchier your hands get. The more you gamble, the more avaricious your heart becomes. Habits become second nature, and this second nature obscures our true nature. Things always naturally develop in the direction of habitual tendencies, and in the end, we lose control, sinking deeper and deeper, making it difficult to escape. Everything can become addictive. Smoking, drinking, eating meat, using drugs, gaming, seeking pleasure, making money, fighting, holding positions of authority, frequenting bars, even using the internet. Negative emotions like jealousy, resentment, comparison, criticism, blame, lies, laziness, selfishness, greed, and arrogance can also become addictive. Once a person becomes negative and develops an unhealthy psyche, pessimism becomes the theme of their life. They may become isolated, obstinate, stubborn, rigid, and eventually suffer from depression. Why does this happen? This is due to the 8 diagram array set up to maintain a certain number of lives in each level of existence. It is called the array of desire. It is like a nose ring on a bull, leading people back and forth in the desire array, making it impossible to escape from a certain space of life. There are 8 major desires: appetite, affection, sexual, desire, desire for pleasure, material desire, desire for reputation, desire for life, desire for possession, control, and desire for excellence. These 8 desires form the desire array. Normal needs are not considered desires. Anything beyond normal needs is considered a desire. For example, constantly craving delicious food, indulging in delicacies, is called desire for food. Constantly thinking about establishing emotional relationships with someone or constantly fantasizing about sexual relationships with different people, rather than going with the flow, is desire for affection or sex. Always seeking leisure activities or indulging in comfort is desire for pleasure. Working tirelessly to earn money to buy property, land, goods, and equipment is material desire. Going to great lengths to maintain a good reputation is desire for reputation. Taking extreme measures for health, consuming supplements, practicing meditation, and living in a state of intoxicated oblivion is desire for life. Racking one's brains to control resources, people, or positions is desire for possession. Striving with every nerve, enduring hardships to stand out from the crowd, seeking magical powers or supernatural abilities to make others envious, is desire for excellence. Once trapped in the desire array formed by the 8 major desires, one's life becomes one of suffering, without hope or a bright future. It's a life destined for pain, exhaustion, frequent disappointments, and without the joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss one desires. It's a life destined to float and sink in the cycle of reincarnation. How to escape the desire array? Follow the way of the greatest creator. Follow the way of nature. Regarding food, take things as they are, eat until you're full, don't deliberately pursue taste at the expense of slaughtering animals. Regarding love and sexual desire, associate with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, don't pursue it deliberately, nor avoid it deliberately. Regarding pleasure, take advantage of opportunities as they arise, avoid high-end pleasures that waste energy and money as much as possible. Regarding material pursuits, Be content with what you have. Prioritize simplicity and practicality. Avoid extravagance and excessive possession. Regarding reputation, don't seek lasting fame or infamy. Let things happen naturally. Don't worry too much about people's opinions and judgments. Just keep your conscience and morals intact. Regarding health and life and death, leave your life to the greatest creator's arrangement. Let your life be governed by Tao. Don't deliberately focus on health. Accept life and death as fate, neither craving life nor fearing death. Regarding possession and control, the more you have, the more worries you'll have. The more you control, the more mental labor you'll have. It's better to pursue the state of possessing nothing yet owning everything, to feel content no matter where you are or what you are doing. Regarding excellence, act according to your nature. Everything is born, grows, is punished, and is finally exterminated by nature. Everything is under the arrangement and running of Tao. Don't pursue excellence excessively. If you don't have a good singing voice, trying to excel in singing will be futile. Just express your talents and personality to the fullest. Why bother pursuing excellence? Once you escape the desire array, the world will be vast and boundless. Without desire, you can fulfill desires. Without selfishness, you can fulfill selfishness. 36 8 diagram arrays. The array of destiny, the occurrence, development, transition, and extinction of everything and every phenomenon in the world all have a destiny. The Earth's year is 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 46 seconds. This is a destiny. The mass of the Sun is 1.989 times 10 to the power of 27 tons. The mass of the Earth is approximately 9.89 times 10 to the power of 21 tons, and the mass of the Moon is about 7.35 times 10 to the power of 22 tons. These are also destiny. A person has 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 1 head, and 2 legs. The human body has 206 bones, and the heart beats 2.5 to 3 billion times in a lifetime. The normal pH of the human body is 7.35 to 7.45, and the normal body temperature averages between 36 and 37 degrees Celsius, underarm. Normal blood pressure is 140 millimeters of mercury, 18.6 kilopascals, systolic, and 90 millimeters of mercury, 12 kilopascals, diastolic. There is a specific size, quantity, and distance ratio between each organ in the human body. These are all destinies. Everything has a limit. Exceeding the limit will cause a qualitative change, or in other words, everything has a certain proportion or degree, and exceeding that proportion or degree will inevitably lead to the opposite. When water is poured into a container, there is definitely a moment when it is full. When eating, there is always a moment when you cannot eat anymore. A camel can only carry a certain weight. Beyond the maximum load, a straw can break the camel's back. A metal rod is very hard, but if continuously struck at a certain fixed point, it will eventually break. Everything has a destiny. This is the law of the universe. Regarding human life, the same law of everything having a destiny also applies. The number of teeth a person should have, the number of hairs, the number of sweat glands are all destinies. When a person is born, when teeth grow, when puberty starts, when aging begins, when death occurs, these are all destinies. It takes 21 days for a chicken to hatch eggs, and humans give birth after 10 months of pregnancy. This is a destiny. We know weather forecasts can predict the weather. This itself proves that everything has a destiny. If there were no destinies, it would be impossible to forecast the weather for the next few days, even impossible for a few hours. Throughout human history, some people have been able to predict the future changes of the world, which also proves that everything has a destiny. Before the discovery of some chemical elements, Mendeleev arranged the periodic table of elements and predicted the existence of other elements that had not yet been discovered. This means that everything has a destiny, a law, and a rule. So, how long a person can live in their lifetime, what diseases they will get, when they will get better or worse, what kind of people they will meet in their lifetime, what conflicts they will have with others, what blessings and sufferings they will experience, what kind of hardships they will endure, and even what kind of work they will do, are all destinies that cannot be escaped. This is also the truth summarized by the ancients. What is meant to be will always find a way. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Giving everything a certain destiny allows them to grow, decline, change, and transit within a certain destiny, thus maintaining the orderly operation of the world, which is the destiny array. Without the destiny array, the Earth would run out of the solar system, tigers would grow wings, mice would be bigger than cows, people could drink the Pacific Ocean in one gulp, some people would live for tens of thousands of years on Earth, and seasons would not change periodically. The destiny array is a constraint. Confining everything within a certain range, proportion, or degree is the function, value, and significance of the destiny array. If one does not escape the destiny array, as a human, they will inevitably continue to cycle within a certain domain of life. So, how can one escape the destiny array? Grafting apples onto cold-resistant pear trees produced apple pears. A common iron rod becomes magnetic and directional after magnetization. Ordinary iron, when carbon is added, carbonization, becomes alloy steel, greatly improving its strength, hardness, toughness, and plasticity. Saccharin and sweet wine, chestnuts and duck meat, persimmons and crabs, shrimp shells and red dates combined into food become toxic. Morphine, derived from the opium poppy, reacts with acetic anhydride to undergo esterification, resulting in the formation of its diacetyl derivative, which is the notorious drug heroin. When the nature of things changes, their destinies change accordingly. The key to escaping the destiny array is to replace human consciousness with celestial consciousness. After the replacement, the destinies as a human end, and the destinies as a celestial being begin. 8 diagram arrays. The array of ethical relations. Ethical relations refers to the relationships established between individuals based on various factors such as generation, status, seniority, gender, and degree of kinship. These relationships include those between grandparents and grandchildren, parents and children, spouses, siblings, uncles and nephews, aunts and nieces, in-laws, rulers and subjects, superiors and subordinates, leaders and followers, employers and employees, masters and disciples, teachers and students, and so on. Various roles in society, such as the president, vice president, secretary of state, prime minister, ministers, governors, mayors, county magistrates, bureau chiefs, section chiefs, town chiefs, village chiefs, and ordinary people, form a hierarchical array. Similarly, roles in a corporation like chairman, CEOs, managers, team leaders, and staff members form another array. In religious contexts, the Pope, cardinals, bishops, priests, monks, and believers form yet another array. In a family context, relationships between grandparents, parents, children, and grandchildren form an array. From these principles, we derive a network of relationships. Familial relationships, relationships with nature and society, relationships among divine beings, ethical human relationships, moral norms, ethical principles, order of relationships, sequence, order, structure, generational relationships, matching relationships, party relationships, military relationships, relationship charts, quality of relationships, noble relationships, prestigious relationships, tribal relationships, material relationships, experiential relationships, quality of relationships, intimate relationships, listed relationships, peer relationships, and so on, forming a network of relationships. Ethical relations uphold the order in human society, establishing a clear hierarchy and maintaining orderliness among individuals based on mutual respect and deference. Every individual, regardless of who they are, navigates their life within this matrix of ethical relations embedded in this intricate web of interpersonal relationships. Should anyone breach these ethical relations, they will face the punitive consequences of this ethical matrix. Such transgressions may include violating norms and ethics, disrupting societal relations, disregarding moral principles, or behaving worse than beasts, resulting in a moral torment or societal condemnation. By binding individuals within these ethical relations, people are provided with guidelines to follow, preventing chaos and disorder. However, being trapped within these ethical relations, individuals become ensnared in a perpetual cycle of life and death, unable to escape the inevitable realm of existence. They are also unable to escape the confines of the territories of different qualities of life. For instance, the influence of parental relations within the ethical array is so profound that it becomes difficult for individuals to escape. Similarly, marital relations within the ethical array constitute a significant portion of one's life, meaning that half of one's happiness or misery is created by their spouse. Once interpersonal relationships are established among individuals, they inevitably come under their influence. Aspects such as consciousness, thought, emotion, spirit, lifestyle, daily routine, diet, ideology, and so on are unable to form an independent and complete personality and self-system. They cannot achieve harmony. The entire operation of human society is constituted by the array of ethical relations. To transcend to a celestial state, to escape the confines of the realm of necessity and enter the realm of freedom, one must escape the ethical array. Buddha said, all sentient beings are equal, but within the ethical array, equality among sentient beings is difficult to achieve. The reality of life cycle of reincarnation tells us that the ethical relationships between individuals in this life differ greatly from those in past and future lives. One's grandmother from a past life may become their daughter in this life. Their wife in this life may become their mother in the next life. Their children in this life may have been enemies in a past life, and someone who helped them in this life may have been their dog in their past life. The relationships between people, what are they exactly? If we limit our understanding of relationships to the present moment, everything seems clear. But if we expand our understanding to encompass a broader span of time and space, everything becomes confusing and difficult to discern. It's quite troublesome, quite complex. It's a headache. It's better to treat everyone equally and love all sentient beings. How to escape the ethical array? Cultivate independent consciousness. Cultivate a complete personality. Follow the laws of life and existence according to the will of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Heed the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and the celestial Laozi. Establish moral guidelines for a happy, joyful, free, and blessed life. Regardless of who you are, as long as you can make me happy, joyful, free, and blessed, I'll play with you. Otherwise, I won't. Regardless of who you are, as long as you can help my life ascend to the realm of freedom and reach heaven, I'll play games with you. Otherwise, goodbye. However, one must still fulfill their responsibilities and obligations and repay their debts. 36 8-diagram arrays. The array of fate. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. When a person is born into this world, known as the human world, it seems as though everything has already been arranged, with little room for personal choice. Factors such as one's parents, birth date and time, family environment, era of birth, gender, appearance, talents, temperament, race, region, siblings, and more are predetermined. Throughout life, the type of education one receives, the profession one pursues, the people one encounters, the life's twists and turns, whether one falls ill and what illnesses one suffers from, how much wealth one accumulates, what level of fame and status one achieves, how much suffering and joy one experiences. All these seem predetermined. In youth, one might believe that they can determine these things through their own efforts. However, as one grows older, they may realize that many things seem to have been predestined, and they are simply drifting along with the current of fate. Even one's aging, death, and the manner of death seem beyond one's control, not to mention what happens after death. This is the essence of the fate array. The fate array represents the predetermined aspects of one's life, the karmic arrangements made by the Tao based on each person's past life genetic information, a one-time comprehensive assessment of one's past merits and misdeeds. Things in this life that one cannot choose or control are the karmic results of one's past deeds, that is, the cause of the past life and the fruit of this life. From the moment of birth, individuals are ensnared in the web of the fate array. No matter how hard one strives or struggles, it's difficult to escape their influence. Want to choose different parents? Alter your gender, birth time, or location? Change your inherent nature? It's simply impossible. All choices are off the table. Of all the arrays within the 36 8-diagram arrays, the fate array is the most intricate and the most challenging to break free from, as it dictates much of one's life from the moment of birth, making it absolutely impossible to change. In the face of the fate array, all we can do is accept and bear our fate. Any resentment or resistance is futile. only serving to breed further anguish and sorrow. Accept your fate. With this life's fate array already set, individuals can only strive to influence their next life's fate array. Each person's fate array is unique and is entirely determined by their own spiritual cultivation. The fate array for one's next life is entirely within one's own control and choice. However, if one continues to live in a state of confusion, the fate array for the next life will likely not differ significantly from the current one, leading to yet another cycle of reincarnation. If one remains in a state of perpetual confusion, the cycle of reincarnation will continue indefinitely. Understanding the fate array and its roots, awakening to their implications is crucial. Without such awareness, individuals risk squandering their precious lives. Once on the wrong path, escaping the ensuing cycle of suffering and sorrow will require considerable effort. How does one break free from the current life's sorrowful fate array and enter a joyful one in the next life? This is a monumental task, involving macroscopic elements such as faith, beliefs, morality, ideals, values, outlook on life and life, worldview, as well as microscopic elements such as every word, action, thought, and intention. There are no shortcuts, no strokes of luck, only a solid, incremental approach. From the perspective of Life-Genuine values, it involves transcending the human fate array and entering the celestial one. Specifically, it means revering the greatest creator, revering life, revering nature, following the path of the greatest creator, adhering to and upholding the 800 values for new era human, repaying all your debts from all your past lives and accumulating treasures in heaven by creating the Life-Genuine era for humanity. Simultaneously, it entails gradually disengaging from human society and entering the realm of celestial, fundamentally transforming one's values, outlook on life and life, worldview, and continuously replacing human consciousness with celestial consciousness. The foundation for all of this lies in building one's soul garden, removing the weeds of passive, negative, and pessimistic emotions such as jealousy, resentment, comparison, anger, hatred, condemnation, laziness, selfishness, greed, arrogance, hostility, infatuation, attachment, rigidity, stubbornness, cruelty, and fostering the growth of active, positive, and optimistic qualities such as truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, sincerity, tranquility, and harmony. The simpler something appears, the more complex it is, and vice versa. While the origins of fate array and the endeavor to break free from their constraints are exceedingly complex when analyzed theoretically, the path forward can be distilled into a single concept: follow the way of the greatest creator. 36 8 diagram arrays. The array of heart. Xiefeng. The heart and the physical heart are two entirely distinct concepts. The physical heart is a part of the body's organs, existing in the physical realm. But what about the heart as a concept? What exactly is it, and where does it reside? Let's first look at 4 sets of descriptions about the heart. Deeply grieved, heartrending, tormented, utterly heartbroken, deeply distressed, mind in turmoil, heart shattered, restless, agitated, harboring ulterior motives, disheartened, mentally distracted, restless mind, lingering fear. With a light heart surging like waves, heart longing for far-off places, willing and content, heart blooming like flowers, clear-minded, intuitively understanding, at peace with oneself, calm and composed, heart filled with satisfaction, open-hearted, change of heart, hearts in harmony, wholeheartedly convinced. There are also phrases like, hearts are in tune. The size of the universe is determined by the breadth of one's heart. You gallop across the sea of my heart. From the above descriptions of the heart, it appears that people are the heart, and the heart is the person. When the heart is like dead ashes, the person also loses vitality and is no different from death. Nothing is more lamentable than a dead heart. When the heart dies, so does the person. What exactly is the heart? Where does it reside? What role does the heart play in human life? In essence, the heart does not exist. Humans fundamentally do not possess a heart. The heart is merely an 8-diagram array. People are entangled in the 8 diagram of the heart and thought that they have a heart, unaware that they are being bound by this heart array. Buddha Shakyamuni, who possessed supreme authentic wisdom, told us, "The past mind cannot be grasped, the present mind cannot be grasped, and the future mind cannot be grasped." The mind is fundamentally non-existent. Where can it be obtained? People are often beguiled by their hearts, oscillating between states of heartbreak and heart blossoming, between heart in turmoil and calm heart, between bewildered heart and clear-minded heart, between heart like dead ashes and refreshed heart. They find themselves completely played by the whims of their hearts. In spiritual practice, there is the saying of the mind is influenced by circumstances for ordinary people and the mind influences circumstances for enlightened beings. In reality, the mind influencing circumstances is passive, futile, and inconclusive. Circumstances are endlessly changing, rising and falling in succession. Relying on the mind is never reliable. The heart is inherently empty, inherently non-existent, so how can it be relied upon? Once trapped in the heart's 8-diagram array, a person's life becomes bewildered, guided by the heart in search of sincerity, loyalty, honesty, and dedication, while guarding against deception, treachery, greed, and fickleness. The result is confusion, suffering, heart turmoil, and physical and mental exhaustion. In romantic relationships, the biggest fear is fickleness, and the pursuit is a complete heart. Once one discovers the other's fickleness, neither food nor sleep brings comfort. From this, jealousy, resentment, anger, and competition swarm in, stirring life into a whirlwind of chaos and conflict, causing unbearable heartache. The heart belongs to the person. If a person is without a heart, they become a celestial being or a Buddha. The heart is an 8-diagram array. By escaping from the 8-diagram array of the heart, one can escape from all the joys and sorrows, the comings and goings of human life, and enter into a beautiful and boundless paradise. How can one escape the heart array? The Buddha Shakyamuni taught us, one should produce a mind that abides nowhere and does not abide in forms to produce a mind, does not abide in sounds, smells, tastes, touch, or dharmas to produce a mind, and should produce a mind that abides nowhere. In other words, discard the heart and become a person without a heart. Saint Laozi told us, favor and disgrace would seem equally to be feared, honor and great calamity to be regarded as personal conditions of the same kind. What makes me liable to great calamity is my having the body, which I call myself. If I had not the body, what great calamity could come to me? This can also be extended to the heart. Heartbreak and heartache occur because we have a heart. If we have no heart, where does the heartbreak and heartache come from? Can one still live without a heart? Yes, it depends on the power of our thinking. If our thinking power is high, we live. If our thinking power is low, we die. Prime Minister Bygone in the Investiture of the Gods was originally living well, but was suddenly controlled by the words, "Cabbages have no heart but can live. People without a heart must die," from Sudaji, and immediately died from shock. Without a heart, how does one live? By living out one's nature. The Buddha is the nature, and the nature is the Buddha. Living out one's nature is living as a Buddha, living as celestial, being completely free. 36 8-diagram arrays. The array of indulgence. Xiefeng. All humans possess a degree of laziness, seeking comfort and indulgence, even to the point of extravagance and debauchery. Ultimately, when things reach an extreme, they reverse, returning to poverty and humility, completing a cycle of transitioning from poverty to wealth, from wealth back to poverty, from lowliness to nobility, and from nobility back to lowliness. This is the indulgence array. Humans are capable of striving, but when are they most likely to strive? The answer: when they are poor and humble. Humans are capable of falling, but when are they most likely to fall? The answer: when they are rich and noble. 98% of humanity finds it difficult to escape the indulgence array. Examples of those who have not been able to escape the indulgence array, from ancient to modern times, are countless and as vast as the ocean. From the downfall of a prosperous civilization to the decline of a thriving nation, from the prosperity of a family business to the corruption and decadence of a prominent figure. Though the lessons are profound, people still follow one after another. This demonstrates the formidable power of the indulgence array. Without maintaining a clear mind and adhering to one's original intentions, no one can escape the indulgence array. Everyone can introspect. When we make some progress, do we begin to cultivate feelings of pride and complacency? When we become slightly affluent, do we already start to crave enjoyment and comfort? When we receive praise and admiration for our merit from those around us, do we start to feel a bit dizzy and lose our direction? When we attain some status and power, does our inner self no longer remain humble and cautious, but instead reveal arrogance and dominance in our words and actions? With even a little gain, we become arrogant. With a little comfort, we stop striving. With a little accumulation, we become corrupted. With a little elevation, we think we have grasped the truth. Humans are so narrow-minded, so incredible, so hopeless, and so base yet difficult to reform. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, because the indulgence array is at work. During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhou Yu of Eastern Wu planned to lure Liu Bei of Shu into marriage with the luxurious life of Eastern Wu. If not for the superior strategies of Zhuge Liang of Shu, Liu Bei would have fallen into the indulgence array and suffered a setback. During the journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, if not for the unwavering will of Tang monk, reaching the holy mountain to obtain the scriptures would have been difficult. Look at the decline of the ancient Roman Empire. After the founding of Rome, the slave-owning class liberated themselves from physical labor through slaves. However, at this time, they were not thinking about the prospects of the republic or the empire, let alone becoming a philosopher king. Instead, they were engrossed in money and power struggles. When the ruling class fell into a situation they could not extricate themselves from, and the elites of the era did not think about problems from a historical perspective, the empire not only lost the driving force to create a new civilization, but also foreshadowed the decline of the empire. The eyes of the rich only focus on gold, and due to their luxurious lifestyles, they are like moldy pockets that have worn out and can no longer hold wisdom, frankness, and loyalty. As the upper-class society continued to decay, with the end of the Republic, a large number of new people who became rich through commerce entered the Senate, and the number of aristocrats who were both officials and businessmen increased. Therefore, political power was drawn into the circulation field from various different channels, and the destruction of the legal system began from here. Columella also said, "We often enjoy excessive banquets. We even use steam baths to make ourselves sweat profusely in order to eliminate the indigestion brought about by overeating every day. After drying our sweaty bodies, we will feel unbearably thirsty and think about banquets again." Looking at the increase in holidays, during the time of Augustus, there were only 66 holidays according to the calendar. This increased to 87 days during Tiberius. In the mid-4th century, it unprecedentedly increased to 175 days. Excessive extravagance in material life consumes resources, corrupts the ruling class, poisons social customs, and fundamentally destroys the spirit on which the Roman Empire was founded and progressed, which is no different from pulling the firewood from under the pot for civilization. If we forget the scene of the fall of ancient Rome due to its ancient age, then we should still remember the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement that occurred in China 160 years ago. Why did the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom fall? The answer: because it did not escape the indulgence array. The decline of civilizations, empires, nations, companies, and other phenomena, organizations, and groups is actually the decline of human nature, the result of humans seeking comfort, extravagance, and indulgence. It is an inevitable cycle caused by not escaping the indulgence array. As practitioners who have embarked on the path of the greatest creator, if we do not escape the indulgence array, the end result will still be the abandonment of previous efforts and a return to the cycle. Life Genuine has already created a paradise on earth, the second home, a secluded utopia. Every Life Genuine member should remember their original intentions. The more superior the environment and conditions, the more diligent, thrifty, modest, and cautious one should be. There should be no room for laziness, waste, or extravagance, let alone indulging in comfort and pleasure leading to corruption and decadence. Spiritual and mental enjoyment should be maximized, but material enjoyment should be limited. This limitation cannot be ensured by regulations, but must be maintained by adhering to the values of Life Genuine and each member's voluntary efforts to build their soul garden. If a Life Genuine member is petty about what they eat, selective about where they live, wasteful about what they wear, extravagant about how they travel and communicate, lazy and sloppy in their work, and receives more from the home than they contribute, and does not put effort into improving the non-material structure of their life daily, but instead thinks about freedom and even promiscuity in love and sex, they have already embarked on the path of seeking comfort and falling into corruption and decadence. This is what worries me the most. Without escaping the indulgence array, the beautiful utopia of the second home will be short-lived and eventually fade away, making it difficult to create a beautiful new life model for humanity. Without escaping the indulgence array, we cannot realize the ultimate ideal of going to heaven. How to escape the indulgence array? Apart from adhering to the 800 values for New Era Human and building one's own soul garden as soon as possible, there is no other way. 36 8 Diagram Arrays. The Array of Instinct. Siefeng. The innate survival ability that individuals naturally exhibit without any thought, learning, practice, experience, or simulation, according to the program set by the greatest creator, is instinct. Examples include bees making honey, birds building nests, hens hatching eggs, spiders spinning webs, migratory birds migrating, lambs nursing, butterflies emerging from cocoons, mice digging holes, roosters crowing, cats catching mice, doves courting, peach trees blossoming, pear trees bearing fruit, mimosa pudica curling leaves, animals fleeing, and so on. Instinct is the innate ability that the greatest creator bestows upon various levels and types of life to maintain their own survival and reproduction. The process of directing various levels and types of life to instinctively maintain their own survival and reproduction according to a set program is called the instinct array. Humans have three major instincts: physiological instincts, mental instincts, and spiritual instincts. Physiological instinct is the instinct for survival, mainly manifested in the instinctive need to eat, drink, sleep, have sex, and in the instinctive reactions of fear, resistance, and evasion. Mental instinct is the instinct for desire, mainly manifested in the instinctive pursuit of romantic love, friendship, sex, domination, possession, wealth accumulation, elevation, and consolidation of status and reputation. Spiritual instinct is the instinct for eternal life, primarily manifested in the fear of death and the desire for immortality. The lower the level of life, the stronger the instinct. The higher the level of life, the weaker the instinct. Lower-level life forms depend more on instinct for survival, while higher-level life forms rely more on spontaneous ability to live. Bacteria and microorganisms rely entirely on instinct for survival, as do plants. Insects primarily rely on instinct for survival. Animals mainly rely on instinct for survival, but also begin to apply thought, experience, and emotion. Humans rely on both instinct and experience, thinking, emotions, and spontaneous ability to survive and live, while celestial beings rely mainly on spontaneous ability to live, and super-celestial beings completely transcend instinct and rely on self-awareness to live. Instinct serves as both protection and constraint for life. Because of protection, life naturally possesses the ability to survive. Because of constraint, life finds it difficult to transcend its own kind and ascend to a higher level of life. This is the value and significance of the instinct array. Without escaping the instinct array, life finds it difficult to ascend to a higher level of existence. To escape the cycle of one's own life form and become a celestial being living in heaven, one must escape the instinct array set for humans. The weaker the instinct, the farther from humans and closer to celestials one becomes, while the stronger the instinct, the farther from humans and closer to animals. In other words, the less one relies on instinct, the more one can escape the instinct array, while the more one relies on instinct, the more one will be trapped in the instinct array and unable to break free. How to escape the instinct array? Start from the three aspects of physiology, mentality, and spirituality. Physiologically, reduce the need for and pursuit of eating, dressing, living, aging, sickness, and death, and don't put too much effort into these aspects. Stay away from fear, resistance, and escape. Mentally, free oneself from emotional dependence on others. Break free from the constraints and confusion of romantic love and sex. Don't pursue possession. Don't pursue wealth accumulation and social status. And don't seek fame and reputation. Spiritually, don't fear death and don't pursue eternal youth. By doing so, one can escape the instinct array. Next, one should elevate one's thinking ability, letting one's thoughts transition towards visualized thinking, taiji thinking, formless thinking, and holographic thinking. On one hand, act in accordance with our natures, and on the other hand, consciously create our imagined future. Most importantly, learn from the celestial beings in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, imitating their way of thinking and living. Over time, one can escape the instinct array and reach the realm of celestials. 36 8-diagram arrays. The array of intelligence. Xiefeng. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like dew or a flash of lightning. Thus, we shall perceive them. Diamond Sutra. All conditioned phenomena originate from the wise. The actions of the wise throughout their lives resemble dreams and illusions. When humans think, the greatest creator laughs. Thinking is the characteristic of the wise, and the greatest creator laughs upon observing the wise. When the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was practicing the profound prajnaparamita, he illuminated the 5 skandhas and saw that they are all empty, and he crossed beyond all suffering and difficulty. Shariputra. Form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself is form. So too are feeling, cognition, formation, and consciousness. Shariputra. All dharmas are empty of characteristics. They are not produced, not destroyed, not defiled, not pure, and they neither increase nor diminish. Therefore, in emptiness there is no form, feeling, cognition, formation, or consciousness. No eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind. No sights, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, or dharmas. No field of the eyes up to and including no field of mind consciousness. And no ignorance or ending of ignorance, up to and including no old age and death or ending of old age and death. There is no suffering, no accumulating, no extinction, and no way, and no understanding and no attaining. Because nothing is attained, the Bodhisattva, through reliance on prajnaparamita, has no obstruction in his mind. Because there is no obstruction, he is not afraid, and he leaves distorted dream thinking far behind. Ultimately, nirvana. The heart of Prajnaparamita Sutra, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva possesses no wisdom, no obstruction, no fear, no inverted dreams. He merely preserves emptiness and purity, acting according to his nature, handling naturally come-and-go relations with no resistance, taking advantage of opportunities that arise and does not engage in activities or stir up troubles. Wisdom is not different from foolishness, and foolishness is not different from wisdom. Wisdom is foolishness, and foolishness is wisdom. From the perspective of humans, the wise are clever individuals, but from the heavenly perspective, the wise are complete fools. Therefore, the Tao Te Ching says, great wisdom appears like foolishness. Life is a play. To make the plot of the drama exciting and fascinating, there must be wise people. Wise people are like circus clowns, interspersing laughter among the audience. Otherwise, the drama would be too dull and boring. In the world, the wise are likened to flowers, but not fruits. Flowers are charming, beautiful, colorful, and admirable. Therefore, everyone wants to be wise. However, the desire to become wise forms one of the 36 8-diagrams arrays, the array of intelligence, leading people into the 8-diagram array of seeking wisdom, making it difficult for them to escape. Consider the lilies how they grow. They toil not, they spin not. And yet I say unto you, that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. If then God so clothe the grass, which is today in the field, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, how much more will he clothe you, O ye of little faith? And seek not ye what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, neither be ye of doubtful mind. For all these things do the nations of the world seek after, and your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But rather seek ye the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. Luke 12 verses 27 to 31, the Holy Bible. What did Jesus Christ teach us? He taught us to constantly follow the path of the greatest Creator, to adhere to the way of nature, to learn from the lilies of the field, not to worry about anything, not to be concerned about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, aging, sickness, and death, not to seek wisdom, but to maintain the nature of Tathagata, to maintain the simplicity of human nature. In this way, one can enter the kingdom of the greatest Creator and enjoy the pleasures and eternity of life. The array of intelligence aims to make people clever, different from others, possessing more wealth, fame, status, knowledge, and wisdom than others, making people look up to them, envy them, and be jealous of them. But all of this is nothing but a dream. Everything is a game. Only life is real. Seeking wisdom and abandoning the simple nature like a lily is reversing the priority and having distorted dreams. Once ensnared in the array of intelligence, one inevitably becomes engrossed in the pursuit of wealth and honor and is consumed by worries of poverty and humility. One becomes incessantly occupied with learning, researching, and exercising the mind, inevitably becoming proficient in gong, magic, and techniques. One inevitably becomes adept at strategizing and scheming, inevitably engaging in cunning and deceitful tactics with others. In the end, the result is that cleverness often outsmarts itself, and all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions. How does one escape the array of intelligence? Celestial Laozi tells us, abandon sagacity, discard wisdom. Return to the origin and restore the simplicity. Return to the infant. Follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Become like little children. Maintain the simplicity of human nature like the lilies, where great wisdom appears as foolishness, and follow the path of the greatest Creator, the natural way. 36 8 Diagram Arrays. The array of life and death. Xiefeng. Life continues endlessly, revolving ceaselessly, erasing memories of past lives, and reappearing as a new self in specific time and space. With endless hope, all things thriving, life endlessly repeating, dramas unfolding, and ceaseless games. This is the life and death array. Life is a cycle of growth and decline, arising and dwelling, decaying and emptiness. It is constantly renewing and eliminating, scene after scene, act after act. While humans cannot live eternally, the cycle of life and death is eternal. The human soul does not die, yet we believe we will eventually face death. Ahead, there is always a new view. Behind, the scenery gradually fades from the horizon. Like waves, life pushes forward, each wave becoming the next, appearing bright yet dark, dark yet bright. It's an endless journey without an end, a cycle without a conclusion. This is the array of life and death. Arrivals continue, departures never cease. The train of history carries life along tracks without a terminal station, endlessly traversing on ever-changing temporal paths, seeming new yet not old, seeming old yet not new, seeming familiar yet not original, appearing clear yet confusingly inverted. This is the life and death array, drifting in the river of history, jostling on life's path, sometimes uncertain of the way ahead, sometimes seeing light after darkness, forgetting past grievances, anticipating future joys and sorrows, reluctant but unable to escape, drifting aimlessly with the current or flowing clear with the stream. Just as one ascends a peak, immediately, a canyon follows, different rebirths, the same conclusion. This is the life and death array. Both sorrow and joy, both joy and sorrow, sometimes tragedy, sometimes comedy, sorrow and joy intersect, joy and sorrow alternate. Seeming full of hope, yet despair lies at the end. What appears as despair holds hope at its end. With spring and fall they come and go. This is the life and death array. Scenes never ending, paths never fully traversed, hardships never fully consumed, suffering never fully endured, joys never fully enjoyed, calamities never fully borne, anger never fully vented, debts never fully repaid, endless permutations, a human life journey with a beginning and end, relationships entangled, rise and fall, honor and disgrace fluctuate. This is the life and death array. Every person is within the life and death array. Without escaping it, there is no end in sight. Without escaping it, one cannot break free from the 6 realms of reincarnation. Without escaping it, one will suffer the torment of the 5 element cycles. Without escaping it, one can never reach the sacred realm of the celestial land. How to escape the life and death array? Where there is life, there is inevitably death. Where there is death, there is inevitably life. Without birth, there is no death. Without death, there is no birth. Life and death depend on each other, each being the root of the other. Think unconventionally, let your imagination soar. Transform life into death, transform death into life. Only live, never die. Only die, never live. Without birth, without death. Without death, without birth. Die first, then be reborn, living without death. Stay away from inverted dreams. Stay away from illusions. Stay away from the pursuit of possessions. Stay away from the material world. Abandon love and hatred. Abandon closeness and distance. Reject worry and fear. Reject intoxication with life and death. A spark of enlightenment illuminates the vast universe. Without attachment, without hindrance, right and wrong vanish. Honor and disgrace are irrelevant. Flowers bloom and wither without stirring emotions. Clouds gather and disperse without affecting the heart. Without agitation, without worry, without attachment, without restraint. Follow the flow and roam freely. Everything is a game. Only life is real. Treat everything as a game to play. Hold tightly to the greatest Creator's hand. Sever worldly ties and establish celestial bonds. 36 8 Diagram arrays. The array of nature. Xiefeng. Humans live in nature, just as fish live in water. Humans originate from nature, live in nature, and return to nature. Without nature, there would be no humans. Without nature, there would be no vast world. Nature is the Buddha. Living in nature is living in the Buddha. To become a Buddha, one must live fully in nature. Humans can transcend everything, but they can never transcend nature. Nature is a characteristic of structure, and structure determines the nature of things. Whatever the structure, there is a corresponding nature. All things have nature. The essence of things is determined by structure, but the characteristics of things are manifested by nature. Different things have different natures. Mountains have mountain-like qualities. Water has water-like qualities. Flowers have flower-like qualities. Medicines have medicinal qualities. Animals have animal-like qualities. Humans have human-like qualities. Buddhas have Buddha-like qualities. And gods have divine qualities. All things possess nature and live in nature. They exist in a limited environment because of nature, thus creating the splendid and orderly world, which is the nature array. Nature is divided into 3 types: innate nature, bestowed nature, and acquired nature. Innate nature is given by the Creator and is the essential attribute of things, belonging wholly to them. Bestowed nature is the characteristics bestowed upon various types of things to differentiate them, belonging to their respective categories. Acquired nature is the habits formed by individual things through the influence of their environment and survival needs, belonging to the individuals themselves. For example, all water in the world shares the common innate nature of water, which belongs to all water bodies. However, seawater, river water, spring water, rainwater, etc., each have different bestowed natures, belonging to their respective categories. Salt water, tea water, medicinal water, tears, etc., acquire habits based on their specific uses, belonging to the individual level. Innate nature refers to the common attributes shared by all. Bestowed nature, inherent nature, refers to the characteristics possessed by a certain category of things, and acquired nature refers to the individuality of a single entity. For instance, let's take flowers as an example. All flowers share a commonality, which is their innate nature. However, flowers are further categorized into different families such as the Asteraceae, daisy family, Liliaceae, lily family, Orchidaceae, orchid family, Cactaceae, cactus family, Araceae, arum family, etc., which is their bestowed, inherent nature. Within the Asteraceae family, there are thousands of varieties like the chrysanthemum, golden daisy, black daisy, pink mini daisy, etc., each with its own individuality, which is their acquired nature. Humans, regardless of who they are, share the common characteristics of humanity, which is their innate nature. However, people of different races, yellow, white, black, have their own unique traits, which are their bestowed natures. Each individual person has their own unique personality, which is their acquired nature. Humans possess both innate nature and their own bestowed and acquired natures. Innate nature is a state of emptiness and elegance without form. It is the nature of Tao. Bestowed nature is a state of differentiation with the Tai Chi. It is the nature of virtue. Acquired nature is a habitual state of adaptation to the environment. It is the nature of reason. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust are all results of acquired nature. How to escape the nature array? In terms of essential attributes, humans cannot escape the nature array because humans themselves are nature and cannot transcend it. To escape the nature array means to overcome acquired habits, discard bestowed characteristics, and restore innate nature. In other words, if humans surpass the rationality of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, abandon the nature of virtue, and return to the nature of Tao, they can be considered to have escaped the nature array. When discussing nature, we must also talk about the nature of two sexes and the nature of sexual love. The nature of sexual love is not innate nature or acquired nature, but bestowed nature. Humans are divided into male and female, yin and yang, due to the principles of Tai Chi. All things carry yin yet embrace yang. Is also due to the principles of Tai Chi from the perspective of cultivation. Humans can only transcend sexual love and no longer engage in sexual love when they surpass the yin and yang of Tai Chi and return to innate nature to achieve self-harmony. This is the state of Buddhahood and also the state of super-celestial being. Humans come from nature, return to nature, and the path to returning to innate nature, the nature of Tao, is still nature. Only through sex can one return to nature. When yin and yang achieve balance and saturation, one can return to the sea of nature, the innate nature, the nature of Tao. If yin or yang is lacking, there will be imbalance and deficiency, making it difficult to return to the sea of nature, the innate of nature, the nature of Tao. Do not avoid sex. The more you avoid sex, the further you move away from innate nature, the nature of Tao, Buddhahood. 36 8 diagram arrays, the array of space. Xiefeng. The position and range of movement of material and non-material are referred to as space. Space is divided into positive and negative aspects. The space composed of material is called positive space, and the space composed of non-material is called negative space. When material disappears, positive space also disappears. When non-material disappears, negative space also disappears. Therefore, the universe does not have a fixed size. Its size changes depending on the existence and state of material and non-material. There are 36 dimensional spaces in the universe, and different spaces correspond to different forms and connotations of life. To maintain the symmetrical balance of various levels of life space in the universe, the greatest creator has established a space array, which places each life in a certain space to complete the process of growth and decline in order to maintain the overall symmetrical balance of life in the entire universe. The space array is as first, macroscopically divides space into material space and non-material space. Material space includes the Earth space, human world, where human society is located, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and so on. Non-material space includes human dreams, the Pure Land, and the Celestial Islands continent. They are separated as yin, non-material, and yang, material, mutually unaware of each other. Then, according to the different non-material structures of each life, they are arranged in specific spaces in more than 30 dimensional spaces, making it impossible for them to exceed their own space. Finally, each life's senses and thoughts are restricted to a certain level, making them unable to see or be aware of the existence of other spaces, in order to maintain the order of various levels of life space and keep the sum of positive and negative energy in the universe equal to zero. In order to maintain the existence of the human world with both high and low-level life, when setting up human life, their auditory range is limited to between 20 and 20,000 hertz, and their visual range is limited to between 400 and 700 nanometers, so that humans cannot hear or see activities in other life spaces and can feel at ease in the human world. At the same time, human thinking is limited to the range of material, imagery, association, and illusion, making humans unaware that there are other life spaces outside the human world. Space is a kind of limitation. The larger the space for survival, the greater the freedom of life. Prisoners are confined to a few square meters of space. Pigs are confined to pigsties, fish are confined to water, earthworms are confined to soil, eagles are confined to cliffs and the sky, tigers and leopards are confined to mountains and jungles, plants are confined to land, and humans are confined to home, family, country. This is the space array. The space of every life is limited. There are not many lives with unlimited space. Even the life with the greatest freedom in the universe, super celestial beings, is limited to the celestial islands continent. Only the space of deity celestial beings is unrestricted, but when deity celestial beings enter a certain space, they must abide by the restrictions of that space, making it difficult to achieve a high degree of freedom. Compared to humans, chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, cows, and horses are pitiful because their space is limited relative to humans. Compared to celestials, humans are pitiful because the space they can move in during their lifetime is very limited and difficult to compare with the space where celestials can move. To become a higher level life, humans must escape the activity space that restricts them, just as pigs must escape from the pigsty to become humans. How to escape the space array? First of all, it's a matter of consciousness and thinking. If consciousness remains unchanged and thinking does not change, one can never escape the space array. Escape in form is not the ultimate escape. For example, if a pig escapes from a pigsty but does not possess human consciousness and thinking, then even if it escapes, it either cannot survive or will return to the pigsty. To escape from the human space array, first, one must resolve not to be human. If one wants to continue being human, no matter how much they struggle or travel around the world, they will still be unable to escape the palm of the Tathagata Buddha or escape the human world. Jumping out of the three realms and not in the five elements means being unable to escape the three realms and thus being unable to escape the bondage of the five elements. The specific steps should be as follows. First, one must understand life spaces that are better and of higher levels than the human world, such as the thousand-year world. Then, learn and imitate the lifestyle of celestial beings in the thousand-year world. Replace one's existing consciousness with the consciousness of celestial beings, and think in the way celestial beings think. Then, gradually break free from the thinking patterns of families, political parties, religions, and countries. Strive to live like celestial beings, and finally, give up all possessions acquired in the human world. Repay all debts owed in the human world. Accumulate some capital to enter higher-level life spaces and escape from the human world directly to paradise, such as the thousand-year world. 36. 8 diagram arrays. The array of structure. Xiefeng. Everything has a structure, which is the determining factor for the shape and properties of things. The shape and properties of all things, whether it's a mountain, a building, a pencil, a molecule, an atom, a basic particle, a plant, a flower, an insect, a person, a dog, or a fish, are determined by their structures. Without structure, there would be no existence. The distinguishing feature of one thing from another lies in the difference in structure. People look different from each other because their structures differ. The diversity and wonders of the world result from the differences and variations in structures. The taste of sweetness, sourness, bitterness, saltiness, and spiciness is determined by the structure of food. The colors red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple are determined by the structure of colors. The sense of fragrance, stench, pungent, muttony, and fishiness are determined by the structure of odors. Anything perceived by touch is determined by its structure. Without structure, there would be no universe, no life, and no everything. The characteristics of things and the nature of life are determined by structure. Mountains have mountain nature, water has water nature, people have human nature, and animals have animal nature. Everything has its own nature, determined by structure. Some flowers emit fragrance, while others do not. Peach trees bear peaches, pear trees bear pears, but willow trees do not bear fruit. All of this is due to structure. Countless structures of astronomical proportions constitute the universe and this vibrant world. Every entity follows its own kind, each displaying its unique brilliance. All things fulfill their roles and exhibit their talents in an orderly fashion, without any chaos. This forms the intricate structure array. To change the nature of things, one must first change their structure. If the structure of a thing remains unchanged, its nature will not change. Computers are updated rapidly, mainly due to changes in their structures. As a life form, for example, a dog that wishes to cease being a dog and become a human must change its own structure from that of a dog to that of a human. As a human, if one wishes to cease being human and become a celestial being, one must change the human structure to that of a celestial being. All things and life forms are confined to a certain spatial environment by their structures. Humans live in the human world and cannot live in the celestial world. This is the restraint and restriction of the structure array. If one wants to escape from the human world and enter the celestial world to live, one must escape from the structure array. A person living in a marriage and family will inevitably be entangled in the troubles and affairs of marriage and family, making it difficult to break free. To escape from the suffering of being human, one must step out of marriage and family. If you do not step out of family life, do not expect to be free from the troubles and worries brought about by marriage and family. A person living in the human world is inevitably constrained and bound by the structure array of the human world. They must spend their entire life bustling about for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Without escaping from the human world, one cannot expect to live leisurely. To live freely and leisurely, one must break free from the constraints of the structure array of the human world. To jump out of the three realms and not be bound by the five elements. To escape from the structure array of humans and enter the structure array of celestial beings is another way of life. So, how does one escape from the structure array? It's simple. Just change the non-material structure of human life to that of celestial life. How to replace human life structure with celestial life structure? The answer is, format human consciousness and reinstall celestial consciousness. As long as consciousness changes, the non-material structure of life will change. Which aspects of human consciousness need to be changed, and which aspects need to be replaced with celestial consciousness? Nationalism, religion, political party, ethnicity, marriage, and family consciousness are human consciousness. Jealousy, resentment, anger, selfishness, greed, laziness, competition, antagonism, and possession are all human consciousness. The pursuit of fame, profit, status, merit, ancestral glory, eternal fame, longevity, wealth, magical powers, and special abilities are all human consciousness. Fear, worry, anxiety, and scariness are human consciousness. Emotional and life dependence on external factors is human consciousness. Wanting to change nature is human consciousness. Embracing things as they are, associating with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, acting in accordance with our natures, seizing opportunities as they arise, walking in accordance with the laws of nature, feeling content no matter where we are or what we are doing, following our own nature and being unrestrained, following our destiny and being carefree. These are all expressions of celestial consciousness. Enjoying life, playing, and entertaining oneself are also manifestations of celestial consciousness. Surrendering life to the greatest creator and allowing the process of life to be arranged by Tao, this too is celestial consciousness. To fully understand celestial consciousness, one must understand the lifestyle and mindset of the celestials living in the celestial worlds. For example, understanding the lifestyle and mindset of the celestials in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent, and learning from them, imitating them, and embodying them bit by bit. Once human consciousness is replaced by celestial consciousness, one will escape from the structure array set up for humans and can go to the celestial world to enjoy the life of celestials. 36 8 Diagram Arrays. The Array of Wisdom. Xiefeng. In the vast ocean of Buddhist terminology, there are two words that stand out, two words that inspire longing, prajna and bodhi. Both of these Buddhist terms are related to wisdom. Defining wisdom is challenging. According to the Xinhua Dictionary, wisdom is defined as the ability to quickly, flexibly, and correctly understand and solve problems. In my view, this definition is superficial and fails to encompass the full meaning and scope of wisdom. Wisdom is the crystallization of knowledge, including experience, but having knowledge does not necessarily equate to wisdom. To elevate abundant knowledge to wisdom, there must be the guidance of spiritual intuition. Without spiritual intuition, wisdom is unattainable. Therefore, if we were to force a definition of wisdom, it would be knowledge plus spirituality equals wisdom. The pinnacle of human wisdom is the Diamond Sutra. The full name of the sutra translated by Kumarajiva is the Vajraketaka Prajnaparamita Sutra, while the version translated by Xuanzang is the Vajraketaka Prajnaparamita Sutra of Cutting Through to the True. Both versions contain the term prajna. Here, prajna signifies a perfect, complete, absolute wisdom that comprehends both worldly and transcendental phenomena, harmonious and unobstructed, impeccably precise, and fully enlightened. It refers to the wisdom that can comprehend the Tao, realize the Tao, cultivate the Tao, transcend life and death, overcome all worldly thoughts, and attain sainthood. This is not ordinary intelligence. It is a fundamental wisdom pertaining to the essence and origin of metaphysical life. This wisdom is not obtained through thought, but through the wholehearted pursuit of realization involving both body and mind. This wisdom is what we call prajna. In the Diamond Sutra, the Heart Sutra, and other Buddhist scriptures, mention is made of Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. In the second chapter, Subhuti makes a request of the Diamond Sutra. The Buddha states, "Good sons, good daughters who generate the mind of Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi should dwell thus, should subdue their minds." In the Heart Sutra, it says, "All Buddhas of the three periods, relying on Prajnaparamita, attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi." What does bodhi mean here? Bodhi signifies enlightenment, wisdom, awakening. It refers to the sudden awakening, the sudden understanding, the sudden entry into the path of enlightenment, the sudden realization of truth, reaching the realm beyond the ordinary. Bodhi is the great awakening, the perceiving of one's nature, the attainment of the ultimate enlightenment, reaching the level of nirvana. From the above, we know that wisdom can be divided into three levels: low-level wisdom, middle-level wisdom, and high-level wisdom. The ability to quickly and flexibly understand things and solve problems constitutes low-level wisdom. For example, two brothers carrying a large box each while traveling, feeling tired. The elder brother ingeniously buys a pole to carry both boxes on his shoulders, and the two brothers took turns to carry the two boxes, making the journey easier. This is wisdom. Another example is the wisdom demonstrated by Chao Chong weighing the elephant and Archimedes determining the purity of the gold crown for the king. Middle-level wisdom involves understanding, realizing, and attaining Tao, and in the end liberating oneself from the samsara of reincarnations, overcoming all worldly thoughts and attaining sainthood, as seen in the wisdom of bodhisattvas like Avalokitesvara. High-level wisdom entails the great awakening, the perceiving of one's nature, the complete unity with Tao, and the ultimate nirvana, as exemplified by the wisdom of the Buddha Shakyamuni. The highest realm of wisdom is the absence of wisdom, or what can be called holographic wisdom. Giving people appropriate free will, then allowing them to use wisdom to create a more comfortable life and state of mind in the vast ocean and sky of nature to satisfy various desires and greed, thereby maintaining an interesting and effective interpretation of the cosmic script, is called the wisdom array. Sun Wukong had 72 transformations but couldn't escape the palm of the Tathagata Buddha. Wisdom is a splendid thing, and humans cannot do without it. However, wisdom is also a devourer of time if not handled properly. Playing with wisdom poorly can lead to the squandering of life and bring endless harm. Weapons like atomic bombs, which destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, are the crystallization of human wisdom. Did Einstein have wisdom? What did he accomplish in his lifetime? What substantive value and significance did his wisdom bring to his own life and existence? Not to mention us ordinary mortals. A lifetime devoted to the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom is the most contrary to the principles of nature, the misdirection and tragedy of life. The highest realm of wisdom is the absence of wisdom, or holographic wisdom, which is a wisdom that humans will forever find difficult to understand, comprehend, and attain. Therefore, as humans, we must both play with wisdom and escape from it. We must never be ensnared by wisdom, intoxicated by wisdom, and ultimately devoured by wisdom. The clever are tricked by their own cleverness. Wisdom can devour those who wield it. Therefore, Jesus warns us to become like children. Therefore, the Buddha warns us to discard the raft after crossing the river. Therefore, Laozi teaches us to return to simplicity, to return to infancy. Therefore, the Saint Muhammad admonishes us to escape the boundaries of heaven and earth with the help of authority, meaning that without relying on the power of authority and relying solely on one's own wisdom, one will never escape the cycle of samsara of the three realms. So, how do we escape the wisdom array? After much deliberation, I have finally come to the conclusion that the method to escape the wisdom array is: keep the greatest creator in your heart, always keep your consciousness clear and agile, and then take things as they are, associate with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, act in accordance with our natures, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. 36 8 Diagram Arrays. The Array of Gravitation. Xiefeng. Everything in the universe is bound, or rather, protected by gravity. Without gravity, there would be no world, no universe, and no myriad phenomena, including all life forms. Gravity both confines and protects everything, including life. There are two types of gravity: material gravity and non-material gravity. The attraction between material entities is called material gravity, while the attraction between non-material entities is called non-material gravity. The strength of material gravity between objects is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. The strength of non-material gravity between entities is directly proportional to the debts they owe each other and inversely proportional to the favors they have done for each other. When gravity confines and protects material or non-material entities within a certain space-time, preventing their escape, it is referred to as a gravitation array. Humans are simultaneously bound by material and non-material gravity, which prevents them from escaping the cycle of reincarnation in the human world. Material gravity primarily confines humans to Earth, their physical vessel, while non-material gravity restrains humans through their indebtedness to nature, other life forms, and other individuals. To break free from the cycle of reincarnation and ascend to heaven, humans must overcome the constraints of material and non-material gravity. As long as there is a physical vessel, humans cannot escape the Earth and the solar system to reach other planets. The probability of escaping through micro-wormholes, space tunnels, interstellar gates, or lateral space-time is virtually negligible for the general populace and falls outside the realm of conventional discussion. Therefore, to reach heaven, humans must first transcend the physical body. Only by shedding their physical body can they have a chance to escape the Earth and the solar system. The methods to transcend the physical body include natural death, ascension, phoenix nirvana, and astral projection. Life Genuine emphasizes the method of phoenix nirvana. The concept of phoenix nirvana, mentioned here, shares similarities with historical concepts, particularly in Buddhism, but also has differences in nature and method. Therefore, it should not be equated with or misinterpreted based on historical concepts. Ultimately, the confinement of the physical body to life will be overcome, and there is no need for further in-depth study or discussion. What we need to focus on is the confinement of life by non-material gravity, which I have already discussed in The Law of Gravitation of Life. Please refer to that for further insights. How do we understand the gravitational pull of non-material on life? For example, when we travel away from home, we always long for our own home and eagerly anticipate returning. This longing, this constant desire to return home, represents the gravitational pull of non-material on life. Similarly, when we dream of flying, we often reach a certain height or distance before finding it difficult to fly higher or experiencing fear. This is also a result of the gravitational pull of non-material on life. Furthermore, when we are reincarnated, we tend to be born into familiar environments rather than unfamiliar ones. This, too, is due to the gravitational pull of non-material on life. For members of Life Genuine, there is a clear phenomenon that accurately illustrates the gravitational pull of non-material on life. For example, when entering the second home, some members find it easy to settle in, while others face significant challenges. The primary reason for this discrepancy lies in the varying strength of the gravitational pull of non-material on each individual. Those with weaker pulls find it easier, while those with stronger pulls find it more difficult. Likewise, to transcend the human world and reach heaven in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, individuals must first overcome the gravitational pull of non-material in the human and animal worlds. Otherwise, despite their yearning, they will struggle to take action, much like many members of Life Genuine who find it challenging to settle in the second home, even though they aspire to do so. Where gravity is strong, material moves towards. Where gravity is strong, life cycles and transforms. The gravitational pull of non-material on life is latent, imperceptible to humans, and operates independently of human will, determined by the program of Tao. Although heaven exerts a strong pull on humans, why is it so difficult for humans to enter heaven? It is because the gravitational pull of the debts we owe in our past lives far outweighs the pull of heaven. This principle applies only to the world of reincarnation. To completely break free from the cycle of life and enjoy eternal happiness in the Pure Land, commonly referred to as jumping out of the three realms and not staying within the five elements, one must completely sever ties with the world of reincarnation, while the only thorough way of severing is not owing any debts to it while amassing treasures in the Pure Land. This is the basic principle of the gravitation array and how to break free from it to reach an ideal state. The principle is easy to understand, but putting it into practice and achieving one's goals is not a simple task. The ultimate method for escaping gravitational constraints and reaching the other shore is extensively discussed and practiced in Chanyuan Corpus and Siefeng Corpus, and it is not further elaborated here. 36.8 Diagrams of Time. The Array of Time. Siefeng. Does time truly exist? What exactly is time? Why do things undergo the cycle of formation, existence, decay, and emptiness? Why do humans experience birth, aging, sickness, and death? Is everything an illusion, or does it truly exist? First, let's examine the prophecies and their fulfillment in the Bible. I will scatter you among the nations. Leviticus 26 verse 33. The Jews will be persecuted among the nations. Leviticus 26 verses 38 to 39. I will gather you from the nations and bring you back to your own land. Ezekiel 36 verse. These prophecies were made over 2,000 years ago. When we look back at the history of the Jewish people, we find that they lost their homeland and were scattered among the nations. Later, whether it was in Cyprus, Egypt, Germany, France, England, or in Spain, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Poland, and other nations, the Jews suffered brutal persecution. The persecution suffered by the Jews during World War II was even more severe. Before 1948, Jews gathered from various nations to the Palestinian territories and officially established the State of Israel in May 1948, fulfilling the above prophecies. Next, let's look at the prophecies made by the French physician Nostradamus in the centuries over 400 years ago. The Century 3, Quatrain 92. The world near the last period, Saturn will come back again late. Empire transferred towards the dusky nation, the eye plucked out by the goshawk at Narbonne. The Century 6, Quatrain 10. In a short time, the temples with colors of white and black of the two intermixed. Red and yellow ones will carry off theirs from them, blood, land, plague, famine, fire extinguished by water. This prophecy is being fulfilled. First, empire transferred towards the dusky nation, was fulfilled when the African-American Barack Obama became President of the United States. Of white and black of the two intermixed was fulfilled when President Obama, a black man, and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, a white woman, intermixed. In this situation, other races cannot maintain their characteristics and positions. For example, the recent military exercises between South Korea, Japan, and the United States, Obama's pledge to lead Asia at the ASEAN summit, and since the beginning of this year, blood, plague, famine, fire, and floods have occurred everywhere. Let's look at the ancient Chinese prophecy, the inscription of the Jinling Pagoda. Jinling Pagoda, Liu Ji built it. Chiang Kai-shek demolished it. With the pagoda gone, the army and the people will slaughter each other. The Jinling Pagoda, located on the outskirts of Nanjing, was constructed by Liu Bowen, also known as Liu Ji, a military strategist from the Ming Dynasty, approximately 600 years ago. In 1918, when the Nationalist Army seized control of Nanjing, there were strange noises emanating from the pagoda. As a result, Chiang Kai-shek ordered its demolition. During the demolition process, the inscription of the Jinling Pagoda was uncovered, thereby fulfilling the prophecy, Liu Ji built it, Chiang Kai-shek demolished it. This prophecy, made 600 years ago, foretold that Chiang Kai-shek would be the one to demolish the Jinling Pagoda. There are also prophecies such as Liu Bowen's Song of Xiaobing, Baked Cake and Griddle, Xiao Yong's Poem of Plum Blossom, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangong's Pushing Back, Zhuge Liang's Lesson Before Horse, Jiang Taigong's Song of Heaven and Earth for Thousands of Years, Master Bu Su's Prophecy Poem, Poem of Zen Master Huang Tiller, Li Chuanfeng's Hidden Head Poem, and so on, most of which have been fulfilled. Especially noteworthy is the prophecy poem of Master Bu Su, which mentions iron birds soaring in the sky, the southeast completely destroyed. Bu Su was a great general in the Sui dynasty, over 1,000 years ago. There were no airplanes in his era, yet he saw airplanes and called them iron birds, showing how accurate his prophecy was. Hundreds of years ago, over 1,000 years ago, over 2,000 years ago, being able to accurately predict the future state. What do these facts illustrate? They illustrate that time does not exist. Time is just an illusion for humans. Or rather, time is just a recorder of material movement states, and time itself does not play any role in the development and change of things. How to understand? Everything has already been arranged. Even the names of people have been arranged. For example, Chiang Kai-shek. The inscription of the Jinling Pagoda already knew 600 years ago that someone named Chiang Kai-shek would demolish the Jinling Pagoda. What does this mean? It means that the entire universe, the entire development and change of humanity has already been written as a script. The locations, characters, events, and plots are all written in the script. Everything is unfolding according to the script. Even every person's experiences of birth, aging, sickness and death, joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, all within the fixed number, all within the program, all within the prearranged plot. If you still don't understand, please find a long novel. Flip to page 81 and see what the plot is on that page. Suppose that page is your present. Then, if you randomly flip to any page before or after, you will find that everything about you has already been arranged in the novel, and everything is being performed according to the plot of the novel. The entire history of mankind is also like this. If it were not prearranged, then no prophecy would be accurate, and no great prophet would be able to predict what would happen the next day, let alone predict the situation decades, hundreds, or thousands of years later. Time does not exist. Anyone can go back to their past or run to their future, just like flipping through a long novel at will. If you want to flip to a certain page, you can flip to that page. Those who can do this have opened the Buddha's eye and are Buddhas. Those who cannot do this have not yet opened the Buddha's eye and have not yet become Buddhas. In fact, whether one is a Buddha or not has already been arranged. It's just that one is lost in the array of time and cannot experience the state of Buddha. I have already analyzed that in the universe, except for one accident, the rest are all inevitable. That is to say, the current situation of each of us has already been arranged in the script, and how it will be in the future must also be performed according to the plot of the script, and we cannot help ourselves. To put it further, every person we meet, every event we encounter, the joys and sorrows, separations and reunions of our lives, how our eating, clothing, housing, and transportation, birth, aging, sickness, and death occur, how they change and how they end, are all arranged in the program. In fact, we are powerless and can only face it. Therefore, a contradiction arises. Since everything is predetermined, scripted, and programmed, an individual powerlessness, then what's the point of cultivation? Accumulating merits to repay karmic debts and accumulate treasures in the kingdom of heaven, or building one's own spiritual garden before 2013, etc.? Xiefeng's guidance is also unnecessary, and the Chanyuan value is contradictory. It is contradictory indeed, but also not contradictory at all. Because I have already said, everything is a game, only life is real. We should take things as they are, associate with others by following natural come-and-go relations, act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Dharma sets no rules, it is ever-changing. Form has no set shape, non-form is form, and there are mysteries within mysteries, and there are exceptions to the rules. More importantly, we must act according to the script. Once one achieves enlightenment and becomes a Buddha, or ascends to become a celestial being, time ceases to exist. Prior to reaching such a state, every individual is caught within the time array. We often find ourselves reminiscing about the past and anticipating the future. We frequently experience joy or distress about our current circumstances, and we feel either calm or anxious, content or fearful. We often worry and feel anxious about the wrinkles forming on our foreheads and the gradual sagging of our skin as we age. The concepts of past, present, and future, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, past life, present life, and next life, youth, adulthood, and old age. All these are part of the time array. We are all trapped within this time array, unable to extricate ourselves or transcend it. We often lament the swift passage of time, the loss of our youth, and find ourselves racing against the clock, working around the clock. We frequently regret the past and feel melancholic about the future. All these are the results of being caught in the time array. Time is illusory, a misconception of the mind. Like capturing our youth and vitality on a DVD, if we keep it safe, no matter how many thousands of years later we play it back, we will still be in our prime. Our current situation is similar to playing a DVD, but we are unable to do so ourselves. Why can't we look back on our past and future? Because we are confined within the time array. We are actors, not playwrights or directors. Only by escaping the time array can we be free from its constraints and enter the eternal kingdom of freedom to fully enjoy the pleasures of life. How to escape the time array? Anyone who wants to escape from the program, to escape from the plot, is impossible. Otherwise, people would enter the time tunnel to kill their own mothers and escape the script directly to the Pure Land, or the Celestial Islands continent. However, you can step out of yourself and transcend yourself to observe yourself. Make a DVD for yourself, then play it on the TV or computer and watch yourself. How does it feel? Preset yourself in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, and then watch yourself in the world as if watching a movie. This is the wonderful method of escaping the time array. Once you escape the time array and observe yourself, at that moment, all aspects of life resemble acting in a play. Whether you're playing the role of a great person or a commoner, whether you're portraying a wealthy individual or a beggar, whether you're acting as a tour guide or a Chanyuan celestial, whether you're playing the role of an aggressor or a victim, whether you're portraying a young person or an old person, it's all the same. It's all just a game, just acting. There's nothing to be distressed, worried, resentful, anxious, fearful, or afraid of. Even if the character in the script dies, it doesn't matter, because we still exist. Want to stay forever young? You can. Want to grow old forever? You can. Want to be in love and enter the bridal chamber every day? You can. The key is to distinguish between yourself in the plot and your true self. The self in the plot is the one who is currently watching the time array of the 36 8-diagram arrays. The true self is the one described in the Heart Sutra, the one in the Celestial Islands continent, the Buddha, the nature, the celestial being. Can't break free? Don't worry, breaking free from the time array is a matter of thinking. Please continue along the tour guide route map, and one day you will see the light and understand everything. Yay! Can we eat meat? Shuifeng. According to Buddhist teachings, one should not eat meat, because eating meat is killing and destroying life, which is cruel and unmerciful. People who eat meat are not acceptable to Buddhism. Another viewpoint is that the meat you eat may have come from your parents and relatives, because it may come from the animal that they happen to have been reincarnated into. Therefore, one should absolutely abstain from eating meat. Later Buddhist preachers proposed in light of the actual situation of followers living at home that clean meat is eatable, namely, meat can be eatable if it does not come from the animal that is killed for you, that you do not want to kill, or that you have seen killed. That is to say, the meat that you eat does not come from the animal that is killed specially for you, and you don't kill animals or see animals being killed. Tibetan Buddhism thinks that meat is eatable because Tibetans are mostly herdsmen, for whom beef and mutton are their staple food, without which they can hardly survive. Followers of Judaism, Christianity, Roman Catholicism, and Orthodox Church eat meat, but do not eat the meat of dead animals. They only eat the meat of killed animals. The Old Testament of the Bible has made a detailed classified description of the animals that can be eaten and the animals that cannot be eaten. Islamism has a strict restriction on the eating of meat. This restriction comes from the Bible. As are different from Christians, Muslims, followers of Islamism do not eat pork and carrion because pork and carrion are not clean and thus will pollute man's spiritual nature. Besides, before killing animals, Muslims will chant scriptures to console animals and release their souls from purgatory, which reflects the mercy and care of Muslims for animals. On the basis of abiding by the Bible, the witnesses of Yahweh strictly forbid the eating of animal blood, regarding blood not meat as the life of animals. Cultivation holds the viewpoint that life is divided into different levels. Life at lower levels serves life at higher levels, and by way of sacrifice life can get over its plight and create condition for a higher realm. Life should serve each other, life is interrelated, and only by serving other forms of life can it attain a higher realm. Therefore, Cultivation neither objects to not supports the eating of meat. Whether one eats meat or not depends on the actual situation. Each individual can behave according to his habits and be flexible, act in accordance with our nature, and take advantage of the opportunities as they arise. Cultivation has several principles with regard to the eating of meat. Do not eat the meat of wild animals, so that the chain of life can be protected and will not be cut off. When killing livestock and poultry for food, we had better learn from the Muslim approach and chant scriptures to release their souls from purgatory, offering them consolation at the end of their life and minimizing their sufferings. Let professionals do the killing, ordinary people do not do the killing, because professionals can minimize and shorten the sufferings of animals, while ordinary people are likely to bring a lot of pain to animals and may prolong the sufferings. Do not eat dog flesh, because dogs have very high spiritual nature. The higher the spiritual nature of an animal, the greater the damage will be to the person who eats its meat. Eat the cattle, goats, pigs, and chickens that have been raised specially to provide meat, and one had better refrain from eating livestock and poultry that have not been raised for this purpose. There is affection between man and poultry and livestock, which can only be felt by those who have taken great care in feeding them. I have seen cattle shedding tears, sheep looking sad, and chickens attaching to people. One cannot bear to kill those animals for which he has affection. Chanyuan celestials can have meat but should not kill animals and do not witness the killing of animals. I have said, eating vegetables makes one sober, eating meat makes one bemuddled, eating grains makes one wise, and eating chi makes one deity-like. The higher the spiritual nature of an animal and plant, the greater the damage will be to the person who eats them. The meat of a killed animal is no longer life but a kind of energy. Therefore, eating meat is only taking in the energy. However, any food has its structure and contains information, and one will be affected by the food he eats. One will be infected if he eats poultry contracted with bird flu, although poultry provides a kind of meat. Virgin croton is a kind of energy, but one may suffer loose bowels after eating it. Chili is a kind of energy, but one will feel unbearably hot after eating it. Any kind of food will have either more or less positive or negative effects on us. The danger of eating meat lies in the fact that we are affected by the meat we eat. The hate of the animal eaten by us will be transferred to our body, and the natural endowments and instinct of the eaten animal will have effect on us. When an animal is being killed, its indignation and resentment will cause it to release a toxin in its meat. We will absorb the toxin when we eat the meat. Muslims are trying to lower the content of toxins to the greatest extent when they chant scriptures and release their souls from the purgatory and console them before killing animals. You can make an experiment. When you are enraged, your face will turn pale and blue because your anger has triggered the release of toxins in your body. You are what you eat, and this is only a matter of degree. Why do I stress again and again that we should feel a sense of gratitude every time we have the meal? Because only with a feeling of gratitude can we convert the toxins in the food and change the structure of food to benefit our own health. Christians will make prayer to the God at each meal to thank Him for the food He has given to people. And the deep level of reason for this is to convert the toxins. You can eat whenever you want to, but you must be grateful. Do not eat if do not want to, but do not feel that you have not gained advantage as a result. You can eat when you have to, but you may try your best to refrain from eating or try to eat as little as you can. You can understand the more profound ways concerning meat eating after you have learned non-form thinking and holographic thinking. The best way is to eat nothing. Eating qi is godlike. We can directly assimilate the essence of the sun and the moon and the anima of the earth. I have already offered you the key to open the Dharma eye, consciousness, structure, and energy. Any food is the conversion of energy. We eat mainly to absorb the energy contained in food. Then why do we still need to eat if we can absorb energy directly? Actually, whether one eats meat or not is related to the structure of everyone's life. Why doesn't sheep eat meat? Why does wolf eat meat? This is determined by their different structure of life. With self-cultivation and self-refinery, a person who likes meat very much will gradually lose interest in it, will grow averse to it, and may feel disgusted even at sight of it. Why? Because the non-material structure of your life has changed. Do not pretend, do not force and push. Let's conform to natural tendency. The core issue is to perfect the non-material structure of life, which is the key to solving problems and the key to self-refinery. Dieting is mainly a habit of thinking. If we have unconventional thinking, we can do away with dieting. When we say that we should pay off our debts in the human world, be sure to bear in mind that we still have to pay back the debts to nature and the debts to plants. Why should we hold life and nature in awe and respect? Why should we protect life and nature? The purpose is to pay back our debts, not for the sake of morality. In modern times, the best way to pay off our debts is to build life genuine. The reason behind this is very profound, so we must strive to perceive and understand it, the mystery and value of health. Xiefeng. As people, we must keep our bodies healthy and energetic, for it is only when we are healthy that we can taste the sweetness of life. Once our health is lost, everything else goes. As people, we should never suffer illness. Even when death befalls us, we should not die of illness, but we should try for a death without illness. So, how do we remain healthy and avoid illness? Simply, the mystery of staying healthy and avoiding illness lies in having a perfect soul and a complete consciousness. If one's soul is perfect and their consciousness is complete, then I will guarantee that they will never get ill nor encounter unpredictable disasters. All causes of diseases lie in the non-material structures of life. If one structure goes wrong, then they will inevitably get ill or encounter some other disaster. If there is no problem with their structure, then there is no possibility of illness or disaster. The problem of structure is the problem of consciousness. If the consciousness is not pure, then the structure is imperfect, but if the consciousness is orderly and pure, then the structure must be perfect. How do we make our consciousnesses pure and perfect? There is only one solution, that is by taking the way of the greatest creator, following the teachings of Jesus Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni, and conducting oneself and acting according to the teachings of God, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. To be specific, it is by building our soul gardens. As long as there are no weeds in our soul gardens, then our bodies will surely be in good health, and there will be no way to get ill or encounter unpredictable disasters. Desire, anger, ignorance, pride, and jealousy are weeds in our soul gardens. Envy, complaining, comparing, anger, selfishness, laziness, pride, arrogance, greed, and avid possession are all weeds in our soul gardens. All negative, gloomy, and pessimistic ideas, thoughts, and moods are weeds in our soul gardens which we should clean up thoroughly or good health will be hard to maintain. People rack their brains to maintain their health. The ancient emperor's classic internal manuscripts listed ways for people to have good health and avoid illnesses. From Shangnong's Herbal Classic to the theories on health of Bianc, Huadua, Zhang Hongjing, Sun Simeo, and Lishizhen. From healthcare theories of Taoism to today's Treasures of Health, compiled and explained by top Chinese medical healthcare experts. From Qin Shi Huang's Searching for the Catholicons to various current ways and medicines of finding the keys to health. From traditional Chinese medicine to modern Western medical science. From all kinds of health magazines to the 5 volumes of Wisdom of Avoiding Illness by E. From meridian collateral theory to the ways of collecting qi and self-cultivating. As far as I am concerned, these health theories, as vast as a misty ocean, are only theories which begin to scratch the surface of treating symptoms but not root causes and are ineffective attempts at solutions. Have you been ill, been hurt in a car accident, been bitten by a dog or a snake, fallen down suddenly, or twisted your ankle? All these things were due to the imperfection of your consciousness and soul. Never blame other factors. Find the reasons for yourselves. Facts speak louder than words. Chanyuan celestials who settle in the second home will become free of illness, and those who become ill will regain their health quickly by taking the way of the greatest creator. I want everyone to hear and see that if Chanyuan celestials who settle in the second home no longer get sick over the next few years, and if the sick ones recover quickly, then that will prove the validity of my words. Then, people should take the way of the greatest creator and enter the second home as soon as possible. How to be free from the mortal body during meditation. Xiefeng. Find a secluded place with singing birds and fragrant flowers, unobstructed space, and cleanliness. Invite a close friend to guard you, so that insects, snakes, and scorpions cannot come close, miscellaneous people will not come around, and no one will be shouting and the sounds of horses and cars will not disturb you. Sit, cross-legged, quietly, not limited to full lotus or half lotus. Just sit casually. Straighten the body, relax, make the joints respond accordingly, neither leaning nor bending, loosen your clothes and belt. If there is a little uneasiness, move slightly to adjust yourself so as to be more comfortable. Keep quiet for a while. When the body and mind are stable and the breath is peaceful, then put your tongue against the roof of your mouth where the lips and teeth meet. Then gradually look at eye level and slowly close your eyes. Then start to adjust your breath, not breathing deeply or heavily, but let your breath be thin and long, with no thinking, no notions. Just sit quietly. In the first few days, the trees may prefer to be calm, but the wind will not subside. The kindness and enmity in the world, the merits and demerits, will be reflected in your mind one by one. You cannot drive them away, and you cannot dispel them because when you drive one away, another emerges. In the middle few days, self-desires will prevail, ideals, fantasies, and delusional scenes begin to appear in your mind, which you will not be able to make clear or to make them be in order. In the last few days, all views and peculiarities will gradually disappear, and your heart will gradually calm down, no longer being mindful of fame, fortune, karmic relatives, and other things. At this time, like a basin of dirty water, the scum floating on the surface of the water will have been skimmed off. The water quality will begin to show. The surface of the water will show a little light from the sun and the moon, the shadows of clouds, trees, and birds. With your mind holding up, your body practicing automatically, and your body and mind being straightened naturally, sitting without getting tired, your mind will be naturally clear and quiet, corresponding to your calmness, which holds the body and mind and makes them completely immovable. And the mind, from shallow to deep, becomes more and more stable without distractions. This is the first level of meditation. At the first level of meditation, there will be tactile sensations such as jumping, itching, coolness, warmth, lightness, heaviness, astringency, smoothness, falling, coldness, heat, floating, sinking, firmness, and softness, etc. And you will not see your body and any surrounding objects while sitting, as if you were in a void. When one enters deep into meditation gradually, the body and mind will become empty and quiet. One does not see inside or outside. At the same time, when the sense of touch arises, 10 merits and virtues appear along with it from the outside: concentration, emptiness, brightness and clearness, happiness, joy, kindness, the understanding of perception, liberation, divine connecting presence, softness of the heart and body. In this state, the whole body becomes limp, the body and mind are carefree, and it is an extremely wonderful feeling, 100 times more pleasurable than the feeling of your wedding night, like waking up after a deep sleep and finding a treasure when you are in poverty. You have been awakened to the truth of life, but be sober. You have just skimmed off the scum floating on the surface of your basin of dirty water, and you have tasted a little bit of the mysteries of the great world. If you have a heart full of joy and celebration, and have become infatuated with this aesthetic feeling and are reluctant to leave, you must forget to return, and you will no longer be able to make progress, and you will even fall into the realm of desire again. If you want to enter the second level of meditation, you must abandon the previous realm. Just like a strong man who is burning with desire resolutely leaves a nude young girl who is full of affection, and a poor man who is hungry and cold rejects a table full of delicacies. By 1. Not accepting. 2. Berating. And observing and analyzing, so you can get away from the error of the first level awakening. The awakening is extinguished, the previous divine connection disappears, and you have left the first level of meditation. After leaving the first level of meditation, if you continue to sit in meditation, you must not have any regrets. Otherwise, as the story in the Bible said, Lot's wife became a pillar of salt just because she looked back. Genesis 19 verses 17 and 26. On the way forward, don't look back, don't linger on the past, and don't be greedy for what you obtain. The lack of one basketful of earth spoils the entire effort to build a high mountain. You should abandon everything and move forward with your whole mind. Over time, before you know it, you will suddenly see a hungry tiger pounce on you, or a poisonous snake hissing and attacking you with its head up, or a monster with a green face and fangs opening its bloody mouth to bite you, or a headless ghost with its 5 pointed fingertips trying to grab you, or you may see a gentle and graceful fairy with ribbons fluttering on her body, floating towards you on auspicious clouds and melodic fairy music, or see the beautiful scenery, which is attractive, with many pavilions and towers among the green mountains and green waters covered by clouds and mist. Among the towers and pavilions, there are girls smiling and chasing each other. Several sensual beauties even make eyes with you and wave to you, and so on. These are the impurities in your spirituality, which are demonic. The scenes you see are illusory and unreal. They do not come from the outside world, but from within yourself. When these scenes appear one by one, as long as you are not afraid, let them try to invade you. But don't take the bait. Allow them to seduce you and keep still, and all kinds of illusions will gradually disappear. At this time, the impurities in your dirty water have been filtered out, and your water gradually becomes clear, and the true nature of the water will begin to appear. At this time, all phenomena in the vast world will be clearly reflected in this basin of water, and your heart will suddenly be clear and will shine. Concentration and happiness will emerge, just like a person coming out of the darkness, suddenly seeing outside that the spring is bright, the wind is gentle, the blue waves in the lake are rippling. The mountains are covered with green and various shades. The valley is full of fragrant flowers and birds are singing. White clouds are floating in the blue sky. What a peaceful scene. This is the second level of meditation. At the second level of meditation, not only are there 10 kinds of merits and virtues that are generated from within, but also you will reach 4 realms. 1. Inner purification. 2. Pleasure. 3. Joy. And 4. Peace of mind. Inner purification refers to the realization that your mind corresponds with your consciousness from the body, which corresponds with your consciousness in the first level of meditation, reaching of the manifestation of the direct Buddha nature from the awakening of your mentality. Pleasure refers to the self-pleasure of the body and mind, knowing that one has attained 10 kinds of merit and virtue. One's inner pleasure is immeasurable. Joy refers to tranquility, delight, and cheerfulness, continuous beauty and joy. Peace of mind refers to escaping a catastrophe, the denial of suffering and joy, that the way ahead is clear, the fairyland is near, the mind is unmoved, and this state of mind is not easy to alter. It must be understood that the joy produced in the second level of meditation is low-level joy, which is impure, and there is no such joy in real spirituality, Buddha nature. This joy comes from your body, so you should observe your mind and examine this joy. Not only should you refuse it, but you should also berate and reject it. If you do not accept it, it will silently fade away. Only this joy comes from the core of the cells and the depths of the soul. To abandon it, it can be said that the road to Shu is harder than scaling the sky afar. If the joy only comes from the heart, it is easy to do. The key is that it does not all come from the heart. Just like an animal, even if its heart is cut out, the cells and other parts of its body are still moving. This joy is full of capillaries and nerve endings of the whole body. If it is not restrained, it will disturb the heart and make the heart intoxicated. The elimination of joy mainly depends on wisdom and mind power. In the process of meditation, as long as good things happen, don't be greedy and nostalgic. You must berate and not accept it, and joy will disappear by itself. Just like the Tang monk went to the Western heaven to acquire scriptures, if he is greedy for wealth and honor, for the back garden of the king of the kingdom of women, for the 1,000 kinds of conjugal love and 10,000 kinds of amorous feelings the jade hair from the moon will bring to him, he will never reach the Western heaven and will never get the real scriptures. After subduing the obstacle of the second level of meditation, your mind will become calm again. Continue to sit quietly and adjust your breath, and gradually, you will feel refreshed, and your whole body will be filled with contentment and simplicity. You will remain in this state for several hours, or several days, or several months. Then many mirages appear, like dreams, such as seeing yourself as a king, accepting the worship of all the officials, being surrounded by beauties in the harem, being filled with indescribable joy, endless pleasure, or seeing yourself walk on air and flying to the Penglai fairy pavilion. All the gods come to greet you, inquire about your well-being with concern, and give you a warm reception. Some invite you to eat peaches on a certain fairy mountain. Some invite you to go to a certain cave to appreciate its treasures, and some invite you to go to a certain tower to enjoy the scenery of the mountains, etc. Or you see yourself being invited by the Jade Emperor, and you sit next to the Emperor. In front of you are countless delicacies from the mountains and seas, and much delicious fine dining. The Jade Emperor affably persuades you to drink, with countless gods standing on both sides. You feel that you are extremely majestic, great, and glorious, etc. The reason why you can see these kinds of scenes is because you have self in your heart, and self is still an impurity. You then remember that during the second level of meditation, your basin of dirty water has filtered out the impurities and has become a basin of clean water. But this clear water is by no means pure water, H2O, and there are compounds and plankton in it that cannot be seen with the naked eye. If these impurities are not removed, your pure spirituality, Buddha nature, will still not appear. The purpose of the first level of meditation is to transcend the realm of desire. The purpose of the second level of meditation is to transcend the realm of form, and the purpose of the third level of meditation is to transcend the realm of formlessness. When you have a self in your mind, you are still in the 5 elements, still in the cycle of life and death. So, when you see yourself becoming a king, praised by the immortals, and invited by the Jade Emperor, don't accept it, but run away quickly. Don't look back and don't be reluctant to leave. Run away. Escape. Escape. Flee until everything is gone. Nothing is left, and even you have disappeared. Everything is empty, and you have reached the third level of meditation. At the third level of meditation, you have become an immortal. The biggest feature of this level is a much reduced diet. If you sit in meditation, you won't think about food for 10 or 8 days. Because of the low energy consumption, you don't even need to eat and drink, forming your own small universe system. Even if you live in the height stop area of Mount Everest in the Himalayas, the so-called death altitude area, it won't pose a threat to your life for 2 or 3 months. The highest realm of Indian yoga is the third level of meditation. When you are in the third level state of meditation, whether you are walking, sitting, or lying down, you are in the process of cultivation. You don't need to practice in a quiet place, and you don't need your friends to protect and support you. It's okay even when you wander around downtown. Your body, internal organs, bones, tendons, and marrow, chi, blood, nerves, facial features, hair, etc., are undergoing chemical changes. In less serious cases, some parts of your body will become sarira, and in severe cases, your whole body will become adamantine and indestructible. Going one step further, you will reach the fourth level of meditation. At this time, you will have the supernatural power to transform, and you can ascend to the 1,000-year world or the 10,000-year world. After reaching the fifth level of meditation, you have become a Buddha and can ascend to the Elysium world. Since the fourth and fifth levels of meditation are beyond the scope of intermediate self-cultivation and intermediate healthcare, they will not be explained here. The way, virtue, method, and art of nurturing life. Xiefeng. The purpose of nurturing life. 2. To maintain health, achieve longevity, transcend the ordinary, and attain Tao. The essence of nurturing life. Nurturing the essence, chi, spirit, form, heart, and nature. The way of nurturing life. Follow the path of the greatest creator, that is, the path of nature, and act in accordance with nature. The virtue of nurturing life. Treat all beings with kindness. Without virtue, it is difficult to nurture life. Benefiting others is benefiting oneself. Harming others is harming oneself. The method of nurturing life. Purify the soul, empty the consciousness, be selfless and formless, and unite with Tao. The art of nurturing life. Maintain regular routines, moderate diet, calm the spirit and quiet the mind, balance movement and stillness, regulate breath to nurture chi, be simple and easy, guide chi to harmony, make the body flexible, have a clear heart and few desires, reduce worries, embrace the yin and the yang, know the masculine but keep to the feminine, treat people with equanimity, handle affairs moderately, meditate on beautiful things, perform many yin deeds, often change spaces, and integrate with nature. A brief explanation of the above content is as follows. To maintain health, achieve longevity, transcend the ordinary, and attain Tao is to cultivate the demeanor of a celestial being and be free and easy. Nurturing essence is to absorb energy, absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, to ensure that the body is half an acre of square pond, looks like a mirror, the light of the sky and the shadow of the clouds linger together. Ask the canal how to be so clear, because there is a source of living water. Nurturing chi mainly nurtures lung chi, stomach chi, liver chi, heart chi, blood chi, essence chi, and spirit chi. Nurturing spirit mainly is to make the spirit calm. The spirit does not go out. Maintaining one's physical form primarily involves using health exercises to achieve a symmetrical body proportion, balanced weight, kind and gentle appearance, and beautiful exterior. The main purpose of nurturing the heart is to allow the environment to follow the heart, to enable the soul to transcend all phenomena, to manifest the heart when events occur, and to empty the heart when they pass, ensuring that no things or phenomena linger in the heart. Cultivating one's nature is the most challenging task. The primary goal is to relinquish human wisdom and intelligence, return to the original intention of the Creator, that is, to achieve the unity of heaven and man. Because the Great Way is exceedingly smooth, and Tao manifests itself in nature, the path adhered to in life nurturing is the path of nature. The virtue of life nurturing lies in benefiting all sentient beings. If you treat all life kindly, all life will reciprocate in kindness. If you harm other lives for your own nourishment, you are violating the virtue of life nurturing. Violating this virtue not only renders life nurturing futile, but it also invites endless troubles. The primary method of life nurturing is to purify the soul. Cleanse the weeds and trash in one's soul garden. Let the flowers bloom and the fragrance permeate. Then, maintain a tranquil mind. Allow your consciousness to be orderly and not chaotic, always in a state of ethereal tranquility. Because only by relinquishing the ego can one realize the self. All phenomena are but illusions, hence, One needs to enter a state of selflessness and formlessness to evolve in accordance with Tao. Tao endures, and so do I. The art of life nurturing belongs to methods and measures. The content of the art of life nurturing is vast and numerous. I mainly focus on the following 18 aspects. Maintain regular routines. The arrangement of work, rest, and living should be punctual and orderly, preferably in accordance with the natural sequence and the structure of the human body. Moderate diet. Don't eat indiscriminately. Don't eat blindly. Eat what you should eat. Absolutely don't eat what you shouldn't eat. Don't overeat or drink, and don't starve or go hungry. Eat meals at a fixed quantity and time. Calm the spirit and quiet the mind. If the heart is quiet, the spirit will be at peace. If the heart is running, the spirit will be swinging. If the spirit does not guard the house, it will be difficult to live a healthy and long life. Therefore, you need to keep your heart quiet, and at the same time, you need to keep your mind quiet. That is, your consciousness, thoughts, and ideas are pure and not mixed. Balance movement and stillness. Movement and stillness complement each other. Pure movement and pure stillness are both detrimental to health preservation. Move when it's time to move. Be still when it's time to be still. You can have a calm mind and active body, an active mind and calm body. Both mind and body can be active. Both mind and body can be still. In short, movement and stillness should be combined and appropriate. Regulate breath to nurture qi. Through conscious breathing regulation, make the breath become more and more relaxed, even, and long. You can also combine it with health exercises. Let the movement and breathing proceed synchronously in order to cultivate qi. Be simple and easy. Make life simple and frugal. Do not pursue luxurious things, so you will not be busy. Not being busy is also a kind of health preservation. Guide qi to harmony. This is a kind of qigong practice, letting qi run smoothly and unobstructed among the limbs, bones, 5 organs, and 6 viscera. Make the body flexible. Do exercises to make the body soft and not stiff. Have a clear heart and few desires. Be satisfied with the present. Be grateful. Be content with circumstances. Do not seek excess. Reduce worries. 3 parts human effort, 7 parts fate. Everything has a fixed number. Health preservation should reduce worries. Embrace the yin and the yang. The invisible is yin, the visible is yang. Rely on the invisible, depend on the visible. Yin supplements yang's rigidity. Yang supplements yin's softness. Adhere to the principle of Tai Chi. Know the masculine but keep to the feminine. Do not show off strength or ability. Water naturally becomes deep. Mountains naturally become peaks. Health preservation should be done in the details. Work hard on the weak. Treat people with equanimity. Always keep calm and peaceful. Do not argue, quarrel, fight, or debate with people. Get along harmoniously with the people around you. Handle affairs in moderation. Do not do things absolutely. Leave room for everything. If you exceed the degree, it is not health preservation. Meditate on beautiful things. Fully use the law of attraction and the principle of visualized thinking to build your own body and environment. Perform many acts of hidden virtue. Do more anonymous giving. Secretly do more good deeds. Change space often. Frequently change your living space. Do not stay in one place for too long. Integrate into nature. Live in nature. Integrate with nature. Health preservation is a learning, an art, a taste, a process of sublimating life. Health preservation is not a stage, but throughout life. Treat everything encountered in life with the eyes and perspective of health preservation. Life will have different levels and realms. One will have the mood of Liu Yuxi's in praise of my humble home. Health preservation first needs to cultivate Tao, then the virtue. After having Tao and virtue of health preservation, you can use the method of health preservation. After understanding the method of health preservation, you can freely use the art of health preservation. The content of the art of health preservation is complex, involving all aspects related to people. Too much emphasis on the art will become a burden and cumbersome. So it is better to use the art to treat the symptoms, self. Nature can generate all dharma. No need to be too defensive and worried. May everyone make love until 99. Live until 120. Holding grudges will surely cause illness. Xiefeng. I haven't conducted any statistics, but I understand the principle that holding grudges will surely cause illness. The human body system is quite remarkable. It possesses self-healing and self-regulating abilities. including a self-activating detox switch and a self-destruction switch. Occasional resentment and hatred are not serious issues. However, if a person harbors resentment and hatred for a long time and constantly complains about various things, it will inevitably lead to changes in the human body system. When complaining, every cell in the human body is in a state of discomfort and lacks energy. Over time, the cells will undergo qualitative changes, and then the most vulnerable part of the human body system or a certain organ will develop pathological changes. The heart, in particular, is most vulnerable to the invasion of resentment, and one's ability to resist cancer cells will decline, leading to stagnation of heart qi and poor circulation of qi and blood. Therefore, never complain all the time. Be open-minded about everything, be optimistic, be romantic. Find more things that make you happy. As long as you are happy, resentment will dissipate, and the body will be healthy. Holding grudges will surely cause illness. This is a common sense I know. Whether it is really so, readers, please observe the people around you who often get sick. See if he or she often gets the sulks, often complains. Let the sacred lamp in your heart illuminate your road in the dark. Xiefeng. When you despair and are in extreme darkness, anger and shouting are both useless. It is only by lighting the sacred lamp in your heart that you can illuminate your direction and walk from your mud of despair. The sacred lamp in your heart is your firm belief and faith. If your belief and faith collapse from fear, then you will be swallowed by darkness. When darkness begins to shroud, if you consider your own gains and losses and give up the belief and faith that you have always adhered to, then you will be in the dark. From then on, your soul will have darkened and it will be a problem for you to wash away that stain. The darker the hour, the more you need to shine. If you wander, hesitate, or even wink at the darkness for self-protection, you might never be able to re-enter the light. Do not approach or surrender to lies, falsehoods, fraud, or hegemony in order to survive. You must adhere to the principle of taking facts as the basis and law as the criterion. Do not listen to the clamor of the media or gossip. Even if people all over the world are lying and cheating, it is supported by heads of government around the world, and celebrities and the well-to-do from everywhere are in high spirits for it. You should keep your bottom line in position. If you die, you should die on the way to the purest land instead of living on the grand road to hell. Your strength might be very weak and you might not be able to change the overall situation, but at least you should not become an accomplice of the darkness by shouting for it. In order to survive, you could keep silent, but never collaborate with it. If you do not know the facts, keep silent but do not jump to conclusions based on hearsay. Otherwise, when the facts eventually surface, you will regret it and be ashamed. In fact, the light has never been absent, the bank of justice has never closed down, the devil has never defeated God, and the consciences of many people have never vanished. People holding torches advance in succession. Even if it is temporarily shrouded in darkness, you must have the confidence to wait for the day when light will shine across the earth.